Chapter 471. Although Su Lu expressed his anger through his sarcastic, mocking, and vulgar words, his expression remained as calm as a rock. No one would have thought that, without any warning, he would suddenly attack. He knocked Nyo Delu to the ground like a madman and then stomped on him countless times with his military boots so that he could not turn around. Su Li's fists and feet were like mechanical arms with rigid springs installed. They came crashing down with a whoosh as calm as hitting a sandbag during training. The storm-like fists and feet attacked Nyo Delu until blood flowed out from his face. His bones and flesh cracked. The scene looked extremely cruel. Nyo Delu howled miserably. His terrified and shrill voice filled the data center. However, he only cried for less than 3 seconds before he fainted. Shock, bewilderment, fear, and anger. Countless complicated expressions appeared on the faces of the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation. Everything happened too fast. So fast that they could not react at all. Their colleague was already beaten beyond recognition. Even the officials who reacted faster were intimidated by Su Li's crazy attacks and the cold calmness that was the complete opposite of the crazy. They felt cold all over and did not dare to move forward. It was not until Nyo Delu fainted and Su Lu gradually straightened his slightly bowed body that the officials in the data center began to shout angrily. They were used to being accompanied by the data, regulations, and logic of the Bureau of Proclamation. When faced with this inconceivably savage and violent scene, they naturally did not dare to move forward. They could only angrily order the officers in the room to attack. The reaction of the Federation officers was not fast enough. They were soldiers and naturally stood on the side of Su Lu and Group 7. In addition, they knew very well what kind of price the Bureau of Proclamation officers had to pay for the stupid mistakes of their comrades, so they were not willing to interfere at all. On the contrary, when they saw Su Lu beat up the Bureau of Proclamation officer, they felt some indescribable excitement and comfort in their hearts. But after all, this was a time of war. This was a glorious commandship. The officers could not just stand by and watch Su Lu beat Nyo Delu to death. At such a time, an active military officer killed an official of the Bureau of Proclamation in broad daylight. No matter how strong his background was, it was impossible for him to escape the punishment of military discipline and imprisonment. Nyo Delu was unconscious on the ground. The officers walked forward and blocked in front of Su Lu, at the same time calling for the warship's medics to come and save the wounded. Associate Chief Physician Bai narrowed his eyes and watched as Su Lu straightened his slightly hunched body. He was so angry that his entire body trembled, and he clenched his fists tightly. She wasn't imitating Su Li's unique expression when he was angry or nervous. Instead, her glasses had been shattered into pieces, and her myopia made her vision a little blurry. If she didn't squint her eyes, she wouldn't be able to see what was happening in front of her. Su Li's merciless and fierce attacks on his subordinates and the blood on the ground still pierced through her eyes and pierced her heart. The pride and dignity of the Bureau of Proclamation temporarily overcame the confusion, doubt, and fear of Su Li's authority. She looked at Su Li's blood-stained right hand and said angrily, "Are you satisfied now?" Su Lu didn't turn his head. His tense body rose and fell slightly under his dark military uniform. He wasn't panting because he was tired, but because his emotions were fluctuating. "Yes, I'm satisfied." These 2 lines of dialogue seemed to have a strange style unique to Schiller's absurd comedies, but everyone in the room knew that this was not a comedy, but a tragedy, a play that no one dared to guess the outcome of. The officers blocked in front of Su Lu because they didn't want him to really kill Nyo Delu, but they couldn't really arrest him either. They were just a little worried. The glory of the Charter had protected the Federation for countless years. The Bureau of Proclamation was an extremely special organization in the Federation. The government and the parliament couldn't order the building at the end of the road around. Even the successive presidents and the war god Li Pifu had to give the Bureau of Proclamation due respect. More importantly, the Bureau of Proclamation's authority and the unspeakable connection it had with the chips on the back of the people's necks made everyone subconsciously fear or forcibly forget the existence of the Bureau of Proclamation. Once they met, even the 7 great families had to temporarily avoid them. The people in the room had never seen or heard of anyone. In fact, no one in the Federation had ever heard of anyone like Su Lu, challenging the Bureau of Proclamation's position in such a bloody way, humiliating the Bureau of Proclamation's glory in such a violent way. "You dare violate the first charter." Nyo Delu was carried out of the room by the medics. The people in the room calmed down a little, but it wasn't because they were calm. Instead, they began to have time to think about the next problem. A delicate and pretty female official of the Bureau of Proclamation stared at Su Lu and said those words with an incredulous tone, as if she had naturally sentenced him to death. The officers looked silently and worriedly at Su Lu. They thought to themselves, Even if you have the Lees of Philadelphia and the Department of Defense behind you, who can save you after violating the first charter? After all, you're still not the new war god of the Federation. From the time of the catastrophe until now, in countless years, no one had been able to challenge the Bureau of Proclamation and win. In fact, basically no one had ever dared to challenge the Bureau of Proclamation. But Sulu happened to know a certain person who had once done such a thing in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Moreover, he could drink red wine and eat beef by the mines and visit prostitutes in the sanatorium in his spare time, enjoying life. Sulu was an uncle type of person. He had brothers, friends, beautiful girls, and comrades. He was very satisfied with days like this, so he wasn't prepared to abandon everything for no reason and rebel against the glory of the Charter. But in his opinion, the glory of the Charter and the Bureau of Proclamation were two completely different things. The Bureau of Proclamation was, after all, just a secret organization that served the central computer. He had bathed in that light countless times and chatted and joked with that existence. How could a person who had swum the sea be afraid of crossing a small ditch? His mentality was different. He couldn't be like the average person who revered the Bureau of Proclamation. When he heard the beautiful female official say those words, he was not afraid. He just silently put on his military cap and raised his blood-stained middle finger to the ceiling of the warship that glowed with a metallic luster, as if he was facing the radiance of the Charter that enveloped countless galaxies, and said, "I'm not afraid. Fuck the first Charter." This young officer was crazy. Whether it was the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation or the soldiers who were emotionally inclined towards Sulu, their expressions became extremely ugly. The same thought appeared in their minds. But Sulu wasn't done yet. He continued to raise his indecent middle finger and said to the row of high-end computing terminals and the wide holographic screen by the wall, "Old thing, this is for you." Hearing the words "old thing," the expressions of Deputy Director Bai and the officials of the Bureau of Proclamation changed slightly. They had worked in the Bureau of Proclamation building for many years, so they were very sensitive to these seemingly ordinary words. But when these words came from Suli's mouth, they were even more shocked. The military police finally arrived. They were armed with live ammunition and made a pleased gesture to Sulu. Although they didn't use high-strength plastic ropes, it still represented some kind of mandatory requirement. Sulu walked out under escort. At this moment, a line of white light flashed in his left eye. It was the Federal Central Computer's fastest and most innocent reaction to his middle finger. "What does this have to do with me?" Seeing the old thing's answer, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly at himself. But before he walked out of the door, he stopped and looked back at the people in the room. The officials of the Bureau of Proclamation suddenly became nervous when he turned around. They didn't know if this crazy man would jump up and hit them again. The military police who came under orders subconsciously raised their guns slightly. "What's the name of the curly-haired official in our group?" He looked at Deputy Director Bai and asked. Deputy Director Bai was stunned. He said a name, narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Why do you ask this? He's already dead. Do you want him to take responsibility? He died with us on a mission, so I have to know his name. His name will appear in the sacrifice list of the 7th group." After Sulu finished this sentence, he saluted Deputy Director Bai and left. During the battle, a Bureau of Proclamation official was beaten to the brink of being crippled. Countless people witnessed this violent scene with their own eyes. Even if the federal military wanted to find a way out for Sulu, they couldn't bear the anger of the Bureau of Proclamation and leave the matter unsettled. On one hand, the frontline command reported this matter to the Ministry of National Defense as quickly as possible. On the other hand, they had no choice but to issue disciplinary measures to Sulu. At the same time, they anxiously waited for the attitude of the Bureau of Proclamation in the capital ring. Suli's military punishment was to be confined until the Bureau of Proclamation made a decision. This seemed to be a very harsh method, but he didn't care. After all, after killing Macklin, he was imprisoned in the Fox Fortress for a few months, but he still survived. At most, he would let the old guy make a few more movies to watch. He could face all of this calmly, but the members of the 7th group couldn't. Lieutenant Colonel Sulu wanted to seek justice for them and their dead comrades, so he beat up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation. As a result, he was confined by his superiors. For a time, the entire barracks was filled with the sound of guns being loaded. Other than that, the camp was deathly silent. But for some reason, the other groups that passed by the barracks felt that there were countless roaring beasts hiding inside, ready to rush out at any moment. Bai Yulan, who looked docile on the surface but was actually sharp and bloodthirsty, could intimidate these men, but she remained silent. On the surface she was full of sarcasm, but in reality the smooth and cunning Lan Xiaolong also remained silent. From a certain perspective, they were even allowing the members of the 7th group to brew up this violent emotion. This was because Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong knew very well what Su Li's actions meant, and what it meant to offend the Bureau of Proclamation. If they didn't cause a big commotion, they were afraid that the small-eyed man they were determined to follow would really be in big trouble. The abnormal emotions in this ordinary barracks finally broke through the atmosphere and reached the Federal Fleet among the stars. The Federal Military 163 Frontline Command Center finally made an exception and made some kind of response after a long time of deliberation. The next day, a light battleship landed in the rhombus-shaped base. Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu, who was temporarily stripped of his military position, was escorted back to the 7th Group barracks. An additional military police was sent to the barracks, but he was still confined but in a different place. They still had to wait for the reaction from the capital ring. Chapter 472. 3 moons climbed up and shone on the wild vegetables in Little Sister's basket. 3 moons fell and ate up the wild vegetables Little Sister made. 3 moons disappeared, Little Sister also disappeared. 3 moons rose, Little Sister, when will you come back? In the night sky, 3 moons of varying sizes shone on the quiet barracks and played a bright silver light on the continuous roof. A few hoarse voices softly hummed a simple ballad, providing a discordant accompaniment to this beautiful night scene. This was a West Woods ballad, about the lives of the Federation citizens who were lost on Planet 163 after it was occupied by the Imperial Expeditionary Force a few decades ago. The Federation Society had deliberately forgotten about the 3 fallen planets, including this planet, but the natives of the Westwoods region could not forget. This song had spread far and wide. Although there were no members of Group 7 who were originally from the Westwoods, after being on the front line for a long time, everyone could sing this song. Su Lu sat on a green bench behind the door, a cigarette in his mouth as he looked up at the moon in the sky. The astronomical phenomenon of 3 moons existing together was said to continue for 46 days. How many more days would he have to be locked up? I say, boss, how was the singing? You have to give me an opinion. Xiong Linquan asked in a hoarse voice. The diamond-shaped base was set up on a plateau. Although the sea was not too high, the air was particularly dry. In addition, these soldiers were used to smoking without leaving their lips, so their voices were rougher than usual, and their lips were full of thin cracks. Well, to be honest, it's not that great. Su Lu, who was sitting behind the door, said with a smile. He knew very well that these guys were afraid that he would be too bored in the confinement, so they found a way to accompany him to pass the time. Group 7, who was originally extremely angry and ready to roar at any moment, had already calmed down. Because of what happened next, they could not find any reason or excuse to fly into a rage. The Federal Military Command noticed the strange phenomenon in the barracks and made a very wise decision to transfer Su Lu from the warship to the ground and lock him up in Group 7's barracks. Was this still considered confinement? Other than not being able to walk out of the room freely, there was no problem with his life. Of course, there were 2 more statue-like gendarmes outside the door. Over the past few days, Su Lu had been staying in his room obediently and did not cross the line at all. It was just that he had yet to receive any specific punishment from the capital ring. Whether he was officially arrested, brought back for trial, or directly locked up in the military prison of Qingqing, no matter how bad the result was, it was still better than waiting for the worst result. In these boring days, he often moved a bench to sit by the door, enjoying the cigarettes that the team members handed him with flattering expressions, chatting with them, listening to them sing terrible songs, telling good jokes, and then laughing. He felt as if he had returned to Donglin and had become an old, unemployed miner. He sat silently by the side of the street and watched the children play. His face was filled with the marks of time in the mines, and his face was filled with wrinkles that were as tough as iron. Just like the 7 groups of small folk music concerts in the middle of the night, the sun was dazzling, the air was dry, and the smoke was pungent. Su Lu threw away the remaining half of the cigarette in his hand, pursed his cracked lips, and suspiciously took the miniature data storage box from Lan Xiaolong's hand that reached in through the door. He connected it to his phone. Looking at the images that appeared on the screen, he could not help but frown. The gendarmes guarding the door without any expression finally frowned. These days they were really tired from the various activities of Group 7. At this time, seeing that the other party seemed to be violating the confinement regulations and was secretly transmitting information, they finally could not help but want to stop it. At this time, Magnolia, who was leaning against the wall in a traditional posture with her head lowered, suddenly raised her head and glanced at the 2 gendarmes. Her gaze was as cold as a knife drawn from ice. The two gendarmes looked at each other and stood back to their original positions. Sulu turned off the images on the screen of his phone and looked at Lan Xiaolong angrily. You think that when a person is bored they should watch porn? Lan Xiaolong shrugged and said matter-of-factly, are boring literary films better to pass the time? Sulu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He thought to himself that if he wanted to watch porn, he could just ask the old man to send a few over and directly see the three-dimensional effect in his mind. What kind of enjoyment was that? At this moment, he saw a soldier wearing the military uniform of an armored division peeking in from the front door of the barracks. He chatted with the members of Group 7 who were guarding the door in a low voice for a while. Then he took one last look at the room where Sulu was locked up and left reluctantly. Sulu laughed. These days, the number of troops that often passed by the barracks of Group 7 had suddenly increased. They used all kinds of reasons and methods to stay at the door for a while longer. They curiously looked at the members of Group 7 and their director, who was already very famous and now even more famous, as if they were looking at gods. The soldiers in the base found out about the conflict between the Constitutional Bureau and Group 7 through various channels. If this kind of roar between an elephant and an ant could be considered a conflict, then there was no conflict. The explosive news of Sulu beating up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation on the warship had already spread throughout the base. The soldiers of the Federation, who had always disliked the Bureau of Proclamation but were still afraid of them, and the net-laying teams that had just retreated from the mountains all secretly applauded this matter. While they were rubbing their palms, they also began to worry about the fate of Sulu and Group 7. Now that there were suddenly so many people passing by, other than curiosity and excitement, it was actually the grassroots soldiers using their own methods to express some kind of powerless but particularly interesting support. Can you let us talk to the boss alone for a while? We don't have anything else to say, we just want to have a quiet chat. Bai Yulan withdrew her right leg from the wall and took out a pack of cigarettes from the pocket of her military uniform. She gave 2 cigarettes to the 2 military policemen responsible for guarding Sulu and then gently patted their shoulders. She looked at their slightly young faces and spoke softly. This is not in accordance with the rules, one of the military policemen replied with some hesitation. You should be very clear about our boss's personality these past few days. He won't run. Of course, if he wants to run, you definitely won't be able to stop him. Bai Yulan lit the cigarettes for them. The military policemen held the lit cigarettes as if they were holding a red-hot iron bar. Their expressions were abnormally nervous. Although the other party did not threaten them, they still felt a little uneasy when they saw the men fiddling with the chain magazines under the tree not far away. More importantly, the higher-ups of the military used this kind of childish method to imprison Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, which already represented a certain attitude. After a moment of silence, the military policeman who had been like a statue for the past few days finally loosened his body and resentfully left the door. He was warmly and happily welcomed by Gu Shifeng and the other team members into the room next door. Then there was the sound of beer being opened in the room. Sulu sat inside the door and looked at Bai Yulan's glowing face under the scorching sun outside the door. He quietly waited for her to speak. Right now, a lot of people in the base are saying that Lieutenant Colonel Sulu is a dog that bites without barking. Bai Yulan smiled and said, "Of course it's a compliment." "I didn't hear it," Sulu replied. He knew that the soldiers in the base probably thought of his quiet and somewhat wooden personality and his sudden outburst of events. After a moment of silence, he said thoughtfully, "Actually, I haven't always been this quiet. When I was young, I actually often said some sharp and unkind words. I wasn't any worse than Lan Xiaolong." At this moment, Lan Xiaolong was much quieter than usual. When he heard this sentence, he only shrugged to express his disdain. Bai Yulan thought to herself, "Your youth has always been a mystery. For so long, no one in Group 7 knew about it. Later, I realized that fists are more powerful than words, so now I'm not willing to say anything. I'm only willing to use my fists. I understand, but when I heard that you beat up an official from the Bureau of Proclamation on the battleship, I was still a little shocked." Bai Yulan lowered her eyes slightly and said, "In the past, Group 7 took on undercover work for the government and cooperated with the Bureau of Proclamation many times. I know that the Bureau of Proclamation is not to be trifled with. Not to be trifled with. The Constitution is dead but people are alive. But the officials in the Bureau of Proclamation are really like dead people. Although I heard that in that building, they would also tell some unfunny jokes like these brats in Group 7. Bai Yulan raised her head, looked into Su Li's eyes and said, "But last night news came from the battleship. The official surnamed Nyo, who was knocked out by you, was taken back to the main planet for treatment. However, the Bureau of Proclamation did not come up with any specific disciplinary measures against you. There's also something very puzzling. I heard that the Bureau of Proclamation team was severely criticized by the Bureau. Su Li's expression was calm. Even if all the friends around him and far away were worried about his safety, he was not too worried. He said, "In fact, I've been thinking for the past few days. The Bureau of Proclamation actually values Group 7 very much. Other than us, look at the other groups in the company including Black Hawk and Green Dragon Mountain. Which one of them would have a technical official from the Bureau of Proclamation?" Bai Yulan said the news she just found out because she wanted to see Su Li's reaction and see if this matter had anything to do with him. At this time, Su Li's answer did not solve her question at all. In the federal fleet that was patrolling outside the planet's atmosphere, the body of the command ship was not the largest, nor was it the most conspicuous. In the command hall on the second last floor, the Supreme Commander of the Theater of Operations, Deputy Commander E, sat silently in a large restraint chair. The cup of coffee next to his hand was already cold, but the general's mind could not be completely calm. As a senior commander who had experienced hundreds of battles, the fierce battle on the planet below could not affect his mood too much. Instead, the reaction of the Bureau of Proclamation yesterday had deeply shocked him. Confining Su Lu in the barracks of Group 7 was a military order that he personally signed. This was to protect the future of the young military. It was natural for the military to protect its own people. However, in his opinion, it would be difficult for Fei City and Zhou Yingxing to directly exert influence on the Bureau of Proclamation. The only person who could save Su Lu from the first charter was probably Mrs. Macho. After all, the Tai family had a close relationship with Su Lu, and the director of the Bureau of Proclamation just happened to have the surname of Macho. Macho Yingxing had not done anything in the past few days, but Su Lu was still safe and sound. He was so comfortable in confinement. Chapter 473. Macho didn't do anything at the back of the mountain, but there was no strong wind coming from the Bureau of Proclamation building. This fact surprised many people, and even made Deputy Commander E feel waves of coldness coming from the back of his head. Although he, like many senior military officers, watched Su Li's every step on the front line as if they were looking at a newborn beast, and he also knew the expectations that old Commander Fei Cheng had for this young man, the scene that happened in front of him was really hard for him to understand or even to imagine. The Bureau of Proclamation official who was knocked unconscious by Su Lu was taken back to the main planet of the Westwoods. What shocked everyone was that the Bureau of Proclamation not only did not immediately come up with a proposal to punish Su Lu, but also severely criticized the three groups of officials at the front line. The fierceness of the criticism was beyond people's imagination. What did this mean? The Bureau of Proclamation did not intend to hold Su Lu accountable, but instead showed a cold face to its subordinates because of the anger of this young lieutenant colonel? No one dared to believe this inference, including Deputy Commander E. Through the floor-to-ceiling porthole, he looked at the line-shaped radar on the gray-white battleship shell and the planet that was blue and gray-yellow. He fell into silence. S1 Capital Special District, at the end of the dead-end road, inside the gray Bureau of Proclamation building under the shade of green trees, an in-depth conversation about this matter was taking place. They only know how to stick to the dead rules all day long, and they still have to play the role of judge and guide in front of the troops. If I were not an officer at the front line, I'm afraid I would have already picked up the Qian and swept all these guys to death. The old Director E stared at the holographic screen that rose above the table, and a trace of deep mockery appeared on his slightly drooping lips. He continued in a light voice, "They can always act as harmonious and peaceful as a family comedy actor in this building, as if everyone is a changed or uglier Jian Shuier, telling witty jokes, and filling the office and underground with warm laughter forever. I always thought that a group of officials like this would not immediately turn into robots once they were released." After a moment of silence, Cui Zedong uneasily smiled and replied, "The officials who left the Bureau of Proclamation will always have some sense of superiority in their bones. Besides, after all, the business we are engaged in involves the safety of the Federation, so in addition to having a high level of authority, the staff must also have the sincere cooperation of the other troops of the Federation." Director E waved his hand to stop Cui Zedong's explanation and said, "If you have the authority and want to cooperate sincerely, then don't always think of using your authority to oppress others. As for the sense of superiority, they are just a group of service staff. I really don't know where this bullshit sense of superiority comes from." The smile on the old director's lips became more and more unfathomable. He said, "The safety of the Federation will always be related to the old guy, and it has nothing to do with us extension programs and cleaners." Cui Zedong was silent and smiled bitterly. He knew that the director was telling the truth, but the ordinary people and the various departments of the Federation did not know the internal workings of the Bureau of Proclamation. Glory shrouded everywhere, and the sense of mystery grew deeper because of the strict charter discipline, which was why the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were so respected and revered. If there were no major accidents, such as the sudden opposition of two-thirds of the members of the Federation in the Parliament, Assistant Chui Zedong would be the next director of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, in front of the old director, who had raised him single-handedly, he could not express any more persuasion or opposition. Last night, the director had personally signed a written document and scolded all the officers of the Bureau of Proclamation on the front lines. He did not know if this would improve the cooperation between the officers and the front lines. What I am most worried about now is Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's authority level. He looked at the director's slightly tired face and uneasily brought up another topic. Right now, we can't find out his exact authority level through various methods. However, according to Bai Ji's report and the testimony of another officer, he does indeed have the first sequence authority. In that case, the final activation program of the 163 network was indeed issued by him. 3 questions. Director Yi's expression became serious. First, when did he have this authority level? Second, why did he have this authority level? Third, in that base in the wilderness, there was no activation program in his hands. What method did he use to order the central computer to activate the entire network? Director Yi slowly closed his eyes and said in a low voice, "We all know that Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is the 72nd anomaly. We have been paying attention to him, but who can explain these 3 questions? Especially the last question. The data monitoring channel on the warship did not capture his communication with the central computer at all. Who can explain this problem?" "There is no explanation," Chui Zedong answered seriously. Director Yi was silent for a long time. Then he opened his eyes. With a slightly cloudy gaze, he looked at the continuously flashing white mechanical characters on the light screen in front of him and then fell like a waterfall. His voice was extremely calm. "Old man, can you answer these 3 questions?" The continuously pouring white mechanical characters on the light screen suddenly stopped and condensed into a line of clear human words. Lieutenant Colonel Su Li's acquisition of the first sequence authority is completely in accordance with the first charter. Other than this sentence, the cold and mechanical Federal Central Computer did not give any additional explanation. This was the umpteenth time the 2 leaders of the Bureau of Proclamation in the room had tried this kind of inquiry. They were extremely familiar with the Central Computer's answer. They knew that this meant that the granting of the authority level was a top secret. A top secret that even I do not have the authority to know. What kind of top secret is it? The beautiful scene before the catastrophe, or the promiscuous private life of the 5-man team? Director Yi's slightly drooping lips were once again filled with mockery, but this time it was self-mockery. From a certain perspective, this office of the Bureau of Proclamation was even more important than the president's official residence. The dead silence at this moment clearly showed how Su Li's level of authority level troubled the 2 people in the room. After a long silence, a faint light suddenly flashed through Director Yi's cloudy eyes. He said, "When was the authority level given out?" This time the Federal Central Computer did not hesitate and gave a very specific date, down to the second. At that time, Su Lu had already escaped from Donglin and was in the capital ring. He was the leader of Team 7 before the assassination. Chui Zedong had been secretly observing Su Lu for more than a year. As one of the very few people who knew Su Li's true identity, he warily and uneasily weaved the events that had happened to Su Lu into a deep time chain in his mind. That was why he blurted it out at this moment. Director Yi was silent for a long time. Then he took a deep breath and said with a sigh condensed from decades of work, "Humans will never be able to understand the thought pattern of this computer underground. Old man, don't you think so?" The characters on the light screen condensed again. "I don't know." "Since you don't know, then what are you doing?" "I don't care anymore." Director Yi stood up shakily and took out the golf club that he had used for many years from the back of his office chair. He smiled at Chui Zedong and said a few words before walking out of the door. Chui Zedong watched his back and could not help but bitterly laugh. The director had played golf for 30 years, but he still stubbornly refused to distinguish between iron and wooden clubs. Perhaps only such a powerful person with obsessive-compulsive disorder was qualified to be in charge of the Bureau of Proclamation. However, even the old director had left with a sigh in front of the lieutenant colonel named Su Lu twice in a row and did not ask again. He looked at the white mechanical characters that poured out like a waterfall on the light screen again, and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. In the end, it turned into a sigh. Was the first charter of the Federation 700,000 or 1,700,000 words? How much storage space would it take to put all those documents with additional annotations that were like a vast ocean? During his life as a fugitive, Sulu was extremely afraid of the first charter that covered countless aspects of life in the Federation but was invisible to him like air. Therefore, he did not dare to say that he completely understood the first charter even after studying it for a long time in the gatehouse and library of Ua University. From this perspective, should the military police be the soldiers that protect the dignity of the first charter? Sulu sat inside the door while Bayulan leaned against the door. 2 cigarettes were enough to send the other party away, but they did not have much confidence in their hearts. Even the former who had the ultimate weapon of mass destruction was the same. Other than the news from last night, the most important news right now is that this morning, the general attack on Planet 3320 has officially begun. Bayulan took a drag of the cigarette and said softly. Suli's eyes lit up. Planet 3320 was the most important military operation for this victory. The main forces of the Imperial Expeditionary Force were stationed here. The federal military had also invested the most powerful forces on this planet. The enemy's headquarters was placed on the battleship above the planet. The Tiger of the West Woods, who led the frontline forces, had also been eyeing this planet covetously. This is a truly important matter. How can our small matter compare to it? He shook his head and said, but no one answered. Because of the pressure of the invisible existence and the unknown feeling of not knowing what the outcome would be, the conversation inside and outside the confinement room was particularly dry. The expressions of several people were somewhat dull. Not far away, under the shade of a tree, the members of Group 7 also appeared somewhat powerless because of the dry air and stifling temperature of the plateau. They lowered their heads and silently carried out gun maintenance. They no longer had the energy to chat or sing unpleasant folk songs. If the headquarters really gave a cold and cruel punishment to Sulu, they would certainly be hot-headed, flipping out, and mutiny. No matter how bleak the final outcome, they would still seek revenge. However, the cold treatment of this matter by the higher-ups made them unable to use their strength. They were extremely depressed. Just as this seemingly endless dreary life that seemed to go on day after day and seemed to go on for countless days made their bodies dry and weak, a military vehicle suddenly drove to the front door of the barracks, and an officer walked out. The members of Group 7 all stood up and looked at him with vigilant eyes. However, no one would have thought that this officer would silently walk to the front of the confinement room, wave his hand and call 2 military police away. Without saying a word to the members in the barracks, he got on the military vehicle and left. The members were stunned. Chapter 474. The light always shone in from outside the door, and Suli's shadow always fell backward, unable to cross the threshold in front of him, just like how he still had a somewhat rule-abiding personality in his bones. He stood at the door and kept scratching his head in hesitation, unable to take a step forward for a long time, even though he knew that taking a step forward would mean some kind of freedom. No one issued an order, and the command center did not issue any instructions, but the 2 military police officers had already left silently. Was this a step to take or not to take? The members of Group 7 did not care about this. They all swarmed over and flooded into the confinement room that was originally off-limits. They raised their guns with one hand and cheered heartily, forcibly squeezing Sulu out of the room with human waves and foot odor. His feet landed on the fresh soil, and he was already sitting under the shade of a big tree. His 5 hands were spread out like branches, and his 5 hands were filled with cigarettes handed to him by his team members. Sulu could not help but sigh like an old man. So this is freedom. The Federal Army under the command of the Tiger of the West Woods forcibly resisted the questioning of the parliament members of the Capitol Ring. After dozens of days of silence, they quietly reconstructed the charter network, and then began an all-out offensive on the 3 fallen planets. More than 90 divisions were like countless hungry tigers, roaring on the surface of the 3 planets. With the computing power of the Federal Central Computer and the demon-revealing effect of the glory of the charter, they ruthlessly beat down the last main force of the Imperial Expeditionary Force. The current situation was very good for the Federation. The victorious military operation had entered the critical phase, and the countless combat teams responsible for laying the network on the 3 planets ushered in a rare rest time. They boarded the transport ships of the Federation and returned to the main planet of the West Woods. During the days of waiting for the rotational break, the silence of the Bureau of Proclamation made all the soldiers of the base certain that Sulu would accept any punishment. What a scene of spring sunshine and high spirits. Taking advantage of the fact that none of the superiors dared to challenge Su Lu at this time, the old members of Group 7 took the risk of going deep into the war zone. They collected the bodies of the sacrificed members at the riverbank and burned them into countless palms of gray-white and uneven bone ash. They stored them in a ceremonial military coffin with great care. When they suddenly received the order to retreat, the members of Group 7 were filled with unwillingness, especially the new members. They looked at the cannons in the distance and felt excited. They wanted to rush to the front lines and kill the enemy. They wanted to avenge their fallen comrades. However, half of the 100 or so members were injured. Half of the injured were heavily injured, and half of the seriously injured had already been sacrificed. With such a huge loss, it was impossible for the military command to allow them to remain at the front line. At this moment, Lan Xiaolong said indifferently, "There will be more battles in the future. Just wait and see." This sentence convinced many people. Although it was difficult to say that the members retreated willingly, they did not have too many conflicting emotions. On the transport ship returning to the main planet, the members of Group 7 received another gift. The Shell Motor Company sent a generous allowance to all the members' accounts. This was an order signed by the CEO of the Shell Motor Company. It bypassed the Whitewater Security Company and was directly transferred to the members' personal accounts. It was to commend them for their achievements on the front lines in the West Woods, for their contributions to the Federation's peace and for their contributions to the Shell Motor Company. A monthly allowance of 170,000 Federation dollars was undoubtedly a rare benefit in the Federation. However, the new members of Group 7, those hedonistic old soldiers, really did not care about this. They had a good environment and a prominent family background. It was enough for them to see this as a small amount of money. But what was very strange was that after the new members received this allowance, they were all very excited. This was because, for them, this kind of money that they earned themselves was a rare honor and the most authentic sense of accomplishment. Beside the porthole of the warship, Symbol once said seriously, "Motherfucker, this is the first money that I earned. In the end, it was exchanged with my life. I have to spend it all to feel good." The Federation's air-to-ground transport ship had a unique shape. It was like an all-terrain fighter that had been enlarged many times. However, its two wings were particularly wide and thick. Its entire body was silver white and it was like a fat goose. Therefore, every time the transport ship entered the atmosphere and slowly landed, it would always attract a lot of curiosity and fresh gazes from the public. It was really rare to see a fully metal goose swaying and breaking through the air, creating countless sharp whistling sounds as it descended. However, this was not the case these 2 days because there were too many Federation's transport ships that had landed above the base. After the general attack on the 3 fallen planets was launched, the more than 20,000 net-laying teams all retreated back to the main planet in a short period of 3 days. The transport ship took off and landed so frequently that even the workers outside the base who were responsible for unblocking the canals were a little bored. In the northwest corner of Long Wind Base, the members of Group 7 walked out from the belly door of the transport ship in a single file. Then they stood solemnly on the tarmac in the strong wind and waited in formation. Behind them, 6 recruits wearing white gloves slowly walked over. They were carrying a black ceremonial military coffin. Their faces were red, but their expressions were extremely serious. The corners of their military uniforms did not tremble in the slightest. All around them, there were soldiers who had finished their mission cheering as they walked past. It was not easy for them to leave the bloody front line and welcome a rare opportunity to rest and play. Once they were disbanded, the heroic Federation soldiers turned into countless wild ducks without hesitation and flew away in all directions. Group 7 in formation was not disturbed in the slightest. They still stood solemnly in formation and did not wrinkle their brows even when the wind blew. The other troops who were cheering also noticed the abnormality. After a few whispers, they knew that they were Group 7. They subconsciously lowered their pink voices and even their footsteps became much softer. The last ones to walk down the warship were Su Lu, Bai Yulan, and Lan Xiaolong. The 3 of them represented the highest leadership level of Group 7. This was not a rule set by the military or the Nutshell Company, but a natural result of their bloody fighting career. Su Lu walked to the front of the team. Bai Yulan and Lan Xiaolong very tacitly stopped and stood behind him. He was wearing the sunglasses that Zhou Yu sent over half a year ago. He was holding a thick tobacco that was specially sent by 7th Young Master Li. He silently stood there and seemed to be extremely cool. But this seemed to be a little too similar to Du Shaoqing. Su Lu looked at the solemn team and laughed at himself in his heart. He took off the sunglasses, revealing a pair of sincere and amiable small eyes. He took off the thick tobacco in his mouth and threw it to Yan Bingyan, who was the most addicted to smoking in the team. "Attention!" Lan Xiaolong loudly shouted behind him. The members of Group 7 all stood at attention and did not move. Su Le glanced at the ceremonial military coffin on the right side of the team that contained the ashes of his subordinates. After a moment of silence, he said, "I once had a conversation with a respectable lady. I believe that people will always die and only reasons can make them stay. But if you think about it seriously, the truth that everyone firmly believes in, which means that the truth that we judge for ourselves, may not necessarily last forever." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "But I still believe that some things are more important than death. For example, resisting the invasion of the Imperium, saving the survivors of the 3 fallen planets, making the Imperium pay for their slaughter. No matter whether these reasons can last forever, I believe that the vitality of these reasons is much longer than the lives of us in our 80s or 90s. So some sacrifices are valuable." Sulu looked at the military coffin on the right side of the team and the Federation flag on the coffin and said, "Not to mention that these brothers died so that you could live, so I believe that even if it is for them, you should live a better life." He saw that the son of the governor, Da Vinci, had a warm smile on his lips and nodded vigorously. "Please forget them and live a good life," Sulu finally said. Lan Xiaolong loudly shouted behind him, "Dismissed." "Well said," Bai Yulan said behind him. "I'm not born with a stone. I told you last time, but I got used to using my fists, which made me seem a little barbaric and monotonous." Sulu looked at the slightly restless team members and said with a trace of self-mockery, "When I was young, I didn't know how sharp my tongue was. And don't forget, I have the qualifications to be a level 1 technical supervisor of the Nutshell Mobile. No matter what, I should be considered an intellectual, right?" Bai Yulan was silent and thought to herself, "You are starting to mention the youth that no one knows about again." She couldn't help but feel a little depressed, her willowy eyebrows fluttering in the wind on the tarmac. The members of Team 7 didn't take the military vehicles sent by the base and walked to the periphery. The team members followed the style of Old 7 and Unit 8384. Their expressions were slick and every bone seemed incomparably loose. They walked with the demeanor of a hooligan. However, unlike the other troops, they didn't disperse in a hubbub. Originally they were in a square formation, but at this time they became a loose mass of meat, tightly united around Sulu in the center, not willing to disperse even a single step. Sulu looked at the heads around him and felt a little strange. He thought that the disbanding was already announced, but the members of Team 7, this rich army, didn't really disperse. Right at this time, Shipeng squeezed to his side and hesitantly asked in a low voice, "Boss, just now you said that we have to forget our dead brothers and live well. We feel that it is very reasonable. They want to ask you, do you want to go with us?" "Go to do what?" Sulu asked. "To do what you said." Shipeng began to fumble for the cigarettes in her military uniform and said with a silly smile, "We are going to find some women." The wind and long wind bass seemed to suddenly become stronger, blowing the expression on Suli's face to become extremely complicated and interesting. 3 hours later. There was a street 13 kilometers away from the Golden Star Hotel. The street was full of 3-dimensional fantasy lights. Countless beautiful waitresses wearing light purple dresses were politely and quietly waiting outside the shop next to the Stone Lions. The Sunset nightclub in Sunset State was the largest and most luxurious entertainment venue. Tonight, it was booked by a group of rough men wearing military uniforms without epaulets. Chapter 475. At the end of the last constitutional era, the Federation and the Empire suddenly met, and then began a war that lasted for decades. The Westwoods region at the front line had a large number of troops all year round, especially during wartime. Soldiers and war supplies from all the galaxies of the Federation gathered here. Warships silently cruised outside the atmosphere, transport ships like a flock of birds passed through the sky above the city. The people walking on the bustling streets had long been used to calm expressions, but the figures in dark military uniforms that often appeared showed that this place had long become a magnificent military camp. The Sunset State, the main planet of the Westwoods, was famous for its silver beaches and blue seas. It was the top tourist destination in the Federation, and at that time the service industry here was extremely developed. Decades of martial law had caused the tourism industry in the Sunset State to shrink, but the countless batches of Federation soldiers resting here made the service industry more developed and more direct. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes. Where there were men, there were brothels. The soldiers of the Federation who retreated from the front line back to the main planet to rest were tens of thousands of bachelors. Their bodies were full of hunger and thirst, and they were greatly stimulated by the life and death battles on the battlefield, so naturally, they needed to find a place to vent. The Federation government and military had always maintained a silent and non-interfering attitude towards the places and sanatoriums all over the Sunset State. They couldn't let the brave soldiers shed blood and tears on the front line and not find a way to have fun when they returned to the rear. That would be too loveless. Once there was no love, what followed was hatred, and that was why the rate of sex crimes in the Westwoods sharply increased. As the saying goes, turn a blind eye to it so that everyone would feel better. 23 Blue Sea Street, the capital of the Sunset State, was a nightclub called Golden Splendor. This independent building that looked like a blue luminous box was rumored to have collected beautiful girls from all over the Federation. Whether it was the decoration or the service, it was extremely luxurious and charming. A place like this was not a place that ordinary soldiers could explore with their allowance, but it didn't prevent the army from describing this place as a man's holy land. But tonight, this nightclub attracted a lot of trouble. At the entrance, officers left with gloomy expressions from time to time. In the last crowd, a major stared coldly at the manager. Listening to the manager's gentle explanation, he was in an extremely bad mood. They were the rotational warfare officers from the 2nd Military Region. Tonight, they had to entertain a few of their comrades who had just retired from the front lines. These comrades belonged to a well-known unit in the 3rd Military Region. They were obviously not qualified enough for a normal occasion, but what made them feel extremely embarrassed was that when they arrived at the entrance, they were actually refused entry by the nightclub. Although they were angry, the officers did not overreact. Since the Golden Resplendents dared to open a business in the capital of the Sunset Province, where the military ran rampant, and had been operating in such a high profile for decades, it naturally had a very deep background behind it. He could only throw down a few words in annoyance and resentfully turn to leave. The nightclub manager looked at the back of the officer as he left. He straightened his body that had been bowing and apologizing. He couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead and sigh softly. Of course, his boss wasn't afraid of a mere major, but as a subordinate, he didn't dare to provoke these soldiers who couldn't find a way to vent their anger. Turning around and looking at the nightclub that he had managed for several years, a bitter smile appeared on the manager's face. He wondered what the origin of the army inside was. The Golden Resplendence, which was enough to accommodate 500 guests at the same time, was actually booked by a few dozen people without any hesitation. In terms of background, Group 7 was without a doubt the most untouchable team. This team was filled with the descendants of the chairman, the sons of the governor, and the sons of tycoons. To go against the forces behind these princes at the same time, other than the strong and stubborn President Pabre, probably only someone with a temperament like Sulu could do it. This group of old soldiers who didn't care about the amount of money naturally didn't understand the meaning of sharing and saving. To spend an allowance of 170,000 yuan per person in one night, other than the Golden Resplendence, there was really no other place to go. It's nothing. Normal people wouldn't dare to provoke this nightclub. Bai Yulan walked back from the entrance and said to the slightly worried Sulu, "The owner of this nightclub has some connections. I heard that he can freely enter and leave Latitude 2 District 36. Sulu felt that this name was familiar and asked, "Where is this place?" "The old house of the Zhong family in the West Woods," Bai Yulan replied. Sulu nodded. Someone who could freely enter and leave the old house of the Zhong family probably didn't dare to provoke in the West Woods. But why did the address of the old house of the Zhong family sound so familiar to him? While he was seriously recalling, his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of music coming from downstairs. The outer walls of the Golden Resplendence nightclub were covered with faint blue lights, but the lights inside the building were mainly lavender, reflecting on the black and gray decorative walls and floor, making it look quite stylish. On the wine island carved from fragrant wood, there were all kinds of mixed drinks, and the lavender lights rippled in the wine, creating a charming hue. To the west was an exaggerated glass wall, and the wall was filled with natural seawater. Countless small golden fish were following two long golden arowanas as they swam up and down. Inside the transparent hall on the second floor, waitresses in extremely short uniforms were carrying black wooden trays, smiling as they wandered around. Their slender white high heels supported their slender white legs, and the exquisite design of their uniforms outlined the curves of the young girls. When the soothing music became slightly more passionate, the waitresses' long legs seemed to become lighter, and with their soft waists and bright red full lips on their delicate faces, it was enough to arouse the desire in the depths of any man's heart. The members of Group 7 talked and laughed loudly as they drank the good wine in their glasses. Not long after, all the mixed drinks were taken away and replaced with Wenjun number 3. Wenjun brandy, one of the most famous spirits in the Federation, was produced in the Ganzhou Hills district of Region S3. Among them, number 3 was a treasure that had been in the cellar for more than 30 years. Not only was it expensive, but it was also rare. These rich kids ordered 80 bottles of number 3 as soon as they opened their mouths. Even the golden resplendence was caught off guard, and it took them a full 20 minutes to get it. Alcohol, music, cigarettes, and beautiful women. A psychedelic atmosphere shrouded the air inside the building, washing away the light purple lights and making them even dimmer. Some of the members of Group 7 were playing billiards, some were throwing darts, and some were already drunk. They were doing something they would never do in the capital ring, and that was holding a microphone and singing the military's bloody battle song with a hoarse voice as if their lives depended on it. A few of the members who drank an entire bottle of spirits in 5 minutes were already drunk, and their eyes were in a mess. For some reason, sorrow rose from their hearts, and they hugged the people beside them and cried bitterly. Then they got up and drank again and laughed exaggeratedly. The so-called battlefield PTSD, or the thought of sacrificed comrades, always made people more emotional like little animals. The manager and service staff of the nightclub had long been used to this kind of scene, but they were a little moved by the extravagance of these soldiers, and secretly hoped that these people would not cause trouble after drinking. Since they had booked the whole place, all the girls in the nightclub came out. A few hundred girls accompanied the 80 to 90 men, and each member had 2 or 3 girls next to them. Although the forest of flesh beside the wine pool was covered by trimmed willow leaves, it could not hide the waves of perfume and fragrance that filled the entire place. The scene was spectacular. The girls' eyes were like flowers. Although they were young, they had already seen countless people, and they had long seen the difference in this group of soldiers. Although they looked like ordinary soldiers, the stack of cash that appeared in their soft breasts from time to time made them wonder if they had the right to say that they were knowledgeable. Were there really so many rich young masters and soldiers in this world? Su Lu and a few officers sat in the largest private room on the 2nd floor. In front of them, there were members who rushed upstairs to propose a toast. Even he was forced to drink a few glasses and he was a little tipsy. In the end, he could not resist the eager and passionate gazes of the people around him, and he agreed to let the girls in. The most important thing in the Federal Army was honor, a sense of belonging, and a strict hierarchy. Everything had to be followed by rules. Even the absurd collective whoring of prostitutes had to be followed by rules. Therefore, the most famous girls of the majestic nightclub had always been reserved for this big box. None of the members downstairs dared to talk to them. The red card girls who had been standing outside the door for a long time were very curious about the guests who had booked the whole place today, and even more so, they wanted to know who was sitting in the main private room. At this time, when the order was given, the girls entered in a line with guessing intentions. They lined up in 2 rows in front of the main room. Some bowed their heads shyly, some were calm and gentle, and some had vicissitudes of life in their eyes. There were many different styles. At this time, Su Lu put down his wine glass and subconsciously looked up. Suddenly, he saw a girl wearing a black dress looking at him with her mouth slightly open. A trace of surprise flashed through his heart. He felt that this girl was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. At this time, the members in the private room, who had long been unable to hold themselves back, began to take attendance. Shi Peng, who had the highest status among the young masters, had long been accustomed to his existence as Su Li's personal guard. He held a thick stick of tobacco and very familiarly arranged people. Of course, he first arranged the best girl to be next to Su Lu. No one would have thought that at this time, the girl wearing the black dress gently clenched her fists and nervously walked over to Su Lu. This was definitely against the rules. Shi Peng's eyebrows wrinkled. The female manager who led the team into the room had a slightly panicked expression. She didn't know if she would offend these people of unknown origin, but obviously not to be trifled with. At this time, Su Lu suddenly scratched his head and happily grinned. He didn't dare to be sure and asked, "Lulu?" The girl wearing the black dress was slightly startled. It seemed that she didn't expect this little boy to remember her name. A trace of pleasant surprise appeared on her face, and she sweetly smiled and sat down. The room was silent. Whether it was the members or the girls, they all looked at the young man and woman in astonishment. The girls were shocked that Lulu actually knew this big shot who was obviously a senior officer. The members of Group 7 were more shocked and envious. They secretly thought to themselves, no wonder the frontline troops always said that their manager was a dog that bites but doesn't bark. What a well-behaved young man. Who would have thought that he was actually such a playboy? As the prospective son-in-law of the Minister of Defense, He had an ambiguous relationship with the national idol who was doted on by tens of thousands of people. He even had who knows how many times with that Green Dragon Mountains Yi. Now that he was countless light years away from the capital ring, he could actually casually walk into a nightclub and see his old flame. I'm going home. I need to quickly pass the road test in the next 2 days and then go back to Daqing to fix up the house. The feeling during the annual meeting was actually very good. It was rare for everyone to get together, drink some wine and talk. To be honest, what we talked about was mostly about writing books. We were more dedicated to our work than we thought. As for the card game that White Bird mentioned, that was organized by that guy. 72, the Enchantress, and I were all dragged to the table by him. 72, the Enchantress, and I didn't know how to play at all. I swear on my father's integrity that this fatty did this last year. We only played for an hour in total. 72 and I didn't lose a single cent and didn't win a single cent. The winner won very little and even had to treat us to hot pot. Snowball had more than 10 people and played 2 tables. The Enchantress paid the bill and won the Enchantress. They only won 40 renminbi. Isn't this a huge loss? P.S. Speaking of the book, I really wrote that chapter when I was drunk. Today I seriously looked back and found that other than a few typos, the quality was really good. It was very unexpected. During the dinner at night, I was still chatting with my friends. After drinking, I could only write poems, but it was difficult to write stories. Except for a god like Blood Red. But it seems that is not the case. Although drinking makes one sleepy, as long as one's obsession is strong enough and one keeps the promise, one can always write something good. Yesterday, when they saw the words "resplendent" on the road to Kunming, all the comrades from Shanghai collectively exclaimed. Of course you have to believe that I'm from CJ. All of us are from CJ. This is the truth. This society is not as CJ as we want it to be. If you seriously think about it, this group of otakus who write web novels are the most CJ people. Chapter 476. The door was tightly shut, and the music in the luxurious private room started again, but no one was singing. In the mixed atmosphere of tobacco and alcohol, the members of Group 7 and the red card girls beside them whispered to each other. They seemed to be chatting happily, but in fact, their eyes and hearts were always looking in that direction. The high-grade densely woven fabric covering the sofa was like lines on a zebra. At the end of the line, in the darkness, or in other words at the end of the line, Sulu was holding a wine glass with both hands and chatting with the girl in the black dress with great interest. The people in the room were very curious. Who was this girl named Lulu? What was the relationship between her and Sulu? How have you been recently? Sulu looked into her eyes seriously and asked. Because of his attitude, Lulu felt very warm. She pursed her lips and said with a sweet smile, "Of course it's better to do it in the nightclub than in the Stars Club. It's just that the West Woods is too far away from home and it's hard to go home. Sometimes I feel too bored. I didn't expect to see someone I know today." It was a small story from a long time ago. If it wasn't for the scandal of the national girl that all the media outlets in the Federation were hyping up last year, and the image of Sulu wearing sunglasses appeared on TV many times, Lulu might not have remembered the cute and interesting boy from back then. It was also because of the TV news that she learned that the cute boy she met once was now a celebrity in the Federation. She was shocked and naturally paid more attention to his news. That was why she was able to recognize Sulu at a glance under the psychedelic light tonight. At that time she was very nervous, but still bravely stood up and recommended herself under the light. She didn't expect him to remember her, but for some reason she had a faint desire. Unexpectedly, he actually recognized her. Yes, this beautiful girl in the black dress was Lulu, the girl that Sulu met in the lounge of the club when he took Tai Ziyuan for a date. That story was too old and subtle. Other than leaving a legend of a chicken turning into a phoenix in Linhai's nightclub, it couldn't leave too many marks in the numb history of the nightclub. Ace by Chi became the mistress of a mysterious young man, and her sisters from back then still had to continue their lives of selling sex. Sulu shouldn't have remembered, but he really didn't. Human memory was always a wonderful thing. Perhaps they would never meet again, but there would always be a few beautiful fragments left in the bottom of their hearts. That day when he woke up in the clubhouse, his fingertips touched the girl's soft thighs. This beautiful girl, who was younger than him but forced him to call her sister Lulu, wore pajamas and a pair of slippers, and insisted on painting her toenails next to him. With a hint of teasing, she kept seducing him. He also chatted with her in the clubhouse, playing cards and chatting with her in the clubhouse's room, bored and full of absurdity. These were all memories that were hard to forget. Sulu poured her a glass of wine. Looking at the girl who didn't age but was even more beautiful, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart that didn't match his age. At that time he was a poor concierge and she was a girl in the clubhouse. Now he was a famous person in the Federation, leading hundreds of people and holding many guns. She was still the same kind of girl, but she just changed her workplace. Time passed too quickly. A few years had passed in the blink of an eye, and the world had changed a lot. Tai Ziyuan, the lifeless prince, would probably never be the real crazy teenager like he was back then. Lulu took a sip of wine and noticed the surprised expressions of the other people in the room. She couldn't help but feel nervous. She slightly looked up at Sulu. From an ordinary girl in the clubhouse in Linhai City to a popular girl in the Golden Splendor nightclub, she must have been doing well these years. In fact, she was very beautiful back then, but she was too stubborn when she was young, so she couldn't stand out. Over the years, she gradually cut off the stubbornness of her youth, and her whole person seemed to be quieter and gentler, but it was unknown whether it was the appearance that had been tempered by the vicissitudes of life. This place is very formal and the owner treats us well. We directly go to the second-level medical insurance and we are responsible for a round trip every year. Lulu smiled and continued the previous topic. Probably because she felt like they had just met, she suppressed her nervousness and took the initiative to sit next to Sulu. However, she didn't want him to show a trace of sympathy for her, so she answered very seriously and pretended to be calm. Sulu himself was a mining orphan at the bottom of society. When he was young, he went to various sanatoriums with his uncle, and was used to being teased by those sisters. How could he show sympathy for her? That's not bad. He answered very seriously, and then without hesitation he told her his contact information. Lulu was obviously stunned by his actions. Didn't this young man know that they were on two different levels? Shouldn't he keep a distance from her to avoid trouble? Su Li's tone was very serious, and his action of leaving his contact information was very natural. The girl was extremely warmed by his action of revealing his true nature. She raised her head and looked at him in a daze. After a long while she came back to her senses. She lowered her head and poured a glass of wine to hide her true emotions. She asked sincerely in a low voice, "Can you tell me how Bai Chi is now?" Back then, Bai Chi was only an A-list prostitute in the clubhouse. She couldn't even be considered a high-class prostitute. After a night of sex, she became an official mistress of the Qianshi Tai family. Although only a few people knew the true identity of her patron, she was already a legend in the Linhai entertainment scene. However, Lulu had always been worried about this sister of hers who had never been heard from again. Sulu heard the sincerity in her question and thought that this girl's temperament was really good. After pondering for a moment, he said with a smile, "As far as I know, she's doing very well." Because of his emotions, Sulu drank a few glasses of strong wine in a row. He was very drunk, but his stomach felt a little hungry. He really wanted to eat something. His right hand unnaturally wrapped around Lulu's soft waist. His fingertips touched the slightly warm smoothness through the thin fabric of her clothes. It was a little stiff. Lulu clearly felt the change in Su Li's mood and snickered in her heart. Then she really felt a trace of shyness that she hadn't felt in a long time. She curiously raised her beautiful face and looked at his side profile seriously. She was looking forward to what would happen tonight. To be honest, she was really willing. It wasn't because the student back then had become a big shot, but because of the details tonight, the beautiful details. Sulu noticed that the atmosphere in the private room was a little strange. The music was getting louder and louder and the lights were getting blurry. However, the men and women in the room were sitting on the sofa with slightly uneasy expressions. A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lulu's face. She gently bit her plump red lips and whispered in his ear, "The topless costume should have been over a long time ago." When Sulu was in the capital, he was often dragged to some high-class clubs by the seventh young masterly. He saw a lot of the charming and even obscene scenes of those small stars offstage. Although he had never really tasted meat, he was not unfamiliar with this situation. After a moment of silence, he knew that it was because he was in the private room that the team members were a little uneasy. He was even more unwilling to let Lulu stay here. Although she was definitely not anyone to him, but when he thought of that kind of scene, his hidden male heart began to feel unhappy. He took Lulu's hand and stood up. He said to the people in the room, "We're going to eat supper. You guys have fun." The 7 men were stunned for a moment. They stared blankly at Sulu dragging the beautiful girl out of the room. When they saw the door was closed, they finally understood what had happened. In an instant, a burst of strong cheers broke out. Bai Yulan, who had been silently sitting in the shadows, pulled away the girl's hand that was on her thigh. She gave a few of the older team members a look. The team members in the hall of the nightclub watched Sulu drag the girl out of the building. Under the influence of alcohol, They completely forgot the hatred and fear they had for this guy. One after another they whistled excitedly. The whistling made Lulu shy like never before. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. It wasn't until they walked out of the nightclub and stood under the blue sky that the cool sea breeze in the distance woke her up a little. She knew that all this wasn't a dream. Although I know that at this time, it's best not to disturb you, but for your safety we have to follow. Bai Yulan, Xiong Linquan and a few others hurried out of the nightclub. She looked at Su Lu and said with a bitter smile. No need. Su Lu smiled and shook his head. We're just going to eat supper. Everyone raised a middle finger in their hearts at the same time. Bai Yulan said calmly, don't forget the news that the Ministry of Defense and the Federation Bureau of Investigation sent last time. The two experts from Bermuda want to kill you. The Sunset State is their only chance. Lulu, who had been leaning against Su Lu like a docile little lamb, raised her head in surprise. She did not understand what they were talking about. Don't worry. The two experts haven't come to the Sunset State yet. When they arrive I'll tell you. I believe that you, the real experts, won't just stand by and watch me be killed by them. Su Lu said with certainty. It was difficult for him to explain the source of his information to his subordinates. Under the cover of certain aristocratic families, the Federation Bureau of Investigation was unable to track down the two killers. However, he was the #1 target of protection under the charter. The moment the Federal Central Computer received the alert, it began to comb through all the new chip signals that entered the border between the West Woods and Bermuda. Faced with such a huge amount of data flow, only the Central Computer, whose computing power was unimaginably terrifying, could make an accurate judgment by consuming a large amount of resources. In fact, in less than 2 days after the two experts from Bermuda entered the West Woods, all their tracks had been tracked down by the old man and then sent to Su Lu. The glory of the charter was like a holy light behind Su Lu. Within the Federation, who could assassinate him? Bai Yulan was silent for a moment. She glanced at the girl beside him and said softly, be careful of your influence. 5 minutes later, Su Lu and Lulu arrived at a night market not far from the nightclub, hand in hand. Because the sea breeze was a little dry? Because they had seen too many deaths on the battlefield? Or perhaps it was because they had met a girl from the past on the front lines far away from home. No one in the Sunset State would recognize him at night. He held the girl's hand without restraint. It was soft and very comfortable. In front of them was a large chrysanthemum garden by the sea. Therefore this night market was called the Chrysanthemum Night Market. Sitting on a high stool beside the circular food tray, Sula didn't have time to gently stroke the girl's hair that was messed up by the sea breeze. His slightly narrowed eyes fell on the two sides. There were two groups of soldiers sitting on both sides of the night market. One group of soldiers was wearing light military uniforms without any insignia. They sat upright and had strict military discipline. They were the anti-government troops from Green Dragon Mountain who had come to the front lines of the West Woods to provide support. The other group of soldiers who were staring at the anti-government troops from Green Dragon Mountain with hostile eyes were from the 2nd Military Region. Chapter 477. There were chrysanthemums in the Chrysanthemum Night Market, and they were arranged next to the turntable. Sulu was worried about the hidden emotions between the two groups of soldiers. The waiter calmly pushed over a dozen plates of food and 4 bottles of cold beer. Probably because he had seen too many dramas of soldiers in the night market, he was already used to it and wasn't nervous at all. Although the soldiers on both sides of the night market were brewing an angry atmosphere, they probably had misgivings about the military police all over Sunset Province, so they didn't make a move. Sula shook his head. He used the tip of his finger to scratch his slightly itchy eyebrows. He let go of the worry in his heart and opened the bottle of beer to pour a cup for Lulu. The golden liquid overflowed the cup with foam. Right now, they weren't in the luxurious room of the Golden Splendor nightclub. He and the girl were alone in the sea breeze, and for a moment they couldn't find much to talk about. They were originally strangers, but they coincidentally met many years ago. Su Li's silence was because some of the troops were nervous. The smoke of the battlefield and the contract of life and death could arouse the instinctive desires of humans. It was probably because of the fear of death that the subconscious delayed the outbreak of lust. He was a normal young man, so on this cold night, he naturally had some expectations and excitement. Lulu was also secretly a bit nervous, but she also felt awkward because it was completely inconsistent with her profession. Thus, the two could only lower their heads and smile as they drank, chatting about the architectural style of Linhai Province. However, this was not something that Sulu was good at, something that Miss Lulu would know. He didn't know how many glasses of beer had gone down his stomach, but the alcohol had gotten to his head. The girl beside him had become even more beautiful and alluring. Sulu felt his face heat up. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly heard a mocking voice coming from his right. "A bunch of bumpkins, looks like you're really used to being poor in those crappy mountains. So many of you only order so little to eat. I say, you've already spent so much of our military funds, why are you still pretending to be poor?" The one who said this was an officer of the 2nd Military Region. Probably because he drank too much, he no longer had any scruples and vented all of the disdain and hatred in his heart. When they heard this extremely bitter ridicule, the Federation government soldiers began to roar with laughter. They provocatively shouted at the night market owner, saying that they wanted to add more food to the anti-government army. When the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers heard these noises, they angrily raised their heads and stared in that direction. Dressed in thin, light-colored military uniforms, they looked like a group of miscellaneous soldiers, but their discipline was really very strict. Although they were angry, they maintained absolute silence. However, it was this silence that suddenly erupted with a certain kind of aura, oppressing the entire night market inexplicably. Sulu saw that Lulu was a bit nervous. "No," he explained, to him. "To the Federation's special force, is now the Federation's first." Hearing his explanation, Lulu didn't feel relieved. The fear on her face became even stronger. After all, she was an ordinary girl living in S1. She had heard a lot of propaganda from the federal government since she was young. It was easy for her to associate the anti-government army with violent, bloody, and cruel words. Sulu remained silent. Today the Federation was reconciled. President Pabre and Nanshue's leader held a historic handshake. The Green Dragon Mountain anti-government army was reorganized into the 1st Special Force. However, no one knew when that crack in people's hearts would truly be erased. Even he himself often forgot the name of the 1st Special Force. He habitually called these soldiers the anti-government army. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers in the corner of the night market lowered their heads under the cold gaze of their commanding officer. They continued to quietly eat, from time to time picking up the water bottle beside them to drink a mouthful of water. Sulu looked at the few plates of food on their table as well as the cheap food on the plates. He felt a bit moved in his heart. He was moved by the other side's iron-like military discipline, as well as their unique temperament. That was a type of idealistic luster that could only be set off by simple and even poverty. But since it had already been reorganized, the Federation government wouldn't go so far as to cut off the other side's supplies. A trace of doubt flashed through Su Li's ink-black brows. He took out a military encrypted phone and dialed Shi Qinghai's number. No one answered the phone. The doubt between his ink-black brows turned into a bit of worry. Mr. Shi was nominated by Green Dragon Mountain and directly appointed by the president to be the liaison officer between the two sides. His position was extremely high. Could it be that he had to go on some dangerous mission? The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers had just returned from the front lines. Their bodies were covered in dust. They had just disembarked from the warship and were randomly looking for a place to fill their stomachs. Unexpectedly, they chose the Chrysanthemum Night Market, the place that soldiers loved to gather. This group of simple and unadorned soldiers used the fastest speed to finish the food on their plates. The plates were very clean and not a single grain of rice was wasted. They then prepared to line up and leave. It was clear that the Green Dragon Mountain troops had received strict instructions before coming to the front lines to avoid conflict with the government army as much as possible. The officer who didn't wear any Federation insignia walked up to the counter and took out a few bills to settle the bill. He said a few words to the waiter and then smiled and nodded his head to express his thanks. The subordinate soldiers knew that they had finished talking. They took out the water bottles beside them and walked up to the counter to begin lining up. In an extremely orderly manner, they collected water from the night market water purifier and filled the water bottles to the brim. Seeing this scene, Sulu was somewhat moved. He wasn't the only one who was moved. After a moment of silence, the soldiers of the 2nd Military Region watched as these Green Dragon Mountain soldiers prepared to leave. Their exceptionally intense emotions stirred up by the alcohol could no longer be controlled. I suddenly understand why these bumpkins who only know how to kill their own people are willing to spend money to come to this night market to eat. A major looked at the Green Dragon Mountain troops who were currently collecting water and said mockingly, "Do you guys understand?" All the officers at the table shook their heads with disdain. Tonight, they had originally planned to invite a few of their comrades from the 3 Military Region to the Golden Splendor Night Club, but in the end, they couldn't enter. They had long been suppressing their anger. On the way, they just so happened to run into a lower-ranked company, so the 100 or so people decided to just drink in the night market. Who would have thought that when they were drunk to the point of excitement, they would run into their mortal enemies? How could they let go of this opportunity to humiliate them? That major coldly laughed and said, "That's because these bastards are so poor that they don't have the money to find women, and they also don't have the qualifications to dance with the female members of the arts and crafts troupe. Now that they've joined us, they don't dare to forcefully snatch female students. This is so fucking sullen. They could only blow up their own people's chrysanthemums." Chrysanthemum night market? I think the barracks they live in are also called chrysanthemum barracks. As soon as these words were spoken, there was another wave of extremely unbridled laughter from the government army. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers who were currently queuing up to collect water all raised their heads with a whoosh, staring at them angrily. Most of them couldn't keep their cool anymore after being provoked by these malicious words. They began to coldly roll up their thin military uniform sleeves, as if they were rolling up their martial force. In Sunset Province, it was very common for soldiers to fight after drinking. Seeing that the Green Dragon Mountain side seemed to be preparing to move, the government army soldiers didn't show any fear. They coldly stood up, gripping the ice-cold beer bottles on the table. That Green Dragon Mountain officer calmly waved his hand, suppressing the anger of his subordinates. After a moment of silence, he looked at the distant government army soldiers and said, "I will make a complaint about today's matter to the headquarters through the liaison office." "You're welcome to make a complaint, Officer Chrysanthemum. However, I advise you to put on the glorious epaulets of the Federal Army before you make a complaint. Since you've already joined us, then don't even think about keeping any face," that major of the 2nd Military Region said. The government soldiers behind him began to whistle, and countless obscenities spewed out. Sulu was silent for a moment. He left his chair and turned to the group of government soldiers on his right. According to his temperament, if these people who deliberately stirred up trouble and disregarded the Federation's overall situation to humiliate Green Dragon Mountain were from other troops, he wouldn't have been able to restrain himself from flipping out long ago. Even though he was an important target of the federal military's nurturing, even though he didn't have the slightest good impression of Green Dragon Mountain's upper echelons, even though he had killed Macklin and punished the son of the Nanshui leader, because of his relationship with Zhang Xiaoming and Shi Qinghai, he emotionally couldn't accept the soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain being humiliated by others. However, the soldiers who humiliated Green Dragon Mountain were from the 2nd Military Region, so he could understand their anger. He quietly listened to this moment. For several decades, the Federation government had been encircling and suppressing Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces on S2. Who knew how many people had died from both sides? As the main force, the 2nd Military Region had formed a blood feud with Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces. These emotional soldiers of the 2nd Military Region who were eager to fight, must have had their closest comrades and most respected superiors who had died under the bullets of Green Dragon Mountain's anti-government forces. How could such a grudge be resolved with a simple handshake from politicians? However, this matter was still too much. In the face of the invasion of the Empire, the Federation's general offensive was proceeding vigorously. However, in Sunset Province, a scene of brothers turning against each other was playing out. Sulu couldn't accept it. He shouted at the government soldiers who were clenching their beer bottles tightly, as if they were about to rush out at any moment. "Enough. Do you want the military police to lock all of you up in a small dark room?" However, he had only used force to deal with the old soldiers of the 7th Military Region. He hadn't personally dealt with a disturbance in the army. He didn't know that the soldiers who were completely drunk had naturally entered a state of excitement and preparation for a fight. They were just like the bulls on the electronic wall in Donglin that had been provoked by the uncle. As long as there was even the slightest touch, they would sensitively jump up. The soldiers in this type of state wouldn't care about verbal threats at all. On the contrary, they just happened to need a certain point to arouse the situation. The two sides confronting each other in the Chrysanthemum night market didn't know who he was. The dusky night and the pair of eyes that were red from alcohol made it impossible for them to see Su Li's face clearly. More importantly, the military uniform he wore tonight didn't have a lieutenant colonel epaulet. It was for the sake of being low-key, but it was also a source of trouble. Thus, it was quite regrettable that Su Li's appearance became that point. "Who the fuck are you?" That major of the 2nd Military Region released a drunken burp. He looked at him from the corner of his eyes. His gaze then passed over his shoulder and landed on that group of Green Dragon Mountain soldiers. His expression suddenly changed. He roared with extreme excitement, "Brothers, go! What was going on wasn't a person, nor was it a bullet but a beer bottle. The government soldiers, who had experience in street fights, roared and threw the beer bottles in their hands towards the Chrysanthemum night market. For a moment, the night sky of Sunset Province was filled with the sound of whistling wind and the muffled sounds of beer bottles smashing into people or the ground. A few beer bottles intentionally or unintentionally flew towards Su Li's body. His expression was extremely ugly as he turned around. He completely protected Lulu's body in his arms and allowed those bottles to smash into his back. Bang 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 bang. It was as if the sound of drums could be heard. Chapter 478. Su Lu turned around and used his sturdy back to block the beer bottles that filled the sky. He just happened to see the Green Dragon Mountain troops being attacked, only to see countless beer bottles raining down. The place was already in a mess. The dining tables were flipped over and the beer bottles shattered on the ground. The glass shards that flew up were like shrapnel, extremely dangerous. That Green Dragon Mountain military officer coldly stared over there, completely ignoring those dangerous beer bottles that flew past his head. With a bang sound, a beer bottle smashed into his head, creating a bloody wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen. The military officer expressionlessly took a deep breath, wiping away the blood on his face. Suddenly breaking the silence, he pointed over there and roared, "Fight for me!" The equipment of the Green Dragon Mountain troops was far behind the government army. Even if the Federation's Ministry of Defense provided a lot of support, they still looked pitifully plain. However, their military training and discipline far surpassed the average level of the government army. When those ferocious beer bottles flew over, they either threw themselves to the ground or lifted up the dining tables. They were extremely proficient in dodging. At this moment, hearing their commanding officer finally give the order to fight, the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers whose eyes were already burning with fire began to loudly shout. They picked up the stainless steel kettles beside them and fiercely threw them towards the government army, beginning a courageous counterattack. Whoosh, whoosh. Several kettles whistled as they flew over. These kettles were not like beer bottles that could explode, but the stainless steel kettles that were filled with clear water were exceptionally heavy and sturdy, their momentum astonishing. Following that were even more stainless steel kettles. The giant hail-like kettles pierced through the night sky, landing in the middle of the 2nd Military Region's troops. With muffled smashing sounds, they instantly smashed into many people, causing them to bleed and faint on the ground. The ground was filled with remnants of chrysanthemums and foam. The color of the beer was the same. The sky was filled with beer bottles and stainless steel kettles. The entire Chrysanthemum night market immediately sank into a dangerous chaotic battle, the number of people bleeding more and more. Both sides hid behind their respective tables, howling in pain and cursing at the same time. They fought at close quarters, picking up any hard objects around them and throwing them at each other. The scene was extremely spectacular. The rest of the customers in the night market had scattered like birds and beasts when the two sides confronted each other. Su Lu tried to mediate but was trapped in the middle. There was a possibility that he would be accidentally injured by flying objects at any time. Fortunately, when the battle started, the night market waiter on the turntable was quick to react. He pulled the two of them into the turntable and at the same time, put a thick shield over their heads. From time to time, there would be heavy banging sounds on the board. Su Lu, who was frowning, held Lulu's hand and half-squatted under the board. He was a little flustered by these sounds. However, the night market attendant seemed to be relatively calm. He squatted in the corner and drew circles silently. Su Lu put down the phone and asked, "It looks like you're not that scared? We still have a lot of soldiers, so we have the most mountains in the army." Going back a few decades, there are so many old grudges between the few military regions that we can't even count them. Every time we drink too much and have nothing to do, we'll start complaining bitterly about which army abandoned their allies on the battlefield back then, and how brave we were. How could we not fight? The attendant said mockingly, "I heard the boss say that the Chrysanthemum night market has been open for as long as these soldiers have been fighting for. Especially since last year when the Federation started to counterattack, more and more soldiers came, and the number of battles became more and more frequent. Look, last week, the 3rd Red Division in the West Woods even had a fight with a military region special mecha team here. In the end, 3 ambulances even came." "That's really scary," Lulu said softly with a pale face. "What's so scary about it? When soldiers fight, they won't lay a hand on us commoners. Every time there's a loss, the officers of the army will naturally pay for it. All the facilities will be replaced every 2 to 3 weeks. The boss isn't that unhappy. As for us, we'll just treat it as a show." The male attendant said mockingly. He seemed to be indifferent, but in reality his words were full of anger. After a moment he scratched his head and said emotionally, "But, a scene like today's is really rare. Fuck, hundreds of beer bottles flying in the sky. It's really fucking spectacular." As he said that, the baffle above them was hit by a heavy object. With a heavy thud, dust fell. Hide. These bastards' kettles are too hard. Fuck you. Class 3, go to the warehouse and bring the stored beer bottles over. We don't have enough ammo. Save the kettles. There's not much left. Instructor, take people to the warehouse to get beer. Can't get beer? Get the charcoal for barbecue. 10:30 o'clock, 30 degrees inclination, 50 meters distance. Smash it. Countless angry roars and orders came from below the baffle. The soldiers on both sides of the conflict were using everything they could to make tactical movements for airstrikes and avoiding airstrikes. Beer bottles whizzed over, stainless steel kettles blasted over, and then rocks picked up from the beach, primitive barbecue charcoal that hadn't been completely burned. At this moment, the density of airstrikes in the Chrysanthemum night market was abnormally terrifying. There was even a legendary scene of beer bottles and stainless steel kettles colliding in the air and perishing together. The three people below the baffle looked at each other. Sulu listened to these sounds and felt the chaos and danger outside. He felt like he wasn't in the Westwood's main planet, Sunset State, but still on the front line of the battlefield on Fallen Star. Above his head were the missile planes of the Federation and the Empire. Everywhere was filled with the smell of burning leaves and mushroom-shaped smoke. The chaotic battle had already begun. The night market was full of dangerous objects in the airstrikes. At this moment, facing the soldiers who had lost their minds, Sulu knew that he couldn't do anything. He helplessly took out a 37 brand cigarette and gave one to the male attendant. Lulu asked for one with trembling fingers. After lighting it up, she took a deep breath. Because of fear, her face became even paler. The three people crouched below the baffle and began to smoke silently. Just as he was about to finish his cigarette, the noise outside finally changed. It was a chaotic mess. Footsteps, the sound of fists hitting flesh, cries of pain and curses were incessant. Only the loud sounds of beer bottles and kettles were hard to hear. The airstrike alarm was lifted. Sulu put out the cigarette and carefully lifted the baffle to look outside. The night market was already in chaos. The two sides that were attacking from afar had finally gathered together and started to fight in close range. Chairs were smashed into pieces and cold iron pots were smashed into heads, causing blood to flow. Amidst the roars, the soldiers of the 2nd Military Region and the soldiers of the Green Dragon Mountain were entangled with each other in a fierce battle. Fortunately, the Federation's gun control was extremely strict. Even the frontline troops had to follow the rules and regulations of gun separation once they retreated to the main planet. Neither side carried a gun, so they could only vent their anger with their fists and feet. This fight looked tragic, but it shouldn't cause any deaths. Sulu temporarily relaxed. However, the situation immediately changed again. The Chrysanthemum night market was located in the bustling area of Sunset State. All around it were troops resting and reorganizing. The news of this fight between the government army and Green Dragon Mountain spread extremely quickly. Countless soldiers who came to watch the show flocked to the night market. The spectators who did not know the truth were easily stirred up by the intense scene before them. Not to mention, the grudge between the government army and Green Dragon Mountain had not been completely settled. The first to join the fight was a group of soldiers from the 2nd Military Region who came after hearing the news. Then, a logistics company from Green Dragon Mountain also joined the fight. Then, some soldiers from the 1st Military Region couldn't watch anymore and began to help a comrade in the trenches. A revolution was not a treat, but a fight really did feel like a treat. The two sides that were fighting fiercely in the night market did not shout and shout, but the passers-by excitedly joined in. The fight snowballed bigger and bigger, and the scene became even more chaotic. Every corner and space in the night market was filled with the shadows of fists and kicks. 2 versus 1 fight the landlord, 3 versus 1 was still fight the landlord, fighting until your head was broken and blood flowed. You could only look forward and not back. Both sides surrounded and blocked, cutting off the enemy's path of retreat. Sneak attacks, vicious attacks, blood flowing everywhere. The belt was not in the hands of the queen, only dancing in the night sky. Over 1,000 people fought in the night market. Countless pairs of feet crushed the golden chrysanthemums, and then crushed them together with the beer foam, glass shards, and mud on the ground, turning into some kind of indescribable mixture that splashed onto people's trousers and faces. Damn, this is really fucking spectacular. Su Li's head was still feeling tipsy. He groggily looked at this scene and said with incomparable shock. Then he thought, why hasn't the military police who received my call arrived yet? The chaotic battle in the night market was intense. The government army at the front lines always had a lot more people. Even if it was only the 2nd Military Region, they still had more people than Green Dragon Mountain. Not long after, the government army gradually gained the advantage and forced the other side to the northwest corner of the night market. The Green Dragon Mountain soldiers all had more or less injuries on their heads and bodies, but they were unwilling to admit defeat. They clenched their teeth and held on. The military police had not arrived yet, but the people of Group 7 had arrived first. When the members who were drinking and having fun in the Golden Resplendence heard that there was a big show happening not far away, no matter if it was the ruffian old members or the hedonistic and shameless new members, they all did not want to let go of this good opportunity to see a good show. They all excitedly rushed several dozen people over. The members of Group 7 were incomparably excited when they saw this scene. They did not care about the expressions of the people around them and began to frivolously whistle. They even began to cheer for both sides. But suddenly, someone remembered, their manager seemed to have been drinking and drinking here before. Looking at the beer bottles on the ground in front of them, the night market was a mess, and there was not a single place that was undamaged. Everyone's expression changed and they began to worry. Although they all knew that Su Li's battle prowess was extremely ferocious, with over 1,000 drunken soldiers causing trouble, even if the war god himself was here, he would still have to avoid them. Who could really fight against 1,000 people? Xiong Linquan stared with wide eyes and searched for a long time, but he could not find any trace of Su Lu in this chaos. His phone call could not be connected either. His face immediately became as black as the bottom of a pot. Even someone as brave as him could not help but feel anxious when faced with this crazy night market brawl scene. He took a deep breath and painfully shouted, "Fuck!" Then he casually picked up a large iron pot in the mud by his feet, covered his head and rushed into the night market. Chapter 479. We are here to look for someone. We are absolutely neutral. Don't accidentally hurt him. Because they were worried that their own supervisor, Su Lu, would be swallowed up by the sea of people, several dozen members of Group 7 gathered their courage and followed Xiong Linquan, who was spouting profanities, toward the center of the chaotic night market. Along the way they picked up the small iron pots used for barbecuing that were scattered on the ground, or they picked up the table that was broken in two. They used them to block their heads and sides to protect themselves from the dangers that were everywhere. At the same time, they sincerely shouted out the words of self-defense like the one above. Right now, at the scene of the Chrysanthemum Night Market brawl, the government army had already obtained a clear advantage. Those Green Dragon Mountain soldiers were suppressed to a corner of the night market. Group 7 squeezed out their sweaty bodies, accompanied by the slogan of not participating in the battle and a mess of protective equipment, actually successfully squeezed their way in. They approached the already messy food tray turntable that was full of octopus legs and mud. Beside the turntable, several government army officers were currently slapping the table, angrily commanding their subordinates to launch the final fierce attack on the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers that were still holed up in a corner but were still resisting with all their might. Their foreheads were still bleeding, clearly having suffered quite a bit in the previous chaotic battle. Xiong Linquan, who was wearing a large black pot, was sweating profusely. There were many muddy footprints on his body. While squeezing his way over, he still suffered a few kicks in the end. He moved close to the ear of a cursing officer and loudly said, "Brother! Brother! Did you see our senior officer? Before you guys started fighting, he should have been drinking here." This officer's entire body reeked of alcohol, his tanned face completely red from anger and excitement. When he heard Xiong Linquan's loud question, he angrily turned his head and roared, "What are you yelling for? Didn't you see that we are about to win? Or did you see who?" Xiong Linquan couldn't find Su Lu, and his phone couldn't get through either. He was extremely worried, so how could he just let it go like this? He held onto his shoulder and said fawningly, "Brother, that is our senior officer, we don't dare let anything happen to him." Right at that time, there should be a beautiful girl by his side. The officer stared blankly for a moment, remembering the fellow who tried to calm the situation before. From his point of view, that guy's previous attitude was clearly biased towards the Azure Dragon Mountain, so he naturally wasn't in a good mood. He pulled Xiong Linquan's hand down and used his hand to cover his forehead that was constantly bleeding. He cursed, "Fuck? Is that busybody? If I didn't know, he might have been beaten to a pulp. I say get out of my way. If you provoke me, I'll beat you." Hearing this, Xiong Linquan's expression changed slightly. The members of Group 7 behind him also glared at him. Over the past few years, Group 7 had made a name for itself in the West Woods for being ruthless. After disbanding for a year, Group 7 was reorganized and welcomed Su Lu, a manager who dared to go against Du Xiaoqing. He was even more arrogant and domineering than before, and it was deeply ingrained in his bones. Regardless of whether it was the new or old members, no one would be willing to tolerate this kind of attitude. Yan Bingyan glared with his bulging eyes. His arm, which was as thick as a tree trunk, stiffened as he raised his fist, which was as big as a bullet, and prepared to smash it. As the face of the 17th Division, he was extremely tall and sturdy. Now that he suddenly went berserk, his aura was extremely frightening. Unexpectedly, the moment he moved his fist, he was hugged by Xiong Linquan. Xiong Linquan was half a head shorter than him, but his strength was greater than his. "What? You want to go berserk?" That officer spat on the ground and cursed. "Fuck, you really think that I don't dare to beat up all of you? Fucking mercenaries." As old foxes in the army, they could easily determine the allegiance of the other party through their military uniform, epaulets, and aura. If it was in the past, Xiong Linquan would have long sent this officer in front of him flying with a kick. But right now he only tightly hugged Yan Bingyan, not letting him do anything. At the same time, he used his fierce gaze to suppress his restless subordinates. Right now, the situation in the Chrysanthemum night market was too chaotic. Everywhere were soldiers who had been stimulated by alcohol and blood to the point of near insanity. Although Group 7 was not afraid of fighting, their numbers were not small. More importantly, today's brawl involved Green Dragon Mountain. As an old member of Group 7 at this moment, Xiong Linquan calmly thought that if he and the others also participated in this brawl, perhaps it would bring some political trouble to Su Lu. Right now they had a black pot on their heads, but that did not mean that they really wanted to be the scapegoat. The most intense area of the brawl had already moved to a corner of the night market. The soldiers of Green Dragon Mountain clenched their teeth, unwilling to disperse or admit defeat. Their desperate postures stimulated the atmosphere of the scene to the extreme. Everyone involved gradually lost their last bit of rationality. Their eyes were red from killing, and from time to time, there would be miserable groans. Su Lu, who was squatting under the turntable, had already anxiously finished smoking 2 cigarettes. He watched the two sides of the brawl through the cracks. Some people began to pick up the sharp and broken beer bottles on the ground. He even saw that the weapons in the hands of some soldiers had traces of blood on them. He knew that the development of the situation had already spiraled out of control. He feared that before the military police arrived, someone would die. If an irresolvable and vicious conflict really did occur between the government army and Green Dragon Mountain, under the manipulation of certain people, it might affect the rare Great Reconciliation situation of the Federation. The ice-cold edge of the blade would be pointed at President Pabre and the high officials beside him. Moreover, it would definitely affect the military's victorious military operations against the Empire. Su Lu understood the balance between politics and the interests of the Federation on a large scale. However, the direct reason why he made such a risky decision and rushed to quell the situation first was only the blood in the night market and the possibility of death at any time. Regardless of the difference in ideology and political philosophy, regardless of how much blood was shed in the 4 states surrounded by S2, in the Westwoods region, in the moment of war with the Empire, he believed that everyone's blood should flow on the front lines and should not dry up in the infighting and old grudges. After telling Lulu to stay under the turntable obediently with the waiter, Su Lu crawled out from under the turntable. His whole body trembled, and like a loach, he slipped past the excited and twisted faces of the soldiers. He arrived in front of Xiong Linquan and said in a deep voice, "Give me the gun." Xiong Linquan and his team members looked at him with surprise and excitement. They didn't know where he came from, but he didn't have a single injury on his body. Just as they were about to go up and pat him on the shoulder and leave, they suddenly heard these words and didn't react for a moment. The Federation strictly controlled firearms, and the army was no exception. In the entire Group 7, only Xiong Linquan, who loved guns as much as his life, had exchanged his military merits for a high-authority gun permit. He carried a gun on him at all times. Su Lu knew this. With a calm face, he reached out his hand and directly took out a gun from Xiong Linquan's clothes. The slightly hot gun was a bit light in his hand. He frowned and looked down. He found that the gun was a green star with an electric pulse and a liquid core at the back of the cartridge. The voice is a bit low, I'm afraid not many people can hear it. He thought in his heart and stuffed the green star back into Xiong Linquan's hand. Without any hesitation, he touched the gun again and found an H01 pistol. Finally satisfied, he held it tightly and walked toward the several officers of the government army. Xiong Linquan and his team members were stunned. They didn't know what he was going to do. Su Lu walked in front of the several officers. Looking at their violent expressions, his heart sank. It was a nearly impossible task to calm nearly 1,000 soldiers who were driven crazy by violence and blood. You have already won. The military police will be here soon. Tell your people to stop. The leaders of the 2nd Military Region glanced at him and cursed, "Get out of my way." Su Lu saw the blood and fighting on the other side. Without a moment of hesitation, he raised the pistol to the night sky and pulled the trigger continuously. Bang, 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 bang. The H-01 was the first generation of the H-21. It also had a very long magazine, but it had the simplest mechanical firing pin design. The gunshot was exceptionally loud. He stared at the several officers of the government army and fired continuously into the sky with no expression on his face. His forearm kept trembling slightly, and the gun barrel spewed out beautiful gunfire. The crisp gunshot resounded throughout the chaotic night market, and then continued to rise, penetrating through countless environmental noises, and clearly shaking everyone's eardrums. Soldiers were the most sensitive to the sound of guns. The sudden series of crisp gunshots in the night market made them, who were fighting and roaring, subconsciously stop their movements at the same time. The beer bottle that was poking forward froze in the air, and the military boots that were kicking towards each other's abdomen lost most of their strength. At this moment, the uncontrollable chaos finally had an extremely precious moment of silence that ended the chaos of the night market. Many people from both sides started to look for the source of the gunshots. The people around Su Lu clearly saw this scene and they all rushed over. Su Lu lowered his raised right hand, and in the midst of the smoke coming out of the gun barrel, he said to the officers in front of him expressionlessly, "Order your people to stop immediately." The members of Group 7 who squeezed into the night market saw this scene and felt the hostile gazes of countless people around them. With their eyes wide open, they rushed behind Su Lu and stared fiercely at the surroundings, trying to intimidate the attacks that could erupt at any time towards Su Lu. Because of the gun control, the soldiers in the night market basically didn't have any guns on them. However, the officer of the 2nd Military Region whose forehead was bleeding stared coldly at Su Lu. He slowly pulled open a corner of his military uniform, revealing his gun holster and said, "I also have a gun but I haven't used it yet." The officer slowly took out his gun, scratched his forehead that was a little itchy from the stimulation of the blood, and looked at Su Lu with disdain. "They said you're the officer, so you should know very well what it means to use a gun in a fight." In a group fight, using guns was a big taboo. This was the rule in the military for countless years. First, it was easy to kill with guns, and second, it was related to the dignity of a soldier. Su Lu obviously knew this, but the problem was that in today's situation, if he didn't use his gun, there would definitely be people who would die. He wouldn't solve anything with this officer and the hostile government soldiers around him. He stepped forward, reached out and twisted the officer's wrist. The tip of his elbow heavily hit the officer's armpit, and his left hand slid down from his wrist like a chain, easily snatching the gun, and then pointed the cold muzzle at the officer's forehead. Chapter 480. There were cries of alarm all around. Not a single person in the night market was able to clearly see what Su Lu did to actually disarm him so easily. As a soldier, to have his gun taken away by someone empty-handed was an unparalleled humiliation. Moreover, the person who had his gun taken away was their commanding officer. The soldiers' shock immediately turned into boundless anger as they once again pressed forward. The members of Group 7 surrounding Su Lu immediately felt the pressure become unbearable. Their expressions began to tense up. That officer was struck in the armpit by Su Lu. He painfully covered his mouth and coughed a few times. However, he immediately straightened his body. His expression was extremely ugly as he stared at Su Lu. With a voice that chilled to the bottom of one's bones, he said, "If you have the fucking guts, then kill me." Saying this officer valiantly took a step forward. Using the space between his eyebrows, he fiercely jabbed the barrel of the gun in Su Lu's hand. "Don't worry about these guys. Brothers, let's first beat those mountain bumpkins to the ground. Then we'll take care of these mercenaries who sell their lives for money." The valiant officer looked at Su Lu with ridicule in his eyes. He loudly cursed, "I want to see who the fuck dares to open fire today." Good. The situation that had already calmed down temporarily became even more agitated because of this officer's hot-blooded declaration. The government soldiers picked up their weapons and prepared to charge in that direction again. Meanwhile, the Green Dragon Mountain soldiers who were gasping for breath had no choice but to pick up the weapons beside them again. The soldiers completely ignored Sulu, who was holding a gun. With a whoosh, the crowd surged forward like a tide. Sulu slightly raised the H-01 pistol in his right hand. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. With a whoosh, a bullet shot out. It brushed past the toes of the fastest charging soldier and shot into the ground of the night market. A wisp of green smoke rose. The soldiers who bravely charged into the battle with their weapons clearly did not have the slightest bit of mental preparation for this shot. Although Su Li's shot was 3 inches in front of his feet, the crisp sound of the gunshot and the dirt and smoke that sprayed out from the point of impact still shocked everyone on the spot. The other party actually dared to open fire. Moreover, he did it so cleanly without any hesitation. Where did he get the courage to do so? The sea of people paused for a second. Suddenly, a few extremely dangerous curses rang out from the crowd. "We have dozens of people. He only has a few bullets. Brothers, go." The current situation was still dangerous, to the extent where it was even more tense than before. It was just that the focus of the crowd's unconscious violent emotions had shifted from the Green Dragon Mountain troops to Sulu, as well as the several dozen Group 7 members behind him. Under the influence of alcohol, the soldiers, who had fallen into a certain kind of crazy state of mind, did not completely disregard life and death, but it was indeed difficult for them to rationally think about what would happen if they accidentally fired. More importantly, the soldiers did not believe that Sulu would dare to shoot at them. The crowd began to become restless. However, at this time, the expressions of several officers changed drastically. They blocked in front of the crowd and spread out their arms, not allowing the crowd to touch a single hair on Su Li's head. Tonight, the guests of the 2nd Military Region's banquet were these officers. They came from the highly anticipated Iron 7 Division. Relying on their illustrious military achievements on the front lines of the West Woods and the publicity of the Federation, they enjoyed extremely high prestige within the government army. No one would have thought that at this moment, they would take the initiative to stand up. Although the soldiers did not know why they did this, they subconsciously slowed down their footsteps and watched the scene in front of them with puzzlement and hiccups. Sulu was now a celebrity in the Federation. However, thanks to the protection of the pair of sunglasses and the fact that he had never been interviewed by the media, even in the currently popular documentary Team 7, he had never shown his real face. Therefore, not many people could connect this simple and calm face at the scene of the night market fight with this legendary figure. However, the officers of the Iron 7 Division had seen him before. During the graduation drill at the training base, during the sniper operation at the Yellow Mountain Ridge on Planet 5460, this face had left a deep impression on them. It was a face that was too complicated for them to bear. As direct subordinates of Du Shaoqing, they should have hated Sulu very much. However, every time they thought of the black MX flying like a bullet in the valley, they felt a sense of closeness and gratitude in their hearts. However, the reason they stopped the restless soldiers was not to protect Su Li's safety. It was because they knew very well the true temperament of this young lieutenant colonel under his calm appearance. If these soldiers really dared to continue charging, this guy would really dare to shoot. At this time, the situation was slightly better. The sounds of fighting and cries of pain gradually subsided. However, the officer whose forehead was pointed at by Sulu still stubbornly held his head high and looked at him with disdain. He was not moved by the sudden calm behind him. "It seems that you are the highest-ranking officer here. I want you to order them to stop immediately, back off, and wait for the military police to investigate." Sulu lowered the barrel of his gun slightly and said calmly, "My brother died in Green Dragon Mountain." The officer said coldly, "But I don't want to explain anything to you mercenaries. You only need to know that I am a major. I should be the one giving you orders, not the other way around." "I am a lieutenant colonel," Sulu replied. The officer's expression changed slightly, but he still stubbornly refused to make any concessions. Su Li's face became slightly pale. His eyes narrowed out of habit, a stream of cool radiance flitting past. The current situation was extremely delicate. If he took a step back, he might be able to open up the sea and open the sky, but the night market definitely wouldn't be peaceful. No one could guarantee that the restless soldiers would clean up the Green Dragon Mountain troops that were already swaying left and right. This wasn't the front lines, but it was close to the front lines. Sulu silently thought to himself. His 2 thumbs pulled open the spring buckle on his pistol. Taking half a step back, he turned his body and aimed at this officer. Without any hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Pu-piu-piu. A series of concentrated and crisp gunshots rang out. Thick smoke and misty flames accompanied by a unique smell pervaded the space between the two people. The bullets sliced past, creating a series of sizzling noises. The unmanned turntable behind the officer was riddled with holes. Countless wood shavings flew into the air. Occasionally, shrapnel would strike metal objects, creating dang-dang sounds and light chirping sounds. It was unknown where it flew off to. Countless bullet points accompanied fine dust, appearing before everyone's eyes like a scene that could only be seen in movies. The stupefied soldiers stared at this scene in shock. Only when the gunshot stopped did they react. Their bloodshot eyes widened as if they were going to split apart. They began to shout loudly in anger, fear, and grief. The light smoke released from the gun barrels scattered. The soldiers who were preparing to pounce over and tear Sulu into countless pieces of minced meat discovered that their officer was still standing in his original position, completely unharmed. He stood in the middle of countless bullet holes. Only his face was pale as if he had just died. Sulu silently walked up. He raised the two pistols and pressed them against the officer's chest and neck. He forcefully pushed the officer against the turntable, creating a muffled boom sound. Amidst the sizzling sounds, the scalding hot gun barrels burned the officer's clothes, burning a circle of skin under his neck. The officer let out a muffled groan. His brows were tightly furrowed, but he did not cry out in pain. It was unknown whether he was stunned by the flurry of gunfire or because of some other reason. Sulu gazed at the face that was inches away from him and said, "I don't want to hear the story of the grudges between you and Green Dragon Mountain. After the people of the Empire are chased out of the Federation, it's your business how you want to take revenge. But before that, it's best if you keep your head clear." The officer's lips trembled, but he did not speak. "You should know very well how many bullets are left in these two guns. So, you must not overestimate my patience and rationality. I have never dealt with a commotion like this before. If you really push me into a corner, I'm willing to do all sorts of crazy things." Sulu finally said, "I know how ruthless you are, but you don't know how ruthless I am." The expression on the officer's face twitched slightly. He let out two hoarse laughs that sounded like he was crying. Then he lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds. He extended his right hand that had been cut by the wooden stubble and was dripping with blood. He waved at the crowd around him. When the soldiers in the night market saw this scene, they subconsciously and slowly put down the beer bottles and bayonets in their hands. Extremely complicated emotions appeared on their faces. The military police had not yet arrived. Sulu did not let go of the gun in his hand. Xiong Linquan and his team members stood behind him, vigilantly watching the surroundings. The officers of the Iron 7th Division also began to help maintain order. The night market gradually calmed down. The soldiers who had participated in the gang fight stood rooted to the ground like wooden puppets. Regarding the identity of the mercenary manager who had appeared out of nowhere and dared to shoot between the government forces and Green Dragon Mountain, there was a guess, or rather, a piece of information that gradually spread through the crowd. From time to time, whispers could be heard. "It's the 7th Division? Then this is Sulu?" 3 minutes later, the mournful sound of a military vehicle alarm from the West Woods Military Police Headquarters finally rang out outside the night market. "Why were you there? Shooting in the middle of the street. Do you know which military discipline this violated? Regarding what happened tonight, first write a description of the situation. After the investigation team is formed tomorrow, I hope you can honestly answer your own questions. What's your name?" "Sulu." "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu?" "Salute." In the dark interrogation room of the West Woods Military Police Headquarters, the officers of the relevant departments were investigating the gang fight that night. Thus, there was a series of interrogations in front of them. What was very strange was that those cold and oppressive questions, when the officers saw Su Li's name, suddenly turned into shocked exclamations of disbelief. They subconsciously stood at attention and saluted the youngest lieutenant colonel of the Federation behind the table. Sulu looked at this scene and thought that if he had worn the epaulet today, would it have been easier to deal with the Chrysanthemum night market incident. What followed was a routine explanation of the situation and the recording of the witness testimony. However, the attitude of the military police officers at this time became much gentler. It didn't take long for this work to be successfully completed with Su Li's cooperation. "Lieutenant Colonel, I'm very sorry. Because this incident has too many implications, and people from all 3 military regions participated in the fight. We are also under a lot of pressure, so you can't return to camp for the time being. You may have to wait until tomorrow for the investigation team to formally question you before you can leave the military police headquarters." "No problem. We have arranged a lounge for you. Please follow me. Sulu followed an officer out of the door and walked upstairs. After asking, he found out that Xiong Linquan and his team members were resting on the third floor and hadn't been punished, so he was relieved. However, he didn't expect that the girl named Lulu would also follow. The sound of footsteps was particularly clear in the dark military police headquarters building. When he walked past the door, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice coming from behind the door. At this time, that voice was cursing. Immediately after, there were countless voices full of cursing behind the door. This is the conference room. Right now, sitting inside are the officers of the various military units who participated in the fight. The military police officer said with a self-deprecating smile, "They came to get people. Speaking of which, every one of them is a famous war hero." Encountering such people, the military police headquarters didn't dare to be too tough, so they could only let them hit the table. Chapter 481. No one died from the night market brawl, but many people from both sides were seriously injured and sent to the hospital. Since the matter was so big, the Westwoods Military Police Headquarters naturally launched an investigation extremely quickly. However, in response to this, the officers from various troops who came to the military police headquarters to rescue people or create a ruckus also arrived extremely quickly. The chaotic battle in the Chrysanthemum Night Market could not be sorted out for now. Just how many troops were involved, but from the noise of the people in the meeting room, it must have involved a lot of people. Other than the soldiers from both sides who were lying in the hospital, the rest of the people were all locked up in the military police department and a few temporary detention centers not far away. The government troops and Green Dragon Mountain troops were all under separate custody. Sulu stood outside the meeting room and listened silently. He originally thought that something had happened to the people of Green Dragon Mountain on the front lines, and as the liaison officer, Shi Qinghai would come to deal with it. However, this somewhat familiar voice clearly did not belong to the hooligan young master. Who could it be? Fuck. I don't care so much. I only know that my people are still lying in the hospital right now, and there are still people locked up by you. When are you going to release them? You have to give me a definite answer. In the meeting room, an officer around 30 years old had a ruthless expression. He stared at the military police headquarters reception officer and slammed the hardwood long table with a bang. Accept my ass. Which night in Sunset State doesn't have dozens of fights? Does your military police headquarters have to send dozens of military vehicles to rescue people every time? Another officer sat by his side and stared at the military police headquarters officer with full anger. He took off his smelly military boots and slammed the table with force. He loudly said, "Didn't we just beat up a few monkeys in the mountain? Is there a need to make it like this?" Exactly. The officer from before said with a gloomy face, "What political influence do you care about?" I don't care. I just want to take my people back. The day after tomorrow, our regiment is going to go to 3320, but you fucking locked up my electrical control officer. How do you want me to fight? Be blind? If we lose and people die, who's going to take responsibility? Do you have the right to take responsibility? The third officer calmly continued to exert pressure on the military police headquarters. This is a problem between the 2nd Military Region and Green Dragon Mountain to begin with. What does it have to do with our Hui Ming fleet? The 4 military officers who were caught by you were just on a normal vacation. They left Changfeng Base and saw the bustling night market. Therefore they were caught by you. Is there any justice in this? If you don't let them go, the warships won't be able to move. How will the Federation send soldiers to the front lines? Hearing this, the officer who scolded the most fiercely at the beginning frowned and glared angrily. His name was He Lei, the commander of the 11th Automated Corps of the 2nd Military Region. He held the rank of lieutenant colonel and was the highest among the dozen or so officers present. However, the main force of the night market brawl was his subordinates. Now, more than 200 of them were detained by the Westwoods Military Police Headquarters. He had no choice but to come and rescue them. He was already embarrassed and angry. Now that he heard these words, he could not help but feel even more annoyed. He remembered that when he was in class back then, Mizaru was such a sinister and shameless rabbit. The chief of the Westwoods Military Police Headquarters, who was in charge of receiving the officers, had a very bad expression. He looked at the major of the federal fleet and thought, if your subordinates were really just watching, why would they be bruised and covered in blood? Although he thought so, the chief did not dare to ridicule the officers in the conference room, especially the ones who made the most trouble. These people were the mid-level powerful officers that the federal military focused on cultivating. They had made outstanding military achievements in the military operations in the past few months and had grown into famous war heroes. At this time, the reason why these officers were far away from the front lines and appeared in Sunset State to rescue people for their respective troops was that they were going to participate in the frontline award ceremony in 3 days. How could the military police headquarters easily offend such people? Seeing that the section chief had no reaction, Lieutenant Colonel Healy was furious. He slammed the table and said loudly, "I've already given enough face to the military police headquarters by not asking you to hand over the person since the monkeys of Green Dragon Mountain have already been beaten up badly. But if you still don't let him go, don't blame me for being reckless." Hearing this, the chief of the military police headquarters frowned and was about to reprimand him when he suddenly saw the officer beside him. He immediately shut up and thought, "You're familiar with them, so the headquarters urgently transferred you over to pacify them. Now is the time for you to take the field." Hua Xiaoxi was now the vice captain of a mecha brigade in the West Woods military police headquarters. This time he had returned to the main planet to rest and reorganize because he was going to participate in the award ceremony in 3 days. Who would have thought that when he was drinking soup at home, he would receive a call from his superior telling him to rush to the military police headquarters? Confused, he listened in the conference room for a long time before finally understanding the general situation. Although he did not understand the details, he could not listen any further. He looked at Healy and said angrily, "Enough, old he. The people from Green Dragon Mountain all had broken bones because of you. 2 of them are still lying in the medical cabin. You want to take your people away? How is that possible? What's the use of you making a ruckus in the military police headquarters? You have to at least give me some face, right? Hua Xiaoxi, I'm only slowly chatting with these military police officers because we're classmates." Lieutenant Colonel Healy looked at him coldly and said, "If this was somewhere else, I would have just dragged a regiment over and taken down this fucking military police building." Hua Xiaoxi's expression changed slightly. He was so angry that he laughed and said sharply, "Yes, who are you? You've already been promoted to regiment commander, Lieutenant Colonel. You've already caught up with the instructors, but you have the right to compete with me. Go. I'd like to see if you, the regiment commander, have the guts to drag your regiment over. But I still have to tell you that if your regiment wants to take down the military police building, I'm afraid it will be too difficult." "Is that so? Hua Xiaoxi, don't think that just because the West Woods is your home ground, you can be so impudent in front of me." Healy narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He slapped the table and said rudely, "I'm your squad leader. Don't fucking forget." Hua Xiaoxi's words stopped. His face was dark with anger, but he couldn't make any rebuttal to this sentence. After holding it in for a long time, he squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. "I'll tell you the truth. Before the investigation is clear, it's impossible to let them go." The officer who had been hitting the table with his smelly military boots suddenly jumped up when he heard this. He pointed at Hua Xiaoxi's nose and scolded, "Which side are you on? Our military region has never treated the West Woods military region as an outsider. My people are all experts in missile positioning and calculation. If you catch them, what will happen to the front line? Most of the people over there are from the West Woods." Hua Xiaoxi glared at this thin and small officer. He wasn't afraid of him at all. He slapped the table and shouted back in an even louder voice, "You still have the nerve to say that? A few dignified professors from the Research Institute of Mechanization and Automation are fighting in the night market like fucking hooligans. Lin AI, you're also a talented student. Look at how you're holding your smelly shoes. What kind of shit have you fallen into? No wonder your subordinates are all fucking hooligans with high IQ but low EQ." With a buzz, the entire conference room was in an uproar again. The future of the federal military and the outstanding young officers no longer cared about face or manners. They slapped the table and scolded their mothers, smashed their teacups and scolded their fathers. Their obscenities shook the glass windows non-stop. This kind of high-spirited and fierce mood made the officers of the other troops also become agitated and join in the scolding battle. "If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, we'll beat up those monkeys from Green Dragon Mountain every time we see them in the future. Count me in. I've long found those bumpkins an eyesore. Let them go immediately. Severely punish those Green Dragon Mountain villains." And what's the background of that group of mercenaries? Fucking hell, they actually dared to shoot at my people. Let's not talk about anything else. You have to hand that guy over first. The tightly shut door of the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Sulu walked straight in under the astonished gazes of the Silan officers behind him. His small eyes had long since narrowed into a line, or perhaps it would be better to say that they were a ray of light from a blade. His face was completely dark and extremely ugly. "I was the one who opened fire in the night market. How do you want to deal with me?" The conference room was suddenly in chaos and then gradually quieted down. Only the staff officer that Commander Heelay brought along was still angrily scolding. This person was incomparably angry about what happened to his comrades. When he suddenly realized that Sulu had pushed open the door and walked in, admitting to what had happened, he glared at him and pointed at his nose and roared, "So it's you, kid? You've got guts to actually stand up. See how I'll cut you to pieces." After saying this, the staff officer suddenly felt that the environment around him was a little strange. He turned around in shock and saw that the conference room was deathly silent. The cigarette in his commander's mouth fell onto his military uniform, and a hint of fear flashed across his face. As for the officers who had been the most aggressive earlier, they began to use their trembling hands to fasten the collar buttons that they had undone after scolding him earlier. This strange scene made the staff officer's body a little stiff. His arm that was still pointing at Su Li's nose suddenly became much heavier. Commander Heelay slapped the back of his head fiercely. Then, in a fluster, he slapped away the burning cigarette butt on his military uniform and quickly pushed his chair away to stand up. Misliu Lin Ai Hua Xiaoxi, and a few other young officers also hurriedly stood up. With unconcealable expressions of shock, they jogged in front of Su Lu. After the hurried formation was completed, Commander Heelay looked ahead and shouted loudly, "Salute!" With a whoosh, the officers collectively stood at attention. Their posture was impeccable. They raised their right hands in unison and saluted Su Lu. Then they shouted loudly, "Good morning, instructor." Time seemed to have returned to 10 months ago. In that secret training base of S1, in class in the middle of the mecha training field, when class monitor Heelay shouted, all the officers in the class saluted in unison. The iron-blooded instructor Tetrahue, who wore large sunglasses, nodded coldly. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. Su Li's eyes narrowed slightly. His expression was as cold as a block of black ice. He was originally a person as gentle as the spring sun. Even when he was dealing with that bunch of old soldiers from Group 7, he mainly acted in silence. But for some reason, when facing this batch of officer students with the most potential in the Federation, he was able to naturally put on an extremely cold expression. Perhaps it was because he was used to being their instructor and subconsciously wanted to maintain some sort of dignity as a teacher? The other officers in the meeting room who didn't know the inside story were all stunned. They didn't understand what had happened, but they could clearly feel the respect that Heelay and the others had for this young officer from the bottom of their hearts, and even fear. Su Lu didn't nod, so Heelay, Hua Xiaoxi and the others didn't dare to disperse. They stood at attention and looked straight ahead. However, beads of sweat were dripping down their foreheads. Chapter 482. At the turn of spring in summer of the 68th year of the constitutional calendar, in the first 2 to 3 months at the training base, the sunglasses-wearing instructor Su Lu and the arrogant officer students in class had been filled with hostility. The relationship between the two was not harmonious at all. As Su Lu gradually displayed his level of knowledge in the field of mecha at the base, and displayed astonishing close combat ability in a battle with 2 officers of the Iron 7th Division on the field, this relationship slowly began to change. It was only at the farewell dinner before graduation that the officers took turns coming forward to propose a toast to Su Lu, and only then was the relationship between them truly confirmed as a teacher-student. If that was all, when they met on the battlefield in the future, these echelon officers whom the Federation had focused on grooming would probably only nod and salute him. They would not show him the respect they were showing him now. But in the days that followed, the officer students gradually discovered that this young lieutenant colonel was actually the strongest person in the Federation mecha, the one who had defeated Madman Lee on the summit of Kaki Peak, and the one who had been personally recruited by the Lord Marshal. Successfully developing the MX mecha, overthrowing the Dean of the Academy of Science, rumored to be related to Macklin's death, the future son-in-law of the Minister of Defense, the subject of some shady scandal involving Jen Shuaer. All in all, Su Lu had already shone brightly in the Federation. His background and experience were already more than enough reasons for the officer students to admire him. But admiration was not respect, and it was definitely not reverence. The officers admired and respected him, until they finally feared him from the bottom of their hearts. The real crux of the matter was the graduation day drill. That day, Su Lu had stood in front of the officer students who had been humiliated as trash, staring straight at Du Shaoqing, forcing this famous Federation general and iron-blooded division commander to hold his temper. He had led everyone in a battle in the early morning drill at Lonely Ridge, and in the end had broken through the camp with ease, allowing everyone's pride to continue. After this battle, no matter how proud and conceited the trainees were, once they faced Drill Master Sulu, they would all become honest students. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was probably the so-called dignity of a teacher that emanated from the heart. They were used to the instructor's sarcastic and vicious verbal attacks in class and his powerful attacks on the training field. When they thought about how they had scolded the instructor in the conference room earlier, everyone's sweat dripped down like rain, seeping through the motionless dark military uniforms. They were like frozen cicadas that suddenly entered midsummer, but they did not dare to move at all, just like when they were at the training base. "Good my ass." Sulu looked at the officers in front of him with a sullen face and scolded, "I fired a shot and was about to be cut to death. How can I get better?" As soon as he said this, he lay and the other officers let out a sigh of relief. They spread out in 2 rows and opened up a path. At the same time, they moved a chair and placed it in front of the long table. When Sulu walked past Hilay, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Who is the monkey?" Hilay stood ramrod straight and did not dare to make a sound. Although he was now a lieutenant colonel and his military rank was equal to Su Li's and his authority was far above Su Li's, when the instructor was scolding him, how could he dare to refute? Sulu paused in front of Lin Ai again and asked seriously, "Who is the bumpkin?" Lin Ai looked down with an extremely serious and solemn expression. It was as if the obscenities from before had definitely not come from the mouth of a senior technical officer like him. Mizuru puffed out his chest and nervously waited for the instructor to question him. Unexpectedly, Sulu walked right past him and sat down. He couldn't help but exhale softly with some lingering fear. Behind the 3 of them, Hua Xiaoxi, who had not participated in this matter, smiled slightly. She looked like she didn't care at all, but in reality she was rejoicing in their misfortune. After everyone sat down, the atmosphere in the conference room became a little strange. Not everyone in the room knew Su Li's identity, but seeing the few most arrogant officers in the army turn into rabbits in front of this young man, they naturally didn't dare to say anything. They nervously listened to Su Li's lecture while secretly guessing Su Li's identity and background. "Bumpkin? Monkey? That's the special forces, your comrades," Sulu said. "How many people did Green Dragon Mountain send to lay the net on the 3 fallen stars? How many of their people died? They are also fighting and sacrificing for the Federation. Are they only worthy of you using such descriptions to humiliate them behind their backs?" Not completely sober, Su Li's voice was a little hoarse. However, when he thought of the group brawl in the night market and the argument he had heard outside the conference room, his mood became a little heavy. The Empire's great enemy was right in front of them, but there were still so many disputes within the Federation. The president had spent a great deal of effort and political courage to create the social foundation for great reconciliation, but within the army this foundation was clearly too fragile. "I don't know much about politics, but I do know some very simple principles. On the battlefield, if you want to believe in your comrades, you must first respect your comrades." Hilay and the others exchanged glances. They thought to themselves, is the instructor preparing to start a political class right away? They quickly sat down and took out their electronic notebooks to seriously take notes. Meanwhile, Hua Xiaoxi played the role of a secretary. She brewed a cup of 3-leaf tea and placed it in front of Sulu. "We do have old grudges with Green Dragon Mountain, but don't forget that the school's philosophy class once said that everything has a primary conflict and secondary conflict. Who is our enemy now? The Empire's people. You are officers of the Federation, not gangsters. Do you think you are shooting a TV series by turning your grudges into a night market brawl? I am not doing ideological work and I don't know how to do it. I only know that what you are doing is very stupid and very wrong." The more Sulu spoke, the more depressed and annoyed he felt. His face was getting worse and worse, his voice was getting colder and colder, and his attitude was getting worse and worse. The heads of his former students were getting lower and lower. Hilay saw an opening and respectfully handed over a cigarette. He lit it with both hands. Holding the cigarette between his index fingers, Sulu continued to scold these guys in the smoke. If it were any other instructor, they would definitely not embarrass Hilay and the others like this. They would always pay attention to a method. Occasionally, they would say a few words to reminisce about the past and their life in the base so that the relationship between teachers and students would be closer. This was not only using people but also managing soldiers. The Department of Defense had let him enter the training base with the intention of letting these echelon officers, who the Federation focused on nurturing, become his reliable subordinates in the future. Naturally, they were willing to see such a scene. However, from the beginning, Sulu had no intention of developing his own people in the army. Just as Secretary Bai was worried, this rock did not seem to have any interest in building his own team. Therefore he was very simple and direct. He was not violent and was exceptionally cold. However, the strange thing was that the proud military officers and students liked this very much. The scolding in the meeting room continued. There were many more figures outside the door. All the officers in the West Woods Military Police Headquarters heard about the scene in this room and came over excitedly to see what was happening. The Military Police Headquarters maintained the federal military discipline on the main planet of the West Woods. They had dealt with countless cases of violation of rules and regulations. Every time, the Federation's various units would let these officers, who were focused on nurturing by the Department of Defense, come and get the people they wanted. These officers had a lot of face, many battle achievements, a strong background and a bright future. They often slammed the table and cursed at the Military Police Headquarters, causing the Military Police Headquarters to be extremely embarrassed. However, who would have thought that one day, these people would actually be scolded by someone like a grandson for half an hour? The long corridor outside the meeting room was filled with officers from the Military Police Headquarters. These officers, who had the best discipline, finally couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Su Li's identity gradually spread. After the officers were shocked, they suddenly understood. They thought that only someone like this would be able to control the situation. However, in their opinion, Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu should be at least a regiment commander now. He might even be able to enter the headquarters of a large military region. He should at least be leading a special mecha team. Why was he still hanging around in the Nutshell Mercenaries? The reunion between the instructor and the students wasn't very happy. After a round of scolding, He and the other most arrogant fellows all gave up on the idea of getting people out of the military police headquarters. The other officers could only leave gloomily and report to their superiors. The gang fight at the Chrysanthemum Night Market still had to wait for the official investigation by the disciplinary department tomorrow. The military police headquarters finally regained its peace. However, since they were reunited, they couldn't just break up like this. When they went to the battlefield in the future, they didn't know if they would still be alive to see each other again. Sulu went to the resting room to pick up Miss Lulu. Then, he brought these officers and a portion of the members of Team 7 back to the majestic nightclub in a grandiose manner. The activities in the nightclub naturally turned into a drinking competition between men. The officers and students in the meeting room were like little chicks. They held 5 liters of beer bottles as if they were electromagnetic grenades and attacked instructor Sulu wave after wave. Seeing that Sulu was no match for them, Bai Yulan flipped the hair in front of her forehead and went up with the bottle. Dozens of members of Team 7 also launched a counterattack without holding back. He and the others were shocked by this formation and immediately called their former classmates. Now the commanding officers of the various units came to help. The officers who had been trained at the base were now coincidentally summoned back to the main planet of the West Woods to attend the award ceremony that would be held the day after tomorrow. The moment they heard Instructor Su's summons, they roared into the phone and rushed over from their respective camps without hesitation. For a time, the screeching sound of brakes could be heard from the entrance of the majestic nightclub from time to time. 10 minutes later, all kinds of high-class military vehicles filled the entrance. Especially those green military plates that represented their respective ranks, it made the pedestrians and soldiers on the street feel a lot of fear and confusion. No matter which military region they belonged to, which planet they were fighting on a few days ago, or perhaps they were cursing each other through the communication system when they were cooperating, all the officers who could come had come, and some were even on their way. The training officers had lived together with the 18 men of Group 7 in the base and participated in the military drill on graduation day. Naturally, they were not unfamiliar with it. More than 100 people sat in the dark nightclub. Countless bottles of hard liquor were opened and poured into their steel-forged stomachs. They forcibly poured out the aura of the battlefield and the loud and clear military songs that were rough and hoarse but had a unique flavor. The pedestrians and soldiers on the street curiously looked at the high-class military vehicles that were strewn everywhere and whispered about the meaning of the military license plates. Suddenly, they heard a loud and ear-piercing song that pierced through the excellent soundproofing of the majestic nightclub. They couldn't help but wonder if the National Defense Award ceremony was held in the nightclub ahead of time. Chapter 483. They were all men who had come from the battlefield and had seen too many deaths, but none of them could really take life and death lightly. Instead, they valued rare encounters. After all, they did not know when they would meet again and how many people there would be left. Because of this mood, the soldiers in the nightclub drank, sang, and cursed without restraint. In the midst of this bustle, the last few officer cadets finally arrived at the gathering. The last to arrive was Zhou Yu. All the officers sitting around stood up one after another and greeted the graduation day drill commander with a smile. Then they noticed that there was a Silan officer following behind him. The two of them looked somewhat similar. Sulu stood up and opened his arms to hug Zhou Yu. Beside him, Bai Yulan also smiled. They had worked together for a long time in the engineering department of the port city and could be considered true old friends. Zhou Jin, my brother. He's now working at the West Woods Command headquarters. Zhou Yu's gentle and amiable face was still calm under the faint purple light. He introduced Zhou Jin loudly to the people around him and then brought Zhou Jin in front of Sulu. Sulu raised his eyebrows slightly. Looking at this officer named Zhou Jin, he thought of the journey when he escaped from Eastwood many years ago. After a moment of silence, he extended his hand and said with a smile, "Hello, we meet again." Zhou Jin looked at this plain face and shook his head in surprise. "I've heard Zhou Yu mention you a few times. In the past 6 months, I've often heard the name Sulu on TV. I always thought it was a little strange, but I didn't expect it to really be you. The retired soldier on the ancient bell has now become a Federation hero. A few years ago, when Sulu escaped from Eastwood, he had a conflict with the students of the West Woods Military Academy because he took in Little Watermelon. After a few years, Zhou Jin was stunned to confirm that such a big change had happened to this person. The shock was very real. Zhou Yu and the officers around him were a little surprised. Could it be that these two people had met before? Zhou Jin gave a self-deprecating smile and briefly told the story of what happened on the ancient clock ship that year, which aroused a lot of emotions. The way they looked at Sulu became even more strange. Instructor Su was just a soldier? Bai Yulan filled the glasses on the table to the brim with wine. Zhou Yu hurriedly thanked her. Sitting beside Sulu, he whispered, "I might be transferred to the Iron 7th Division." Most of the cadets present probably did not have a good impression of Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division, and this was even more so for the members of Team 7 from the 17th Division, which was why Zhou Yu kept his voice as low as possible. Sulu was slightly taken aback. He frowned and asked, "Are you currently in the 1st Military Region?" "Yes," Zhou Yu replied. "But you're a student from the West Woods Academy. How could Commander Zhong agree to let the Iron 7th Division poach you?" Sulu rubbed his forehead. An outstanding talent like Zhou Yu was definitely a target that every division would want to win over. During the graduation drill last year, Du Shaoqing had personally tested Zhou Yu's tactical deduction ability. On the surface, it looked like he was suppressing the cadets' arrogance, but wasn't it also a form of appreciation for talent? It was understandable that the Iron 7th Division wanted to poach Zhou Yu, but he did not understand why the Westwoods Academy would agree. Zhou Yu raised his wine glass. There was a hint of heaviness in his calm expression. He said in a low voice, "The National Defense Department gave the order directly. The pressure is too great." Sulu raised his wine glass and clinked it with Zhou Yu's. He downed the wine in one gulp and licked his tingling lips. He shook his head and smiled. "I think it's better not to worry about the back of the mountain. The Iron 7th Division does have a better future." Zhou Yu saw that his words had pointed out the crux of the matter. He could not help but lower his head and laugh self-deprecatingly. He tilted his neck back and emptied the wine in his glass. He exhaled and muttered, "I can't help it." Sulu and Zhou Yu had been in contact by email, so they did not need to talk too much. Besides, the officers who came to drink with them from time to time did not give them much opportunity to talk. After countless rounds of drinking, the pretty girls in the nightclub had no chance to show their charm. The soldiers who came together drank and talked about their experiences on the front lines with red eyes. They talked about how red the blood of their comrades was at a certain cliff, how the Empire's bastards' fortifications were defeated in a certain mountain forest, and how cold their comrades' bodies were at a certain riverbank. The whole place was filled with a kind of atmosphere of heroism and sorrow, mixed with sadness and pride and solemnity. This place was only suitable for drinking, singing, and fighting. It was not suitable for women. The officers drank to their heart's content. They talked about their life after leaving the base, returning to their respective units, going to the front lines and participating in fierce battles. Sulu sat in the middle of the crowd and listened silently. He listened to the achievements of these former students and knew that most of them had been promoted. His heart, which was a little happy because of the influence of alcohol, naturally produced a lot of pride and satisfaction. The one who had been promoted the fastest was He Lei. He was a 30-something-year-old lieutenant colonel who could only laugh foolishly because he drank too much. His unit had taken on an extremely heavy mission, and had fought extremely hard and beautifully on 3320. The rest of the officers were already deputy regiment commanders, staff officers and battalion commanders of reinforced battalions. After the award ceremony that was about to start, they would most likely be promoted again. He Lei, you're only in your early 30s, but you're already a lieutenant colonel and regiment commander. How do you expect your brothers to survive? Lin Ai put her legs on the table and didn't let go of the bottle of red wine like she was holding a child. She shouted loudly with the smell of alcohol all over her body. He Lei forced himself to open his eyes that were almost unable to open. He chuckled and said, "The instructor is only in his 20s, but he's already a lieutenant colonel. Why don't you ask him?" "Fuck, who can compare to that monster?" Lan Xiaolong, who was stuffing fries into his mouth to suppress the smell of alcohol in his stomach, said disdainfully, "We don't have Madman Li here." "That's true." Mizaru, who was known for his sarcasm in the training base, looked at He Lei mockingly and said, "And I reckon that you'll at most get 2 medals in this award ceremony. You won't have a chance to be promoted to colonel, right?" "What?" A member of Group 7 expressed his confusion. He thought that with the achievements of He Lei's automatic regiment, it should be very common for them to be promoted in the front lines. "It's very simple," Zhou Yu interrupted with a smile. "Because our instructor is only a lieutenant colonel. Group 7 did a great job in laying the net for 163. Logically speaking, he should be promoted. The problem is that he's too young, and the Ministry of Defense has to be careful of the media, so it won't be his turn this time." "So I'm at a disadvantage now?" He Lei muttered. Suddenly he stood up shakily and sat between Su Lu and Miss Lulu. He hugged Su Li's shoulder and asked loudly, "Instructor, I heard that you destroyed the Bureau of Proclamation? Is it true or not?" "Nonsense. How can a person destroy the Bureau of Proclamation? I just beat up an official of the Bureau of Proclamation," Xiong Linquan replied in a rough voice. "That's also very cool. Other than our instructor, who dares to beat up those bastard Bureau of Proclamation officials?" He Lei's eyes widened as he praised loudly. The officers around them were also very excited. They began to hit the table with all their might to express their excitement. Then they began to howl wantonly like animals. Su Lu shook his head. He was too lazy to pay attention to these crazy people. He narrowed his eyes and counted for a long time. He felt that other than the people who were killing the enemy at the front lines, there should be 2 or 3 people missing. However, after he asked the question, the scene suddenly fell into silence. 2 of them died at 3,320. The main force of the Imperial Expeditionary Force counterattacked for 14 consecutive days. The ground forces were under too much pressure. In the end, they personally controlled MX and rushed up. The position was saved, but they didn't come back. Hua Xiaoxi lowered his head and turned the wine glass. He explained to Su Lu, "Chang San is also dead. It's the Iron 7th Division officer who fought with you on the field last time." Zhou Yu said softly, "I heard that after he recovered from his injuries, he took a transport ship from S1 to the front lines. The moment he was assigned to the Iron 7th Division, the operation on 5460 began. I think it was during the first sniping battle at Yellow Mountain Ridge. He was hit by a boulder that collapsed from the Empire's Mecca and was buried directly in the mountain. His body wasn't even dug up." Su Lu narrowed his eyes and was silent for a long time. He thought about how he controlled the Black MX and flew like a bullet on the gentle slope. That proud and tenacious officer had already died silently. Perhaps the place where he died was not far from where he was at that time? He raised the full wine glass and slowly drank it all. Then, he rubbed his nose and said, "Bring another 100 bottles of good wine." All the officers were silent. They raised their glasses at the same time and drank the wine in their glasses in one gulp. The nightclub was a mess, but it was lively. The new members of Iron 7th Division sat in the outer circle and drank with the girls in their arms. They looked over at the other side from time to time with a hint of envy in their eyes. They envied the fact that the old members could get along so well with the officers in the army. They envied Supervisor Su Lu for being able to receive the heartfelt respect of so many fierce people. Although they came from extraordinary families and their fathers were rich and powerful, so they were not afraid when they saw people like the regiment commander. They had been in the army for a long time and had been influenced by the atmosphere of the camp. There was always a faint sense of envy and yearning. "I see you running behind the supervisor every day. I didn't expect you to still hold a grudge against him. Zhou Yu moved closer to Shi Peng, who had a complicated expression. He frowned and said, "Forget it. Although I hated him back then, we were still in the same army. If it weren't for these guys, I'm afraid we would have died many times over. I don't hold a grudge against him." Shi Peng rubbed her hair and looked at Su Lu, who was drunk and collapsed in the arms of a girl not far away. She said angrily, "We have to help our friends. Besides, we just let him make a fool of himself and let us vent our anger. It's not like he will lose a piece of meat. Don't worry." He drank a mouthful of wine and said, "I'm also a member of Iron 7th Division. I won't betray my comrades." Zhou Yu shrugged and didn't try to persuade him anymore. He thought that it was right. Anyway, there were already a lot of rumors about their supervisor. It wouldn't be a big deal if there were more. Chapter 484. The silver moonlight shone on the fourth-floor apartment in Huacheng, Sunset Province. This was a small but exquisitely decorated suite. Sulu lay on the soft bed, his mouth dry and his head dizzy. The smell of alcohol wafted out of every pore of his body. A faint ray of light shone into the room through the floor-to-ceiling glass, casting a charming shadow on the girl's bare collarbone. In the middle of the shadow was a thin band of cloth that seemed to be able to be broken with a finger. The last time he had experienced something between a man and a woman, it seemed to have been tens of thousands of years ago. That was a failure that dealt a serious blow to his self-confidence. Although it was beautiful, it was only related to the mind. In terms of the body, it was a complete mess. Stone had been roasted in the fire for so many days, and had accumulated so much fire. Suddenly, he met a woman who was aroused by her profession, and immediately began to burn fiercely. "I want to vomit." Lulu froze for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. She got off the bed and placed a large basin beside the bed. She supported his body and gently patted his back, just like a gentle and affectionate older sister. He suddenly stopped moving and said vaguely, with a hint of regret and frustration in his voice, "I still want to vomit." In the evening, Group 7 drank wine at the dinner in the nightclub in the night market, and at the big party who knew how much they drank. The golden resplendence dimmed all the lights in the surrounding area to satisfy the officer's request of using alcohol to suppress or arouse certain emotions. Sulu alone drank at least 4 bottles. Even Li Pifu or Feng Yu would probably die if they drank like this. Sulu was indeed not an ordinary person in many aspects. But in the face of the fair slaughter of alcohol, it would be abnormal if he didn't collapse. After washing away the eyeshadow and heavy makeup, Lulu was still beautiful. But her beauty was extremely clean. She raised the corners of her eyes and said, "Will you pay me back in the future?" In the early morning, Sulu woke up from his sleep. His body was extremely sore and his throat was dry and painful. It was as if there were countless fish bones stuck in his throat. Suli's body was very strong, and the mysterious burning power in his body was definitely not of any help to the matters between men and women, but it could help him recover his strength as quickly as possible. The hangover from last night left him with an occasional headache, but his mind was clear again. He quietly looked at Lulu in his arms, feeling the clear and alluring sensation. Hearing the light snoring from the girl's nose from time to time, he couldn't help but grin. Immediately, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva and lowered his head somewhat seriously and somewhat nervously, preparing to press his lips against hers. Right at this moment, a row of white glowing symbols suddenly flashed in his left eye. These glowing symbols didn't move according to his will, and stayed firmly in place. Although the person he was spying on was only a central computer, he always felt that the other party was an old and dirty hooligan. Thinking of this, he felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. He reluctantly pulled his arm out from under Lulu's neck and sat on the bed with his head in his hands for a moment before he began to read the light talismans. The Federal Central Computer informed him that there was a target targeting him outside the apartment. The other party didn't have any weapons of mass destruction, so there was no danger. Sulu silently sat on the edge of the bed. After thinking for a moment, he began to wash up and get dressed. On the way, he called Bai Yulan and asked her to come to the apartment to pick him up. Lulu didn't know whether it was the sound of water or the lack of temperature beside her that woke her up. She stared blankly at the young lieutenant colonel at the door. She held her chin and spoke with a slightly unnatural tone, just like the time when she teased him in the Stars Club lounge. She said frivolously with a smile, "Come back at night? I'll give you a red envelope." Sulu walked down the stairs with his military cap. In the elevator, he kept his head down and muttered some indecent words. His heart was filled with some reluctance and unwillingness. It was not easy for him to make a decision under the dual encouragement of alcohol and desire. Unexpectedly, in the end, his body had an internal strife. Alcohol gave birth to desire, but it also destroyed some of the functions needed to fulfill that desire. Such an encounter was so depressing that he could not let it end. Standing at the side door of the apartment, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the quiet street in front of him and the towering trees across the street. He didn't find any danger, but he still carefully put on his sunglasses. He thought to himself that since the people following him were determined to be unarmed and not dangerous, why did the Federal Central Computer warn him in advance? In the distance, the black car was approaching. Sulu walked out of the apartment community and stood on the sidewalk to wait. Unexpectedly, his mind drifted to the room on the 4th floor again. It had nothing to do with emotions, but it was related to manhood. He raised his right arm with some doubts and made a forceful action. Looking at the bulging muscles under the military uniform, he thought that his ability in that area was indeed not proportional to his muscles. At this time, a flash suddenly lit up between the trees across the street. It was as if countless bolts of lightning cut through the quiet street and shone on his body, freezing his somewhat comical action forever. Since the National Girls scandal that shocked the entire Federation a few months ago, Sulu had long been accustomed to the fact that he was a celebrity. He also had a lot of experience dealing with reporters. However, at this time he was still a little dazzled by the flash. He was a little flustered. The Federation's technology has advanced for countless years. The cameras are getting smaller and smaller, but why are the flashes still so big? At this time he thought of something else very strangely. Then he looked at the dozen or so reporters rushing over from the opposite side of the street. His face became abnormally solemn. "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, why are you here?" "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, this apartment is the most famous apartment for single women in Sunset State. You should know what this means. Did you spend the night here last night?" "Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, please answer our questions." "Well, Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, I want to ask you, as an active military officer, is not returning to the barracks overnight a violation of military regulations?" Sulu stood silently on the side of the street, completely ignoring the questions of these reporters. When the black car arrived in front of him, he opened the door and got in. The reporters shook their heads and stood on the side of the street, quickly recording with the recording pens in their hands. Just as they thought the black car would leave in a cloud of dust, the car window rolled down. Sulu, wearing sunglasses, looked at the reporters and said, "Don't forget the confidentiality clause of the First Charter on Citizen Privacy. You can report on me, but if a single word involves other people, I will sue your newspaper until it closes down. As for you, I will send you to prison." After saying this, the black car silently drove away like a ghost. In the car, Sulu took off his sunglasses and was silent for a long time, secretly wondering who would use such a childish and boring method to trick him. What was their purpose? Thinking of something, he slightly frowned and said to Bai Yulan in the front seat, "Call Li Xiaotong." Chapter 485. The black car quietly slid into the barracks, and the heavy door was closed behind it. Lan Xiaolong and a few other officers who heard the sound of the wind, came over and walked into the office. Because of the hangover, their faces were full of tiredness, and their eyes were bloodshot. After they understood what happened outside the woman's apartment, their faces became serious and ugly. Not long after, Su Li's military phone beeped, and Li Xiaotong sent an email. He read it carefully, and then leaned against the chair and closed his eyes to think seriously for a long time. However, he still couldn't understand this matter. The most promising young lieutenant colonel in the Federation was photographed by a news reporter violating military discipline by not returning home at night and visiting prostitutes at a time when the war was fierce. Such a scandal was published during a time when the war was fierce, and it was really shocking. And the person involved was Su Lu. This matter was not only shocking, but there was probably a deeper purpose. After Li Xiaotong received their call, he found some information in the shortest amount of time. The major media stationed in the West Woods could be so sensitive and had the guts to secretly follow Su Lu. It was indeed related to the giant Sanlin United Bank. This seventh young master had always firmly and coldly placed trusted aides around his big brother, which was why he could find some information so quickly. However, he still couldn't find out where the media got the information from. Why did Li Xiaozhu do this? Sulu opened his eyes and thought in confusion. Did he want to turn himself into a rotten egg because he still didn't give up on the marriage with the Lees of Philadelphia? Did Li Xiaozhu still put his heart on the nation's girls? However, because of Jian Shuier, Zhou Yu and Zhang Xiaoming, in the eyes of many people in the upper and lower levels of the Federation, he had long been a silent flower stone. What good would it do him to ruin his reputation? More importantly, ever since the presidential election, Li Xiuzhu had been low-key and steady. With his temperament and ability, it was impossible for him to use such inferior and childish arrangements. His eyes narrowed as he thought of the two expert assassins who had been smuggled into the West Woods from Bermuda. Although the Federation Investigation Bureau had never been able to determine who the mastermind was, he could basically confirm that the person who wanted to kill him was definitely related to the young masters of the aristocratic families and the politicians of the capital ring. Li Xiuzhu's actions might be to cover up something, or to find a reason to stay out of it when the matter failed in the future. We've never been the kind of people who like to stir up trouble. The key is that there are always people who like to smear bullshit on our faces. Lan Xiaolong said in a deep voice. Outside the window, the members of Group 7 who had just woken up were sunbathing in groups of 2s and 3s. Under the big tree, Shi Peng kept smoking with her head lowered. Sulu suddenly thought of the girl in the apartment building. He narrowed his eyes and said directly to Bai Yulan, "I'll call that girl later and see what she thinks. If she's willing, you can help me send her away. Also, you can call Li Xiaotong and ask him to help settle down in the capital ring." Bai Yulan nodded slightly. Group 7 had been doing private work in the dark all these years. It was not difficult to secretly send a person out of the West Woods. Other than the Bureau of Proclamation, no other department or organization would be able to find a trace. Next, Su Lu and the others discussed a lot of countermeasures to prepare for the upcoming news flood. They had just returned from the battlefield and now they had to fight again. However, this time, the target of the battle had changed to the ubiquitous public opinion. Everyone felt very unhappy. The nightclub incident can be widely publicized. This can help to establish a positive image of you. Instructor Su's countless students are war heroes. This will make you feel very cool. Lan Xiaolong held the electronic pen in his mouth and said with a frown, "The key is last night. You have to give an answer. Do you admit it or not?" "Admit my ass. Nothing happened. Why should I admit it?" Su Li's expression was dark as he slammed the table and roared. The room was silent. Xiong Lin Quan and the others looked at each other, then lowered their heads and resisted the urge to laugh wildly. They thought that their boss was really shameless. He could even lie so confidently. Su Li shook his head helplessly, picked up the phone and walked out of the door. He began to ask for help from a certain lady in the capital ring. The next day, all the television media in the Federation remained silent, but all the print media and electronic media were in an uproar. Most of the pages of these media were still reporting the battle at the front line. On the 3 fallen planets, the Federation government army was marching toward victory step by step. 2 days after the general attack of the victorious military operation, they had entered the gentle slope period as planned. But on the 3rd page of their media, there was suddenly a scandal about a young lieutenant colonel. Because the first charter of the Federation strictly protected the privacy of citizens, there was not a single picture of the apartment in the media, and there was not a single sentence that involved the girl in the majestic nightclub. Although the title of the news was particularly sensational, the word strictly avoided the word prostitute, and only described it with ambiguous words and vivid reasoning, hooking the reader's emotions step by step into some kind of trench. The sex industry in the Federation had never been officially legal, but there hadn't been a case that confirmed it was illegal for more than 300 years. The strict military discipline of the Federation naturally prohibited the purchase of sex. But what were the sanatoriums and high-end clubs all over the streets of the Sunset State for? Everyone, from President Pabre to the peddlers selling newspapers, knew very well. It just so happened that the young lieutenant colonel was called Su Lu. He was the object of the scandal of the national girl, Jian Shuier. It was rumored that he had an affair with the daughter of the Minister of National Defense. It was also said that he admitted that he and Zhang Xiaoming of Green Dragon Mountain were old lovers. Therefore, this scandal or news had enough explosive power to make the people of the Federation relish, angry, and depressed. Almost everyone in the military camp of the Sunset State had a newspaper in their hands, including the members of Group 7. They wantonly laughed at Su Li's carelessness, but they didn't take the matter too seriously and didn't know the trouble it could bring. As soon as the news report came out, Su Lu received a top-secret email from the Ministry of National Defense. He opened the email and found that it was written by the bespectacled, scholarly minister himself. His heart thumped, and he insisted on reading the words that contained displeasure. He sighed silently in his heart and didn't reply immediately. A young man without a girlfriend now seemed to be responsible for the reputation of many girls. What was going on? Sulu sat behind the table and thought for a long time in silence. He realized that he had brought all of this upon himself. Then, the officers of the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of National Defense entered the camp of Group 7. The news media had stirred up too much, and the people of the Federation were too concerned. The Internal Affairs Department was responsible for monitoring the behavior of high-ranking officers. In order to quell the controversy, they had to come and deal with this matter. Lieutenant Colonel Sulu, we have been ordered to come and investigate. May I ask where you were the night before yesterday? Sulu sat behind the table and glanced at them. He didn't say anything. This action caused the expressions of the officers of the Internal Affairs Department to change slightly. Just as the atmosphere in the room became a little strange, a middle-aged man in a black suit with a smile on his face walked in from outside the door. He walked directly to Suli's table and looked back at the officers of the Internal Affairs Department. My client will not answer any of your questions. If you have anything to say, you can talk to me directly. Client. The officers of the Internal Affairs Department were stunned. They took the business card from the middle-aged man in black. After seeing the two words he on the pure plant long fiber business card, everyone's expression turned solemn at the same time. No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand why a routine investigation would actually attract the attention of Ceylon's most famous and most difficult lawyer to provoke. We just want Lieutenant Colonel Sulu to cooperate with the Internal Affairs Department's investigation. We don't need a lawyer, right? The officer of the Internal Affairs Department said awkwardly. Lieutenant Colonel Sulu will not accept any boring investigation, he said expressionlessly. Do you have an arrest warrant? No, but we have a notice of cooperation. That has no legal effect. He waved his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, my client will only go with you when you get the arrest warrant. Then he will speak with me. Other than that, don't disturb my client again. The officers of the Internal Affairs Department had very interesting expressions. It was clearly an internal investigation in the army. How did it become the content of a legal drama? Lawyer I want to remind you that Lieutenant Colonel Sulu is an active military officer. We have the right to ask him to cooperate with the investigation. And this is an internal military matter. He interrupted him expressionlessly. Are you trying to say that I'm a civil law lawyer and can't participate in military court matters? How did you learn this in school? That's not what I mean. The officer suppressed his anger and said, Lieutenant Colonel Sulu is suspected of prostitution and has seriously violated the military discipline of the Federation. This is the truth, right? He suddenly said with a gloomy face, the first charter states that citizens of the Federation have 5 basic rights. Prostitution is the same as looking at pornographic pictures at home. It is a natural right. Who dares to say that this is a crime? Before the excited officers of the Internal Affairs Department could speak, the youngest son of the Supreme Court Justice of the Federation, the closest legal partner of the Zhong family in the West Woods, raised his eyebrows and said without holding back, young people, you have to remember that no law can override the first charter. If the law passed by the Parliament and the military discipline regulations of the Department of Defense think that my client is suspected of a crime, then I think, what you have to do is not to investigate my client, but to immediately change all these bullshit laws. Hearing these 2 sentences, the members of Team 7, who had been watching and cheering outside the room, all clapped their hands hard. Their palms were red from the clapping, and the sharp whistles pierced through the entire military camp. Looking at the officers of the Internal Affairs Department who left resentfully, Sulu stood up, shook the lawyer's hand hard and said seriously, thank you. You don't have to thank me. I'm just protecting the bottom line rights of the Federation citizens. He looked at Sulu and suddenly said with a smile, but I have to remind you, in the future you have to be careful when you go out to play. My old father is a fanatic admirer of Miss Jian Shuier. If we really take the first charter case to the Supreme Court, we will definitely lose. Thinking that the Supreme Court Justice of the Federation might be reading the newspaper by the fireplace while cursing a certain heartless man, Suli's back suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Chapter 486. A ghost born from the Federation's upper-class society due to hatred, fear, and uneasiness, was hovering above Suli's head, blowing a cold breath at the back of his neck from time to time. In the military camp at the West Woods front line, Sulu could clearly feel a certain cold wind from the capital ring. It was inevitable that he would feel a little gloomy and angry. He had shed blood on the battlefield with his head held high, but his back was full of hostile gazes and thoughts. This kind of treatment could not be treated indifferently unless he had been fishing by the lake for more than 10 years. Insulting his spirit and destroying his body. The former was just a test, and even the handsome Li Xiaozhu had secretly expressed his attitude. He did not participate, but the latter was the key problem. After sending Lawyer He away, Su Lu sat behind the table and began to count with his fingers. Who exactly was involved in this matter? The elders at the top of the aristocratic families, the big shots in the political circle of the capital special district, they were extremely shrewd, cautious, and conservative all their lives. As long as they did not see the relationship between the Lees of Philadelphia and Su Lu, they would be silent for a day. On the other end of the cold wind, the end of the thread of the ghost was people like them. At this moment, Su Lu was probably already surrounded by a storm, so how could it be so sticky and annoying? From this perspective, the rest of the people who dared to ignore the attitude of the federal military and even the Lees of Philadelphia and secretly tried to destroy him physically must be very proud and very capable young people from the aristocratic families who were easily angered. They and Su Lu were in a completely different world. They were incompatible with each other, and once they collided, they would be annihilated or exploded. Lin Dohai, Nan Mingxiu, Zhong Erlang, these three names appeared in Su Li's mind. Because of Mrs. Zhong's phone call, Lawyer He appeared in the military camp. His appearance, to a certain extent, represented the attitude of the Zhong family in the West Woods. Behind him was the reputation of the Chief Justice of the Federation. The Department of Defense was already under a lot of pressure to investigate this matter. Now, it naturally pushed the pressure away and of course, it would not insist on the investigation. It was just that the officers of the Internal Affairs Department were a little annoyed. Immediately afterward, the giant Shell Motor Company, which spanned across the galaxy, sent a lawyer's letter signed by the president to all major media outlets, requesting that the media immediately stop the malicious reports that were full of slander and make a formal written apology. All parties exerted their strength, and the news media retracted after hearing the news. The storm caused by this incident gradually subsided. Su Lu, who was in the Westwood Sunset State, did not let his guard down. He looked at the electronic map in his left eye and noticed that the two white dots that represented the target were getting closer and closer. He knew that a dangerous test was coming soon. However, the light was in his eyes, and no matter how professional an assassin was to the current him, it was not a real test. The general offensive of the Victory military operation had entered its second week. The most powerful military force of the Imperial Expeditionary Force was gathered on planet 3320. However, under the watchful eyes of the glory of the Charter and the storm-like attacks of the Federation, the people of the Empire retreated step by step. After leaving behind countless soldiers' corpses, they miserably retreated into the rugged mountains to the west of the plateau. The offensive of the Federal forces suddenly slowed down. For some unknown reason, the frontline commander-in-chief, who was known as the Tiger of the West Woods, firmly ordered the various departments to slow down the speed of the offensive. The battle once again entered a stalemate. The stalemate today is different from the stalemate in the past. This is a fake stalemate. As long as the Federal forces are more ruthless, they can take down the last of the Imperial Expeditionary Force's territory at any time. It's just that the environment is limited, so presumably, there will be more deaths. At the foot of the Green Peak, on the high ground beside the flat river, there was a Federation military camp. From time to time, heavy black mechas would walk downstream along the river, their huge alloy mechanical feet leaving deep footprints on the sand and stones. The young master of the Tai family, whose pseudonym was Yuan Zitai, looked at the electronic map in front of him and said slowly to the person beside him, "Now, Du Shaoqing is in the limelight on planet 5460. Everyone thinks that he is the peerless general after the god of war, and subconsciously underestimated the Tiger, especially when they think of the Tiger suppressing the Iron 7th Division to not enter the West Woods. However, no one has ever carefully calculated the ratio of their losses. Du Shaoqing is as cold as snow, but his commanding style is as fierce as the wind, as tough as iron, and as sharp as the sharpness of his attacks. There is no other person in this world who can command a division, an army, or even a military region. But his problem is that this kind of commanding style will bring extremely heavy losses. Now, when he commands a division, the 3 military regions, or even the entire federal military, can continuously fill in people and supplies. But if he is like Commander Zhong, commanding hundreds of divisions, who will fill in? Tiger Zhong seems to be arrogant and aloof, but in reality, his commanding is neither rushed nor slow. Every step he takes is extremely precise, and he is good at using the least amount of energy to achieve the most results. In order to wait for the Bureau of Proclamation to finish setting up the net, he can withstand the pressure of the Parliament and the other big shots in the military and endure for so long on these two planets. Although he has the strong support of President Pabre, this cold and silent personality of his is still very scary. The most important thing is that the discussions of the ordinary people and the increasing number of conspiracy theories do not move his eyebrows at all. I don't know if it is a blessing or a misfortune for the Federation to have Tiger Zhong in the West Woods. Tai Ziyuan stayed on the front line for a long time. His body was still a little thin under the major's military uniform, and his face was still unhealthily pale. It seemed that neither the lost radiation of the battleship nor the ultraviolet rays on the plateau could make him darker. But the Federation now needs continuous victories like the Iron 7th Division, not a tepid battle. Xue Nain's rough fingers gently stroked the cold handle of the gun at his waist and said subconsciously. As the senior security director of the Black Hawk Security Company, he had always been by Tai Ziyuan's side and was always ready to exchange his life for Tai Ziyuan's safety when there was danger. There were many people like him in this military camp. The entire security force of the Black Hawk Security Company became the official federal forces through some means and surrounded Tai Ziyuan to protect him. This only showed that the influence of Macho Mountain in the Federation was really incredible. On Planet 163, Sulu had noticed that among the 3 security companies in charge of the Bureau of Proclamation's work, there were very few people from the Black Hawk Security Company. If he saw the figure of Director Xue Nain at this moment, he could probably understand some of the real reasons. As the only heir of the Tai family for thousands of years, even if he wanted to fight for the Federation with blood like an ordinary citizen, it was impossible for him to have a completely ordinary life in a military camp. Whether it was the wife of Macho in the back of the mountain, the president in the official residence, or the big shots in the Parliament Mountain, none of them dared to put his safety at any risk. Tai Ziyuan didn't answer Xue Nain's words. He sneered slightly. In the Federation, probably only a young major like him could talk about the advantages and disadvantages of the 2 generals of the federal military in such a natural tone. This was the so-called family background. Going to the battlefield with hundreds of senior bodyguards, there has probably never been such a scene in history. Tai Ziyuan covered his mouth with his fist and coughed twice. His pale face flashed with 2 flashes of red. He said with self-mockery, "This is really too ridiculous." Xue Nain stood behind him with his head down, silent and not saying a word. No matter how angry the prince was, they couldn't leave his side. Thinking about his own abnormal military experience, Tai Ziyuan's mood became a little lonely. He raised his head and looked at the electronic newspaper on the screen. Looking at the picture of the guy wearing sunglasses standing in front of the apartment acting cool, his mood finally improved. He smiled and said, "Sometimes I really envy this guy. I feel that his life is so much more exciting than mine." Outside the planet's atmosphere, a giant battleship reflected the cold and solemn color of the metal under the light of the stars. This was the flagship of the West Woods Federation's frontline headquarters. In the spacious warehouse on the penultimate level of the battleship, the sound of hydraulic pistons moving was soft and mesmerizing. The sound of spherical joints coming out was crisp and clear. Accompanied by the sound of airflow compensation, the cockpit door of the giant black MX mecha opened. Li Feng walked out with a serious expression carrying a pressure box. He jumped down from the tall mecha, his feet landing on the ground with a dull thud. His body, tightly wrapped in his military uniform, was filled with a powerful force, as if he would explode at any moment. Mechanical arms reached out from the wall and began to connect with the mecha's systems. More than 10 mechanical engineers holding electronic notepads moved forward quickly and silently, beginning their daily maintenance. This MX mecha's 2 thick and cold mechanical legs were already painted full of gold stars. According to the usual practice in the Federation's military camp, the gold star that represented the number of kills would only be painted on the left mechanical leg, but Li Feng's mecha was an exception. This was because he had defeated too many Empire mecha on the battlefield. There were so many that one mechanical leg could not contain all the gold stars. Looking at the eye-catching countless gold stars, the mechanical engineers and the surrounding Federation soldiers subconsciously turned their heads to look at Li Feng, who was walking into the tunnel. They looked at the young lieutenant colonel's valiant back, and their eyes naturally showed respect and passion. On the highest level of the battleship, I forced the various troops to slow down their attack speed. This matter has already caused a lot of discussion, especially in S1. Beside the floor-to-ceiling porthole, there was an extremely luxurious leather chair behind a long table. If this chair fell into the eyes of the HTD Bureau employees, they would probably go crazy. However, the middle-aged man wearing the Lieutenant General's gold star epaulet on the chair didn't seem to feel anything. His palm casually slapped the armrest as he silently looked out the window. Only his somewhat lonely back was left to Li Feng as he walked into the room. What discussion? Li Feng stood behind the general and asked in a low voice. This young lieutenant colonel's temperament was violent and warlike, but as a descendant of a military family, he did not only know how to charge and fight blindly on the battlefield. Being at the front lines, he could very well understand the true intentions of the commander's orders. Moreover, as a soldier he had to obey orders. Many people in the Senate say that I purposely left the Imperial Expeditionary Force to increase my own importance, the middle-aged general in the chair said with a smile. There was no trace of anger in his tone, it was extremely calm. Let them eat shit, Li Feng replied very directly. Sometimes I also think about it. Perhaps my subconscious mind already has this kind of thought. The man in the leather chair slowly turned around. This commander of the Federation's 4th Military Region, the head of the Westwoods Zhong family, a legendary figure who had crossed a corner of the galaxy and fought against the Empire alone for more than a decade, at this moment, actually appeared somewhat tired and old. Uncle Zhong, this joke is not funny. The tiger of the Westwoods had the surname Zhong, and his name was Shouhu. His slightly thin body was tall and straight, as if every bone contained a sense of pride and unruliness. When he suddenly heard the words of the younger generation, his silver eyebrows raised. The tiredness and self-mockery instantly disappeared, only leaving behind a strong spiciness. It was so spicy that it made people's heart palpitate. It was like a cup of tiger bone wine, extremely frightening. Chapter 487. Li Feng put his hands behind his back. His military posture was perfect. His thick eyebrows were straight on his young face. He looked at the general in the leather chair and thought of the recent events and the rumors from the capital ring. His expression naturally became a little gloomy. Whether it was the people of the Federation or the Empire, every time they thought of the Westwood skinny tiger, they would always think of arrogant, cold-blooded, and terrifying. But very few people would think that behind the glory represented by the dark-colored military uniform, the #1 military and political figure in the Westwoods bore an unbearable pressure that ordinary people could not bear. Even the bones of the tiger seemed to creak under the pressure. Li Feng could feel it. He grew up in the front line of the Westwoods. The courtyard in Wire Road was like his second home. He knew very well how the politicians and civilians of the capital ring felt about the Westwoods region. Historically speaking, the 3 prosperous planets in the Upper Woods region had never really treated the Westwoods region as an equal partner. The Federation government had always been secretly vigilant against the existence of the Zhong family. This time, the Federation launched a cleanup operation against the Imperial Expeditionary Force. The current master of the Zhong family, who had been fighting the Empire alone for more than 10 years, naturally became the commander-in-chief of the front line. However, the pressure from the parliament and the military had always been with him. The upper echelons of the Federation knew about the problem between Commander Zhong and Du Shaoqing, but they forcibly resisted the cold suppression of the tiger and sent Du Shaoqing's Iron 7th Division to the front line. When Commander Du Shaoqing, wearing sunglasses, stood on the Yellow Mountain, the pressure became more and more real, urgent, and heavy. Many people in the army still remembered that in the military operation on Base 5460, 2 senior officers of the Westwoods military region were directly arrested and brought back to the capital ring for trial because they failed to rescue the Iron 7th Division. What did this mean? During this period of time after the military operation began, the Iron 7th Division led by Du Shaoqing fought like a whirlwind on Base 5460. Their morale soared to the sky, and they won a series of invigorating victories. Although he was only a major general on the battlefield, and the Iron 7th Division was only a part of the enormous war machine, he had already become a hero and idol in the hearts of the Federation citizens under the full power of the Federation propaganda machine. In stark contrast, Commander Zhong, who was in charge of this military plan with more than 100 majestic soldiers in his hands, seemed to be a little silent. Although he was the commander-in-chief, there were always some problems when one side was losing and the other side was gaining. In many people's eyes, every time Du Shaoqing and his Iron 7th Division won a beautiful victory on Planet 5460, the Westwoods Tigers would feel a little more pressure and look a little more embarrassed. Li Feng was an excellent professional officer. He had no objections to Du Shaoqing, but he had a natural resistance to this kind of shadow behind the spicy battlefield. What made him feel a little surprised was that the powerful and high-ranking man in the chair seemed to be calm, so calm that it was somewhat unfathomable. "Commander." Li Feng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Zhong Shouhu lowered his gaze slightly, and a trace of gratification flashed across his face that was as calm as the eternally unchanging galaxy. He said, "This is my private study." "Yes." Li Feng raised his head and said solemnly, "Uncle Zhong, I want to talk to my family." His family was the Lees of Philadelphia. The old man, who had been watching the snowy mountains by the lake for more than 10 years, had not spoken about specific matters of the federal military for a long time, except when he entered Allure prison to meet a certain young man. If Li Feng wanted to talk to his family, it would naturally be to talk to this old man. No matter how much the politicians of the capital ring or the military feared the Zhong family of the West Woods, as long as the old man stood out and expressed his attitude, all the pressure would most likely disappear for a while. After the Federation wiped out the Imperial Expeditionary Force, it was inevitable that they would counterattack the Empire through the 2 warp tunnels. During such a tense war, Li Feng believed that his grandfather would not want to see problems within the Federation, and would be willing to stand out and make the Federation more united. Hearing this, Zhong Shouhu narrowed his eyes slightly, and 2 complicated and inexplicable cold lights shone out. No one knew what he thought, but in the end this emotion turned into a smile. He looked at the young lieutenant colonel in front of him and smiled slightly. He thought of the scene many years ago when this child, who had just turned 12 years old, came to the West Woods with a face full of tears. He knew that the young man had good intentions, but, "Don't forget your own identity." Zhong Shouhu's expression turned serious and he said sternly, "You're an officer of a military region. These things are not up to you to speak." Li Feng stubbornly held his head high. Although he did not know why this uncle, whom he respected greatly, would not accept his good intentions, he was not willing to back down. "Keep some distance from me, little guy," Zhong Shouhu said coldly. Zhong Suahu replied with a cold expression, "I don't want Li Zidao calling me every day to bother me. You're his son, not mine." Li Feng pursed his lips and held his head high. The veins on his neck, which was as tense as a mountain rock, occasionally popped out. He seemed to be angry at these words. Zhong Shouhu did not care about the young man's beautiful sadness and worry. He closed his eyes slightly and naturally changed the topic to another very interesting topic. In the past, the Federation did not have the habit of grading machine control standards. Only the Empire has. The army started to learn from them and started grading. That was a strange habit that started from the Second Military Academy about 20 years ago. I don't know if it has anything to do with that traitorous mechanic. However, I have to admit that this entire grading system is indeed somewhat useful for evaluating the strength of mecha warriors like you. You passed level 6 a few years ago. It is said that the Empire's princess was even younger than you when she passed level 6. Zhong Shouhu looked at him with a strange smile and said, "At the latest next year, the Federation forces will appear at the Khaki Corridor. The war will start in the Empire's homeland. You will definitely have the chance to meet this princess. Do you have any expectations?" For the Imperial Expeditionary Force and the special pilots who had infiltrated the Bermuda Mineral Star, the powerful and violent young Lieutenant Colonel Madman Li was their eternal shadow. Fortunately, the Empire also had a talented young person, and that was their powerful princess. The Empire's royal family naturally would not let the young girl go into battle to kill the enemy, but their propaganda machine kept promoting the strength of this princess. Many soldiers and civilians of the Federation still remembered that when the Empire's negotiation team came a few years ago, the Empire's officials would tremble with excitement every time the princess was mentioned. It was as if they had been injected with stimulants, and they clamored for a war with the Federation. The Federation had Li Feng and the Empire had the princess. Once these 2 talented young people met on the battlefield, no one knew what kind of dazzling brilliance would erupt. Even with Zhong Shouhu's status and shrewdness, he could not help but be curious. However, after thinking about it seriously for a long time, Li Feng shook his head. The genius princess's royal title is Su Meng. No one knows what her alias is in the Empire's military department, which unit she is in, what position she holds, but I think her surname should be Huai. Zhong Shouhu said indifferently, "According to the news from Bermuda, this princess is not the product of another Empire's god-making campaign. She is like you, young but very strong. She is even stronger than we thought. The entire universe sees her as your lifelong enemy. It is not an insult to you. But she is still a woman." Li Feng replied firmly, "Women will be women. Their name is the weak." Zhong Shouhu was slightly taken aback. He picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip. He sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "When you get married, you will know how terrifying women are." Li Feng could not understand the middle-aged man's meaning behind these words. After a pause, he said seriously, "Perhaps this Princess Su Ming is very strong, even stronger than me. But a battlefield is a battlefield. I do not expect to have a fair fight with her. If it really becomes a mecha battle, the Empire only has her. The Federation has me, and Su Lu. She will lose. I didn't expect you to have such a high opinion of Su Lu. Although I hate this guy, I have to admit that he is very talented in mecha. I'm very curious about his relationship with your family." "Sorry, Uncle Zhong." Zhong Shouhu smiled and did not ask any more questions. Li Feng frowned and asked curiously, "Uncle Zhong, I want to know what level you are. What is the level of Colonel Tian that I have never seen before? Grandfather and father mentioned you two in the Feiqing family. They said that you two are stronger than me, but I did not believe it." In the end, Madmanly was still Madmanly. Even in the face of the celestial forest tiger, who was close and powerful to him, he did not hesitate to declare his undisguised ambition for certain territories. "I don't need to mention it. As for Mr. Tian, his level is definitely not as high as yours. But if you are really thrown on a planet for more than 100 days, I think the one who will survive in the end will be him and not you." "Why?" Li Feng asked, puzzled. "Because he is much more shameless than you. And in order to survive, this kind of shamelessness is often required." Zhong Shouhu said emotionally, "That fatty you are curious about is the most shameless and lowly person I have ever seen in my life. He is full of petty tricks, but he is definitely not a genius with great wisdom." Li Feng was silent. He thought to himself, for Zhong Shouhu of the West Woods to have such an evaluation, what kind of existence must that Colonel Tian be? "This time I transferred you back from the surface to let you return to the main planet to rest for a while." Zhong Shouhu looked at the young lieutenant colonel in front of him with a gentle gaze. "The Federation can't endlessly exploit a kid like you. Minors need to be protected. It's just that other than Chief Judge Hiying, no one dares to question your grandfather's decision. I can hold on. I don't need to rest. I am going back to Sun Province soon. What are you still doing on this stupid planet?" Chapter 488. 97% of the net has been set up on the three fallen stars. 1/3 of the Federation's forces have been thrown in. What else can the Empire soldiers hiding in the mountains eat other than synthetic meat? Even if an idiot is the commander-in-chief, it is impossible for us to lose again. Why should I stay here? Zhong Shouhu turned his body slightly and looked at the beautiful planet below the warship. The dividing line between darkness and light was so obvious on the pale yellow planet. Every small spark that occasionally flashed between the hemispheres of the night actually meant a powerful explosion. Who knew how many of his men and enemies of the Empire had died in the explosion? It was a very simple statement, but it was a matter of course and even revealed a sense of arrogance and confidence. This confidence came from his experience of resisting the Empire alone at the border of the West Woods for more than 10 years. It came from the meticulous preparations he and the federal military had made in the past year. It came from the deep traces of his command arrangements in the past 100 days. However, immediately after, he let out a sigh from behind the leather seat that was the complete opposite of his previous arrogance. "I kind of missed the red oil rat meat at the intersection." The Federation's victory in the military operation was already inevitable. A faint sense of boredom grew in the heart of the supreme commander of the military. He said, "The Empire's princess is waiting for us on the other side of the nebula, but the Federation's crown prince has already begun to take off his clothes and go into battle bare-chested. And you, Su Lu, this guy that even I often find baffling. I kind of look forward to what will happen in the future." Hearing the 3 words crown prince, Li Feng's eyes drooped slightly. He remembered that Tai Ziyuan was currently hiding his identity and risking his life to fight on the planet below. Macho had always been on good terms with the Lees of Philadelphia. He had also met Tai Ziyuan a few times and somewhat admired this person who had a different temperament from the average noble family. According to the rumors circulating in the ground base, Major Yuan Zitai was currently commanding 2 combined battalions and was doing an excellent job, but that guy's health seemed to have always been a little weak. Whether or not you can survive the battlefield is mainly related to good luck. Li Feng suddenly thought of the words his grandfather had said to him when he was very young. Thinking back to the deformed and iron-blooded life he had started at the age of 12, the thrilling scenes he had experienced on the battlefield, and even the cold glance of the god of death in the smoke, the young lieutenant colonel's heart that had always been fearless and incomparably ruthless suddenly constricted. Glacial mines, dense forests in the wilderness, so many stray bullets, so dense gravel and endless wildfires. They didn't know and didn't care whether you were a princess or a crown prince, whether you were a simple and honest recruit like a farmer or a veteran ruffian like a viper. No matter how talented a person was or how promising his future was, he could still die a horrible death on the battlefield. No gold can be found in the waves. Only the natural elimination of life and death on the battlefield can truly welcome the final victor. Following the rotation of Planet 163, the Federation's battleships slowly entered the dark sky. Most of the light from the star was blocked by the planet. The surrounding space transitioned from dark blue to heavy black. Shadows seeped in from outside the floor-to-ceiling porthole and completely covered Zhong Shouhu's body on the chair. It also covered his words with a layer of cold and strange flavor. The upper echelons of the Federation have always been paying attention to Big Secretary Shinmacho in the back of the mountain. There are several outstanding successors of the 7 great families, but they don't understand that without experiencing a real battlefield, these young people will always have fatal flaws. I admire Lin Banshan, but this broken family's nature is too free. He only likes to live his unrestrained life in Bermuda. Fortunately, there are other young people. In the rotten soil of the Federation, which is full of darkness and blood, it can actually grow clean fruits like Su Lu Yu and Tai Ziyuan. This is truly a miraculous thing. Perhaps the history of mankind and the development of the Federation will ultimately be as boring and dark as the past tens of thousands of years, but we always have to believe that the future may be clean. This way the citizens who don't know the truth can walk more firmly. This sentence was said by George Carlin. I quite agree. I hope that the future of the universe is a group of clean young people like you, but sadly I can always see that in the future, you will be infected with that disgusting old aura like me. This kind of aura is often associated with some very pleasant words, such as responsibility. Then you have to consider the overall situation. To consider the overall situation, you have to sacrifice the interests of a few people. Once this kind of active choice of sacrifice begins, you are no longer clean. The automatic lights in the room of the warship slowly lit up. Zhong Shouhu's white eyebrows, which were as if he was lying still, showed a hint of self-mockery as he said, "Little guy, I only want to remind you of one last thing. A future that is obtained by sacrificing others can only be a boring repetition with no future." Li Feng was silent for a moment. He gave a serious military salute and replied seriously, "Commander, although I can't completely understand, I know what I should do if I encounter such a situation in the future. This world is yours and it is also ours. But in the end it belongs to those bastards." In the military camp of the Sunset Province, Lan Xiaolong held a tree with one hand and hooked the military belt at his waist with the other. He sneered at the apology notice on the front page of the electronic newspaper about a false news report. He recited the sentence aloud in a recitative tone to express his deepest disdain for the boring politicians and meddlesome reporters of the capital ring. The members of Group 7 were training under the leadership of Xiong Linquan. The Bureau of Proclamations netlaying mission had basically been completed. The Department of Defense had not issued any new instructions to this small unit that was resting, so they could not carry out targeted training. They could only diligently carry out the arduous battlefield simulation exercise to ensure that a few more of them could survive on the battlefield in the future. In the shadows next to the training ground, the Venus Documentary Film Studio's camera crew was still faithfully carrying out their work. They shot a huge amount of material, then edited and condensed it into a short 10 minutes and sent it to thousands of households' TV screens. Lu Jiao, who had forcefully left the hospital and returned to the team, was currently resting on a hammock beside a tree with his eyes closed. He had been shot in the abdomen, so he was the key target of Group 7. Ho Xiandong sat on the medical box and followed closely behind. After hearing Lan Xiaolong's recitation, Lu Jiao opened his eyes and laughed out loud in pain. The bowl-like treatment device on his abdomen bobbed up and down, as if it could shoot out at any time. Bai Yulan looked at him worriedly, worried that he would laugh until his intestines fell out or break. Sulu sat on a military bench. He seemed to be carefully reading an internal document from Nutshell Company, but in reality he was using the central computer to sort out the movements of the 2 white dots in his mind. At the same time, he was paying attention to the movements of the Federation's military operations. "Stop reciting Schiller's lines. We can take it, but Lu Jiao can't." He raised his head and waved his hand at Lan Xiaolong, who looked like a stage actor. Yo, I only know that our commanding officer Su Lu can smell the difference between the 37 types of engine oil used in the M-series mecha, and can feel the breast size of all the girls in the golden splendor with one hand. Lan Xiaolong was full of complaints. He said sarcastically, I didn't expect you to be such a literary youth. You actually know these are Master Schiller's lines. What's the matter? Are you trying to show off in front of a master's student like me? The gang fight in the Chrysanthemum Night Market, followed by the news of Su Li's incident, made it inconvenient for Group 7 to go out on the streets. The soldiers had locked themselves in their barracks, and they had already vented some of their anger. Hearing Lan Xiaolong's mocking words, Su Li didn't get angry. He shrugged his shoulders and said, I've told you many times. I've read a lot of literature books. I'm full of cultural knowledge, but you just don't believe me. After saying this, he stood up, patted his butt and walked into his office. He opened his workbench and began his daily routine of receiving emails from the capital ring. The first email was from Shang Qiu. She introduced the progress of the Nutshell Engineering Department's research on adding a pressurizing system to the MX mecha. At the same time, she asked how it felt to use the MX mecha that had been specially modified for Su Lu by all her colleagues in the engineering department. Su Lu only wrote thank you in his reply before stopping. A bitter smile flashed across his face. In the past few months of battle, he had never had the chance to use a mecha. How could he talk about how it felt? At the end of the email, Shang Qiu mentioned very seriously that she might bring a testing team to the Westwoods front lines in the near future. Thinking of the death that was everywhere on the front lines, Su Li's brows furrowed. He was a little worried. Suddenly, he remembered that Shang Qiu's name was not in his long-winded last words before the last mission on Starship 3320. How shameful. The second email was from Jian Shuier. In the email, she said that she had sent him a gift. She asked him to remember to sign for it and keep it a secret. As for the mailing process, he didn't need to worry about it. It was sent under the name of the Philadelphia family, so the military would probably treat it seriously. Su Lu was startled. He didn't understand what kind of gift it was that it needed to occupy the tight military supply channel and make Jian Shuier willing to use the authority of the Lees of Philadelphia. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. He sent an email to ask about it seriously. After dealing with the matters at hand, he walked out of the barracks and whispered a few words to Bai Yulan. Then he drove the black car out of the barracks. At the entrance of the barracks, the black car was stopped by the team members who had just finished a round of brutal training. A few of the team members said excitedly, "Boss, the video crew just said that the third episode will be aired next week. Don't forget to watch it then." Currently, the most important event in the Federation was, of course, the war at the Westwoods front lines. And for the millions of citizens, this important historical event was the truest manifestation of it. What they cared about the most was the documentary called Team of Seven. This documentary had only aired 2 episodes, but it had already caused a frenzy of viewership in the Federation. Presumably, when the third episode was aired, there would be countless television screens showing the same spectacular scene. Su Lu was slightly startled. He thought that it seemed to be released earlier than the news channel's announcement. Could it be related to the news incident from a few days ago? Lan Xiaolong squeezed into the crowd and asked loudly, "Where do you want to go by yourself again? Take me with you." Su Lu looked at him and answered honestly, "I want to go to Wire Road to see rabbits." Lan Xiaolong's face darkened. He took a deep breath and said, "I don't discriminate against homosexuals, but don't you think it's a bit too arrogant and shameless to shout it out so openly?" He immediately turned around and left the black car. He complained, "Is this the future that the Federation is focusing on cultivating? Yesterday, I wrote a few hundred words in the morning, boarded the bus at noon, arrived at Wuhan in the evening, and wrote a few hundred words at the airport. It was very tough. On the plane, I wrote more than 1,000 words. After finishing yesterday's chapter, my mood was stable. Then I arrived at the hotel in Harbin at 11:40. I stayed at many places, but last night I couldn't go online. I couldn't make a phone call either. I was very annoyed at that time, so I tried to use my phone to update. I confirmed it a second time, but it was absolutely impossible. At least I couldn't do it. I didn't care about the traffic, but I couldn't get into the authors section. Then I called my leader and sent her an MMS, asking her to help me update. In the end, my leader was much more talkative than I was, and she admitted it. Both sides were angry. She said that I should take a leave of absence, but I couldn't accept it because I said I wouldn't update. Most importantly, I had written it. If I stopped, it would be a loss. That was Doi's feeling. You can understand, so I insisted, "Phone QQ?" I couldn't send a document. Same here. I was also a talkative. In the end, I sent an email, but the format was completely destroyed. My leader had to rearrange it. It was already very late. My leader asked me if I could say anything. I said, "You can say it." She said she was too tired to say anything, so she didn't say anything. That was why he had said so much nonsense today, just to vent his emotions from last night. Damn it. I arrived in Daqing this afternoon. I pressed my palms together. There were also a few sentences. I wore a short-sleeved shirt when I boarded the plane. Before I alighted, the stewardess sweetly said it was -13 degrees Celsius. Uncle Harbin, who had stayed in Sanya for 4 months, was so angry that he was about to explode. I didn't explode. I brought enough warm clothes. But I still caught a cold. He sighed with emotion for the nth time. Our great motherland is so fucking big. He sighed with emotion for the nth time. I am a useless pig who is not sentimental but is extremely sensitive. I am a clumsy and ugly looking but is extremely delicate. I wish everyone a happy life as long as you have a better life than me. Hee. In the end, I finally smiled. Chapter 489. The first glass of wine, the sun shines brightly, the ivy outside the window crawls into my eyes. The second glass of wine, the spring breeze gently ripples, the leaves gently caresses me. The third glass of wine, the birds lightly pecks at my heart. The fourth glass of wine, the shadow on the windowsill, makes me forget who I am. The fifth glass of wine, the youth is about to fly, through the layers of green forest. The sixth glass of wine, the stone path bends, a girl at the end. A girl at the end of the stone path. Girl. That's my little girl. These are all my girls. The black car was driving on the sunny Sunset Highway. The car with the sunroof was finally not as old as before, but more of the emotions that a young man should have. Sitting alone in the car, chewing the spring breeze that blew in his face, Sulu was once intoxicated, but it was rare for him to release the deepest part of his emotions. He loudly sang the old song. His slightly hoarse voice was not very pleasant to listen to, but it was particularly enjoyable. The song was the 27 glasses of wine. After the 6th glass, the rough and direct, the lively lyrics were not the original lyrics. In the past, Shi Qinghai and Sulu would drink every time. Every time they drank, they would get drunk. Every time they were drunk, they would sing this song loudly. When they were sad, Mr. Shi would silently and softly repeat the last few lyrics about his father. When they were happy and excited, he would only sing the first 1/5 of the song. When they sang the 6th glass of wine, the man's voice would stop here. Like a retro black record needle, he would tirelessly hum the girl at the end of the stone path. He would frown, wink, and look at the beautiful girls around him until his voice became hoarse. He would shout the lyrics directly from the bottom of his heart to his own girls. In the past, Sulu always felt that Shi Qinghai's declaration of wanting to subdue all the young women in the world was too direct and abrupt, and it was even more embarrassing when he blushed. But at this time, the road was accompanied by the bright sunshine and the wind of youth. He was not in a dark room and there was no taboo of mold, but he could freely breed frivolous thoughts that were most in line with the way of nature. No matter how brave or even presumptuous he was to sing out these frivolous thoughts, it was actually so happy. He was in his 20s and was born in a lowly place. Now he was already a hero of the Federation and a high-ranking military officer. He was in charge of a group of fierce people and rich kids from aristocratic families. He had many extraordinary friends and enemies. Cunning and ruthless politicians had suffered losses in front of him. Even powerful people would have a headache when they heard his name. He had scandals with the nation's young girls and was secretly admired by the daughters of aristocratic families. He had enough qualifications to be proud of himself in the spring breeze and enjoy the speed of the black car. The award ceremony held by the Federation on the front line had ended. The military officers and students from various troops had specially made a trip to the barracks to say goodbye to him, and then embarked on the journey again. Sulu was very clear about what he and these military officers and students would encounter on the battlefield. But perhaps it was because he had seen so many life and death situations on the front line, this time it was very difficult for him to have the same feeling as the last time in the base cafeteria. Instead, he had a bit of a fierce and straightforward feeling. Farewell today, see you on the battlefield in the future. At this time, the song penetrating the blue sky and white clouds from the skylight, and the repetitive and boring words of girl, abruptly stopped. Sulu knitted his thick ink-like eyebrows and slowly drove the black car to the side of the road and stopped. He silently looked at the three-dimensional map made by the white lines in his left eye. Looking at the two white dots that had already entered the edge of the city, He couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. It was not a good thing to be disturbed at such a happy moment. He turned on the car computer and brought up the map on the light screen. He squinted his eyes and carefully looked at it for a long time. Although the old man could now directly simulate the map in his mind, he didn't know if it was because of his biological instincts, but he was more used to looking at the map on an object outside his body. Taking out the electronic notebook of the past few days and carefully combing through the records one by one, Sulu finally confirmed that the two experts from Bermuda finally couldn't hold it in anymore and were ready to make a move. "Laubai, they're here. You guys pick me up at Wayair Road in an hour." The car phone was directly connected to the communication system set up by Group 7 in the barracks. After a pause, he said softly, "Get ready to work." After saying this, he hung up the phone and didn't say anything more, because he believed that with the expertise of Group 7, they would definitely know better than him what needed to be prepared. Wayair Road was not a road, nor was it a street. It referred to an independent street in Sunset State, the main star of the West Woods, so when people talked about it, they were used to calling it Wayair District. This street covered a large area, but it looked extremely quiet and ordinary. Other than the endless green forests and hills full of rustic charm, the scattered buildings were not tall, and even looked a little old. Wayair District was a straight road, and there were many unknown restaurants at the intersection. Although the decorations were not luxurious, they looked quiet and noble. It was not meal time, but there were still many tourists and military officers eating happily. Going up the straight road and into the street, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Under the shadow of the century-old giant trees on both sides of the street, there were armed sentries standing every 10 meters. These sentries had firm and silent expressions, and the military uniform of the West Forest Military Region looked especially straight, portraying the word solemn to the extreme. Suli's gaze looked through the car window, and he could even faintly see the silhouettes of some heavy firepower equipment. On the lower edge of the floor of an old building, there was a pipe labeled PLC, which made him keenly feel that there might be equipment installed in that building specifically used to monitor the thermal fluctuations of Mecca. Wayair District was not a place that just anyone could enter. Even though Sulu was a lieutenant colonel of the Federation, had a special pass issued by the Department of National Defense, and also secretly had first-class authority in the Bureau of Proclamation, if not for the Lady Sister's call, the black car still would not have been able to enter. This was because this was the old house of the Zhong family in the West Woods. The black car stopped in front of the old house with the number 36. Sulu walked down and smiled at the Zhong family service staff who greeted him. He took off his sunglasses and looked at the statue in the small square in front of the old house. His mood became strange. Why was the old house of the Zhong family not number 1 but number 36? There might be a very old story behind this, but Sulu did not want to waste his brain power to think about it. He just stared at the statue in a daze. Under the blazing sun, the retro bell in the middle of the small square shone with a golden luster. It was so familiar. Sulu raised his eyebrows. There was an almost identical statue on the bell tower street where he grew up. Why was there another one in front of the old house of the Zhong family in the West Woods? He thought about the giant company owned by the Zhong family in the West Woods called the Ancient Clock Company. He thought about the battleship called the Ancient Clock. Could it be that the most powerful of the 7 great families, the Zhong family, had something to do with the deserted East Woods planet where he grew up? In the corner of the old house's backyard, there was an exceptionally clean greenhouse. There were countless beautiful plants growing in it. There was a space on the right side of the greenhouse, where there was a huge cage. The floor of the cage was covered with green grass. What was hard to imagine was that there were even wild vegetables and radishes that rabbits liked to eat. A fat white rabbit was lying in the middle of the empty cage. It was bored to death. The blood vessels in its slightly drooping long ears could be seen. It was not interested in the delicious food in front of it. It squinted its myopic eyes and stared at the butterflies flying among the plants outside the cage. It seemed to be a little depressed because it could not find the meaning of its life. Sulu looked at all of this in silence. There was a strange feeling in his heart. The little master of this place had not come back for many years. He did not even know if he would have a chance to come back in the future. However, the old people in the old house of the Zhong family were still meticulously taking care of everything here. He did not want to be disturbed by this feeling. He pointed at the grass in the cage and asked curiously, "Aren't you worried that the rabbit will dig a hole and leave?" 3 meters of soil. Below that is the metal floor. The rabbit can't dig. The white-haired old house staff smiled and replied, "This guy dug who knows how many times 2 years ago. I'm afraid it has already accepted its fate." Hearing the words 2 years ago, Su Li's heart moved slightly. He roughly understood something. After a moment of silence, he politely asked, "Can I take some pictures?" "Of course you can. Mr. Su is here to see it on behalf of Mississippi. Whatever you do is what you should do," the staff said softly. "In fact, we send a video of it to Wuxia State every week." Sulu was silent for a while. In the end he could not help but ask, "Didn't she find out? The little rabbit she raised back then died long ago and this is the other one?" On the third floor of the side garden of the Zhong family's old house in the West Woods, the door to the balcony of the room facing the sun was closed. Zhong Ziki, with a gloomy expression, was talking to a staff member in front of him. His tone was particularly cold and irritable. "You said that stinky bodyguard actually entered my house? And was even treated as a VIP? Why didn't anyone tell me?" He slammed the table angrily. The cup of tea on the table was about to spill out like his mood. As Zhong Laohu's favorite nephew, Zhong Ziki had a very unusual position in the Zhong family in the West Woods. Especially now that Madame Zhong was accompanying Miss Zhong in the capital ring and the commander was directing the war on the front lines, he was nominally under house arrest in the old house. But in reality he was half a master. The staff member left. The anger on Zhong Ziki's face was quickly concealed. There was only cold silence. After the incident at the hotel, he knew that Sulu had a good relationship with Madame Zhong and that little cousin. More importantly, he found out a lot about Su Li's background. He picked up the encrypted phone with a strange expression and dialed a number. After waiting for a few seconds, he still did not speak. Only when an impatient voice came from the other side of the line did he say in a low voice, "What do you want to do? You have to tell me the plan." The other side of the line was silent for a moment. Then a cold and resentful voice sounded, "Our plan is very simple. It is to destroy this guy physically." Zhong Ziki rubbed the space between his eyebrows and said, "You guys are crazier than I thought." "Are you scared?" The voice on the other side of the line said mockingly, "Don't forget, although those old men and women are unwilling to speak, they actually want Sulu to die more than we do. It's just that they are too embarrassed to make a move." Chapter 490. Murdering an active Federation lieutenant colonel might be a little tricky for the scions of the aristocratic families hidden in the shadows of power, especially the scions of the 7,000-year-old families. However, it was definitely not a real problem. Back on the Hushan Road, Su Li's knife flashed, and Park Ji-ho, who had a promising future, was suddenly turned into a ghost. He never had a chance to shine again. However, the Madam of Macho's Mountain didn't say a word. Shun Li only made a few phone calls and the investigation fell apart. In the end it was quiet. Even the Bureau of Proclamation couldn't find any mistakes. Looking further into history, there were several Federation presidents who were assassinated. In the shadows of history, the silhouettes of the 7 aristocratic families could be clearly seen. Although the government's powerful strike and the common people's collective will counterattack, the 7 families of today never again used such a bloody measure of mutual destruction. However, no one doubted that they, who occupied the vast amount of resources in the universe, possessed such a terrifying ability. However, if the lieutenant colonel they wanted to kill was called Su Lu, this matter would become a little troublesome. Even the second young master of the Zhong family, who had always run amok in the West Woods, became a little nervous. The voice on the other end of the phone continued, "Don't worry, we've already investigated clearly. The Madam of Macho's Mountain doesn't like him, and he's not the illegitimate son of the old man." After a very simple conversation, Zhong Ziki hung up the phone. As for the specifics, the subordinates of both sides would contact and arrange. In fact, this arrangement had been going on for a long time. They were just waiting for a specific time to explode. The reason why he still seemed a little hesitant and asked those questions on the phone was purely because he was a little worried about Su Li's background. As for the specifics, Zhong Ziki and the other scions of the aristocratic families weren't worried. The 2 experts from Bermuda didn't know who issued the mission. Whether it was the flow of funds or contact, it was all handled by the most professional people. After the experts entered the Federation, they were equipped with firearms from the Green Dragon Mountain troops, now the armory of the 1st Special Division. The 2 experts from Bermuda were able to wait silently in Sunset State for such a long time without being caught by the military and the Federation Investigation Bureau because they had hidden forces in the government and West Woods. On the surface, this cold-blooded murder that had been planned for a long time had nothing to do with them. Zhong Zi looked forward to the brilliant sunlight coming in from the balcony. When she thought of Su Li's corpse lying on the street not long after, she revealed an extremely joyful smile. He did not know the specifics of the assassination plan, but since those guys in the capital ring dared to make a move, they must have received the tacit approval of some old people. They would not leave any chance for Sulu. The sunlight on his face made him think of the omnipotent, the glory of the charter. The joyful smile on Zhong Ziqi's face turned into a trace of mockery. These scions of the aristocratic families were very clear about the working process of the Bureau of Proclamation because it was probably the only existence in the universe that they were in awe of. The Federal Central Computer strictly adhered to the first law of the Charter. Except for first-order incidents like the invasion of the Empire, it was strictly prohibited from making any criminal prejudgment or warning. It could only play a role in the investigation after the incident. However, the people who carried out the investigation were people, and the staff of the Bureau of Proclamation were also people. As long as they were people, they had to live in the Federation. For the high and mighty big shots in the Federation, they were all targets that could be toyed with in the palm of their hands. You clearly knew that we were going to kill him, but you couldn't give a warning in advance. Don't you feel very depressed? Zhong Ziqi looked at the sunlight on the balcony happily and raised his teacup. Then he remembered that the other party was a cold computer and couldn't help but feel bored. Hearing Su Li's words, the staff's expression changed slightly. After a long silence, he sighed with some sadness. When the young miss left, the rabbit she raised was already 12 years old. Now 5 years have passed. We tried our best but couldn't keep it alive, so we had to change to another one. But I don't think the young miss can tell. In order to pick an identical rabbit, the commander put in a lot of effort. The HTD headquarters in the region even transferred a batch of rabbits from S3 over. Sulu was silent. Thinking of the West Woods region's rabbit hunt at that time, he deeply felt the tiger's love for Little Watermelon. Was there a trace of guilt in this love? This was the relationship between the Zhong family in the West Woods and the Federation. Sulu knew very well that Little Watermelon staying in S1 Shisha State was equivalent to the status of a hostage. It was rare for father and daughter to see each other again. This was a great sorrow in life. Thinking of this, his mood became a little lonely. He clearly felt the helplessness of the Zhong family, the overlords of the West Woods in everyone's eyes. He stood in front of the empty cage and looked at the fat and white rabbit in silence for a long time. I think she should have known that the rabbit she raised was no longer there. Sulu thought of that smart and cute little girl who always liked to say cool in the face of strange things. His mood was a little sour. He said in a low voice, "She just doesn't want to forget what happened when she was a child." He comforted the staff and said, "Since that's the case, it's best that we don't expose it." The white-haired staff's old eyes were a little wet. He chuckled and said, "Yes, in fact there are many people in the old house who miss very much. I don't know when she will come back." Sulu didn't answer. He couldn't answer. The historical convention between the capital ring and the Zhong family in the West Woods couldn't be broken by a random hero. If Little Watermelon's arrogant father couldn't do it, who could? He took out his mobile phone and began to record the video in the cage. He used a slightly hoarse voice to describe the video email he was going to send to Little Watermelon. "It's living quite happily now. It just looks like it needs to lose weight. Although the cage is big, it's always too lonely without companions. Do you think, should we find some friends to play with? But I heard that Commander Zhong also looked for it before, but it was in a bad mood, so it was very fierce and bit the other children's rabbits. So it's okay to be fat as long as it's in a good mood. What do you think? Little Watermelon." In the antique living room of the old house, Sulu held the antique Guna porcelain cup and sniffed the fragrant tea in it. He tried to act as elegant as possible to convince himself that he didn't offend the antique atmosphere of the Zhong family's old house. Unfortunately, when the slightly hot tea seeped into his throat, and he was about to praise the wonderful works of the predecessors that he memorized when he was young, a warning appeared in his left eye again. Zhong Ziqi, Lin Daohai, and the Federal Central Computer easily detected the content of the phone call and confirmed the identity of the other party through the chip. Because Sulu was the first protected person, the result was quickly transmitted to his mind. If these children of the aristocratic families knew that the situation was developing like this, they wouldn't be able to sit still in their chairs, enjoy the beautiful sunshine, and deduce the date of Su Li's death. Sulu wasn't surprised to see these two names. Holding the teacup, there wasn't a trace of emotion on his face. He quietly turned on his phone and watched the video mail that had just arrived. When he saw Mrs. Zhong suggesting that he go to the restaurant at the intersection to eat the special rat meat when he left the old house, he couldn't help but smile gently. There was an old saying that only the muzzle of a gun could spurt out clouds and wind. This sentence was very suitable to describe the current him. The big shots in the upper class of the Federation, the powerful and terrifying professional experts, were all very powerful existences, but what did this have to do with him? Since those wonderful things happened to him, Sulu had pulled away from the level of the so-called conspiracy. He was more powerful than everyone, even the entire Federation, thought. Half an hour later, he thought that he had given the other party enough time to react and prepare, so he put down the teacup, politely thanked the staff, and left the old house of the Zhong family at number 36 Wire Road. The black car drove out of the block, and then stopped at the restaurant at the intersection under the shadow of the big green tree to meet up with the members of Group 7 who had come to pick him up. The car window rolled down and Sulu looked at by Magnolia next to the car. He told her the address of a building and then said, "Be careful." By Magnolia nodded and returned to the dark green military vehicle. She glanced at Xiong Lin Quan and the others who were adjusting their guns and said softly, "Get to work." Da Vinci, who temporarily replaced Lu Jiao, didn't know what had happened, but he could feel that the atmosphere in the car was even colder and more oppressive than when he was at the front line. He subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and skillfully started the military vehicle. It made an arc at the intersection and drove into another street under the shadows. Sulu didn't start the car immediately. Instead, he lit a cigarette. The smoke rose from the car window and merged into the western twilight. He narrowed his eyes and looked in that direction. There was a row of ordinary buildings behind the restaurant at the intersection. If he could see through those buildings, he should be able to see that building. The people who wanted to kill him were in that building. The old man was restricted by the rules of the charter, and he didn't want the Federation government to know the secrets of his authority. Although the Bureau of Proclamation already knew a little, he didn't tell the Ministry of Defense and the Federation Bureau of Investigation about the two experts from Bermuda, as well as many details of the murder case. A few years ago, he had confirmed under the sunlight in front of the district prosecutor's office that there were always some people above the law in the Federation. These people had never been afraid to use the hands hidden in the dark to do those outrageous and infuriating things. Because of interests, or some glorious words, or sometimes just because of joy and anger, the law of the Federation didn't have the ability to protect his interests and the interests of many people at these particular times. Therefore, Sulu no longer feared the law as much as he did when he was a teenager. Today he was ready to defend his right to live. The butt of a brand 37 cigarette fell from the car window to the ground, smashing into a few sparks. His hands that were tightly holding the steering wheel were calm as usual. He drove the car to the restaurant at the intersection. Almost at the same time, a dark green military vehicle drove into the underground parking lot of a certain building. Chapter 491. 40 minutes ago, inside building number 36 in Latitude 2 District, there was an interstellar communication. This time, the communication seemed very ordinary, but it used the military's internal signal, so the civilian communication system could not detect it at all, let alone eavesdrop. There was an abandoned warehouse beside Sunset State's Route 4. The basement of the warehouse was actually a relay analysis station of Silin's military. The relay analysis station captured these fragments of information and then encrypted them with a shell. These fragments were then added with a military secret rune string and launched out of the atmosphere. Through the Federal Military Signal Relay Station, they entered the interstellar communication system. This was a routine process. The seemingly complicated system reaction happened in a very short period of 0.001 seconds. All of it was completed by the automatic equipment underground, and it did not attract anyone's attention. Naturally, no one noticed. A second lieutenant in room C2 of the analysis station had sweat dripping down his eyebrows. He took off the headphones on his head, coughed twice, and gently pressed a button. So a simple, clear, and complete information report quietly left the analysis station and passed through a hidden backup channel into a closed room in the Changfeng military base. In the room, an engineer in a white uniform licked his lips, shook his head, and encrypted the information algorithm. Then it was sent out through the common channel between the Military Aviation Command System and the Civil Aviation System. Countless warships and civilian spaceships were taking off and landing on Silin's main planet every day. The security level of the common channel between the two systems wasn't high, and the redundant information was complicated. This information disguised as a redundant signal easily passed through the system's filter and entered the internal pipelines of Sunset State's civilian spaceport like spider silk. In the washroom on the far right of the arrival area of the Sunset State Airport, behind the partition, An ordinary-looking middle-aged man sat silently on the toilet bowl and stared at the holographic screen on the miniature workbench in front of him. After seeing the display on the holographic screen, a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The information had been obtained. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate to pull out the data cable connected to the pipeline behind him and pressed the flush button. In a brief flush sound, he cleaned up all the traces in the washroom, put on the windbreaker hanging on the wall, and walked out with a blank expression. In the magnificent lobby of the arrival area of the airport, a traveler in a plaid shirt was chatting with a waitress in a blue dress. "We're at war now, so there are very few tour groups coming from S1. The waitress smiled and said, "You're a freelancer. It's not that easy to find a discount hotel." The traveler in the checkered shirt was about to say something when he noticed a middle-aged man in a gray windbreaker walking out from the corner of his eye. The two of them did not speak, but the traveler understood in his heart. He smiled and said goodbye to the waitress and followed the man out of the restaurant. The middle-aged man in the trench coat waited for about 10 seconds at the luggage arrival area. A staff member with a hat pulled down very low handed over a box with a standard luggage tag stuck on it. The middle-aged man carried the suitcase to the waiting area of the airport bus. He glanced at the luggage tag. The date on the tag was today, but he knew that the suitcase had been waiting for him at the airport for many days. In fact, he had also been waiting for many days in this city. When the bus arrived, he casually threw the suitcase into the luggage compartment below the bus and sat in the front row. The traveler in the floral shirt sat in the back row far away. 5 minutes later, the middle-aged man in the trench coat got off the bus, took the suitcase and got into an ordinary car. However, there was a special pass that was very difficult to obtain on the windshield of the car. A few hundred meters later, the traveler in the floral shirt also got into the car. The two of them looked at the watch on their wrists at the same time, confirming that there was still time. In this city, the powerful departments of the Federation Bureau of Investigation and the Ministry of National Defense had been searching for the two of them. Along the way, the black official cars of the Federation Bureau of Investigation could be seen from time to time. However, the two of them did not look nervous at all. With a lot of prearranged cooperation, they changed to 3 different transportation methods, easily passed through the checkpoints set up by the government, and arrived at the foot of a building in the capital of Sunset State. Taking out the prepared keys from under the mat, the two of them pushed open the door to room 1201. 20 seconds later, the traveler in the floral shirt quietly left. The middle-aged man put the trench coat beside the chair and opened the suitcase. His expression was calm as he looked at the metal parts in the suitcase that were painted a matte color. A few seconds later, his 2 hands began to steadily assemble the parts. In just a minute, a powerful non-standard sniper rifle appeared in his hands. Pulling over the chair and taking out the electric taser, the middle-aged man very carefully and quickly rubbed out a gap for the barrel. However, he was not in a hurry to adjust the shooting point. Instead, he came to the window, pulled up the corner of the curtain, and looked out. He saw that the corner of the building below the building was an extremely lively intersection. Those restaurants with red oil signs were very clear. Those boiling pots of red soup under the green trees by the roadside were clearly visible. If it appeared in the optical scope, he would be able to clearly see the green spring onions. After a moment of silence, he narrowed his eyes and gave up on the window. As the best assassination expert in Bermuda, he did not avoid using conventional assassination methods. However, in the territory of the Federation, he was more cautious than he had been in every previous mission. He sprayed a layer of mist on the wall next to the window frame. This mist seemed to have a strong corrosive effect. In just a few seconds, the mixed wall melted a little. Using tools, it took a very short time to dig out a small hole that was connected to the air outside the building. The middle-aged man covered the small hole with the lid of the teacup on the table to prevent the people outside from noticing anything strange. When the corrosive mist effect wore off, he put the non-standard sniper rifle into the hole. Then he pulled over a chair to stabilize the body of the rifle. At the same time, he placed a full-angle micro-rotation device on the shelf. The specially made electric sight was only about the thickness of a finger, and it was inserted into the hole at the same time. The data cable behind it and the electric fire data cable of the sniper rifle were pulled extremely long. They were carefully connected by the middle-aged man, and then they passed through the air conditioning duct in the room and passed through the air conditioning duct in the room. He carefully placed his windbreaker on the chair and covered the long sniper rifle completely. Then he cleaned up all the sand marking agent, took out the air freshener from the box and carefully sprayed it. After all this, it would be difficult for anyone to notice anything strange in a short time if they pushed the door open. Then he carried the box out of room 1201. Following the shadows of the passage, he came to the stairwell. Then he walked to the 13th floor and entered room 1301. He quickly lifted a corner of the floor, broke the ventilation duct, pulled out the data cable and inserted it into his workbench. The scene in the electric scope downstairs clearly appeared on the hologram. The middle-aged man quietly observed the movement at the intersection. He silently adjusted his breathing. His right hand was only 3 fingers away from the electric firing device. The target had not appeared yet, but he was not in a hurry. As the best expert in Bermuda, his patience and caution were his best gifts. He touched the back of his neck. He seemed to feel that the chip was constantly sending some kind of signal. A trace of disgust flashed across his calm face. He then began to think about how to escape back to Bermuda after this successful attack. He knew that the target he was going to assassinate today was a big target. He knew that this was a big deal. However, his experience in the Westwoods these days made him even more aware that those who helped him complete the mission, which was the people who issued the mission, had even more terrifying power. The middle-aged man was originally a citizen of the Federation. That was why he could pass the strict inspection when entering the country and reimplant the chip. Therefore, he knew what kind of ability these cold-blooded big shots of the Federation had. With the help of these people, it was not difficult to complete the mission. After making so many arrangements downstairs, he thought that his safety was fully guaranteed. After shooting later, even if the enemy could immediately surround room 1201, it would still leave him enough time to escape. Unless the enemy was an omniscient god, they would not know where he was hiding. On the hologram, a black car drove into the intersection. The middle-aged man's fingers steadily rested on the red button of the electric control device. He gently slid the finger to adjust the shooting angle of the sniper rifle downstairs. Looking at the clear data on the hologram, he was somewhat amazed by the imitation ability of the anti-government forces of Green Dragon Mountain. This long-range sniper rifle was much less powerful than the ACW, but in many design concepts, it had been imitated to the extreme. Feeling the smooth feeling between his fingers, he knew that as long as he gently pressed the button, a historical event of the Federation would happen in his hands. The calmest killing expert in Bermuda slightly raised the corner of his mouth to reveal a calm and confident smile. At this moment he suddenly frowned and slowly looked to the right. Although he did not hear any sound, he always felt that there was something strange in the room that was only a wall away. The military vehicles of Group 7 drove directly to the bottom of the building. The entire streets of the West Woods were filled with military vehicles. They were not worried that they would attract the attention of certain people. However, looking at the several West Woods military vehicles not far away through the filter glass film, Bai Yulan suddenly felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. She silently thought that she was not worried that others would notice her. Did the people in the military vehicles have the same idea? Xiong Lin Quan pointed to the three-dimensional structure of the building and frowned. All the rooms on the left side of the 8th floor are suitable for sniping. There is no way to monitor all of them. The choice of sniping location is very professional. Or rather, the choice of the place where the boss eats is too stupid. Gu Shifeng's 10 fingers quickly tapped on the hologram. In a very short time, she had hacked into the surveillance system inside the building. With the help of a small software she had developed, she quickly sorted out a few suspicious points. She smiled and patted Big Bear's shoulder. Don't worry about it. They are in room 1201. The surveillance video on the hologram showed that at some point before, 2 people carrying boxes entered room 1201. Xiong Lin Quan looked at the back of the man in the trench coat and suddenly said, "It's an expert." Bai Yulan pushed aside the fine hair in front of her forehead and said softly, "I didn't expect him to come." Group 7 had done countless private assassinations in the West Woods and Bermuda over the years. In a sense, they were absolute experts in the world of assassination. And the expert that they took seriously was naturally a real expert. It's too late. Xiong Lin Quan carried the cello box beside him and prepared to rush into the building. Bai Yulan thought of what Su Lu had said to her before she left. She frowned for a moment and said firmly, "It's not 1201. It's 1301. Chapter 492. When the members of Team 7 heard Bai Yulan's words, they all froze in place. Every time a professional expert carried out a mission, they would never leave behind a strong personal style or assassination plan that could be traced. The expert in the building, who had only left behind a silhouette of his back in the murder files for many years, did not do anything similar. The team members could not understand why Lao Bai was so certain that the expert was definitely hiding in the room upstairs. At that moment, Gu Shifeng, who was in charge of organizing the information, frowned. She covered her ears and listened carefully for a few seconds. Then she raised her head to look at Bai Yulan and said in a strange tone, "The front surveillance sent back a message. The infrared remote sensing didn't find anyone in room 1201. The optical inspection also didn't find a gun at the window." Bai Yulan, who had been keeping her head down, licked her lips and said in a low voice, "Don't look at me like that. I'm not a monster. Bosses." While everyone was discussing and formulating the plan, his peripheral vision had never left the Silan military vehicles in the distance. He could not get rid of the trace of nervousness in his heart, and some kind of intuition made him decide to directly enter the building through the underground parking lot and not make any contact with the Silan soldiers. Beside the elevator in the underground parking lot, the members of Team 7 had already disguised themselves as passers-by. They silently organized their guns. Only Xiong Linquan was still carrying his cello case with a cold expression. He did not move at all. Gu Shifeng was adjusting the elevator's operating program and monitoring system. Bai Yulan had a cigarette in her mouth and was calculating the surprise attack later. It seemed that none of them had noticed that one of the two targets had already left the building. The structure of room 1301 of the building was sealed, and it had a double compound door. Most importantly, the expert inside was a very powerful person. It would be very difficult to complete a surprise attack before the other party noticed. If they really rushed in, no one knew how many members of Group 7 would die under the counterattack of the other party before they died. What should we do? Xiong Linquan's face was gloomy. He spread out his calloused hands and asked. Facing the best expert in Bermuda, especially in such a small space, even he felt that it was a little tricky. Bai Yulan took a deep puff of her cigarette, and a trace of ruthlessness flashed through her slender eyes. She spat out a voice as cold as ice but also somewhat crazy, "Kill him." When the team members who were about to climb the stairs heard this sentence, their bodies stiffened. They knew very well what kind of offensive attitude this sentence represented. Gu Shifeng looked at Bai Yulan worriedly and said, "What if we messed with the wrong person?" Whether or not the subsequent fierce attack would kill the wrong person completely depended on whether or not the little boss's judgment was correct. Bai Yulan still didn't understand where Su Li's information came from, but she always had some inexplicable confidence in him. Especially when she thought about how some important people of the Federation cold-bloodedly tried to assassinate Su Lu, and how Su Li's life was in danger, the madness hidden in this young lady's body naturally surged out. Therefore he did not answer Gu Shifeng's question. He stretched out 2 fingers and made a tactical gesture. Then he sprayed an aerosol to get rid of the smell of cigarettes and other body odors. The team members did the same. At the same time, they carefully installed the silent rubber pads on the soles of their shoes. The signboards of countless restaurants had the words chili oil written in bright red, dyeing the entire intersection with a layer of spicy flavor. Although they were all on the side of the street, the floor-to-ceiling windows and the shadows of the trees gave them a clean and elegant feeling. These restaurants had nothing to do with the street stalls. The black car stopped by the red street in the twilight. Sulu got out of the car and looked at the restaurant not far away. His gaze swept across the roof of the restaurant without anyone noticing and landed on the building in the distance. At this time he could only see some light-absorbing eaves on top of the building. Presumably, it would be difficult for the enemy to find him through the scope. When the black car had driven into the intersection earlier, it had been the best sniping position. At that time, Sulu thought that the enemy would shoot, and even hoped that the enemy would shoot. This was because he knew that in this world, there were basically no long-range weapons that could shoot through the black car of the Tai family. This was something that the military mecha in Linhai Prefecture Gymnasium had proven years ago. What disappointed him was that the assassination expert in the building was more patient and cautious than he had imagined. Walking towards the restaurant, the hair on the back of Su Li's neck stood up slightly. It was not because of fear but because of some kind of faint excitement. The excitement came from the unknown, and after a moment he was not satisfied with this kind of professional role-playing. Being a bait was without a doubt the most dangerous job in the world. The earthworm that caught fish, the youth that lured bulls, and the Jian Shuaer that provoked the people of the empire were all like this. Sulu was willing to be the bait because of his own initiative. He had the help of the omnipotent computers of the Federation, and the enemy also had the help of the big shots in the Federation. If Sulu disappeared in front of the enemy would definitely disappear immediately. Furthermore, he could not be like an ancient swordsman who rode a horse all over the universe to chase after the enemy. For an extremely dangerous person like this, especially one who dared to kill him like the upper echelons of the Federation, if he did not ruthlessly strangle the enemy to death, he would not be able to feel at ease. Standing at the intersection, he looked around the city. The capital of the Sunset State was in his left eye. In this city there were 37 dots of light quietly flashing. Some were in the buildings and some were in the military base. It was very dazzling. These were the 37 people that the Federal Central Computer had found in this murder case. For the past few months, it was these people who had been secretly helping the killing intent from Bermuda. Looking around, Su Li's young and honest face flashed with a trace of determination. With a trace of ruthlessness, he walked towards the restaurant, his military boots making crisp clicking sounds. In room 1301, a middle-aged man was lying on the carpet. Because he did not have the cover of a windbreaker, the temperature in the room was a little high. His upper arm was pressed against the side of his face. His body was relaxed like a king who was about to sleep peacefully. However, his eyes were always staring at the light screen not far away, staring at the target he was about to kill. He was like an eagle. Naturally, his hands were empty. Beside him was an electric control device and a gun that was ready to be activated. He maintained the best posture and state to shoot at any time. From time to time, his ears would twitch slightly, listening to the sounds in the corridor outside the room. What made him feel at ease was that the outside world was always quiet. In the dark corridor, the self-induction energy-saving lights were not lit. However, the 8 members of Group 7 were like ghosts. They silently crept over and gradually approached the door of room 1301. The black cello case lay quietly at the end of the corridor. Xiong Linquan, wearing an infantryman's helmet, carried the heavy Darlin rotary cannon. He was like a giant of death that walked out of the abyss. Beside him, Magnolia silently held a powerful rapid-fire shotgun. The team members kept their breathing extremely slow and gentle. They did not want to alarm the murder expert in the room. If the other party was prepared in advance, it would become a chaotic battle in a small space. No one knew what would happen. At this moment, Magnolia's long breath suddenly stopped. She squinted her knife-like eyes and looked at the other side of the corridor. The gun in her hand had already been raised silently. She coldly pointed it in that direction. A faint light came from the back of the building and sprinkled into room 1301 and room 1302. The team members were shocked to find that a group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers walked out from the darkness on the other side of the corridor. This group of Special Forces soldiers wearing Westwood's military uniforms clearly did not expect that someone would appear silently from the other side of the corridor. Almost at the same time, both sides did not hesitate to raise the guns in their hands and aimed at each other. They aimed at the figure that suddenly appeared in the faint light. Strangely, both sides did not want to alarm anyone. Even though their actions were so orderly and fast, they did not make any sound. No one pulled the trigger. In the dim and narrow corridor, the two groups of fully armed people faced each other with guns. As long as one of them opened fire, the result would be death for all of them. They were all professional soldiers who had been through many battles. They understood each other very well, so they used their strong nerves to control even the smallest of their movements. The entire space was filled with an oppressive and tense atmosphere. Both Team 7 and the people wearing Westwood's military uniforms could not determine the true identity of the other party, especially the purpose of their sudden appearance here. Cold sweat seeped out from the backs of both sides, wetting the silk interlayer of the hard ceramic bulletproof vests. Fortunately, they had sprayed a large amount of aerosol beforehand, so the smell of sweat did not spread. The Westwood soldiers on the other side of the dim corridor were actually more nervous than the members of Team 7. They looked at these men who looked like ordinary passers-by. Their gazes were fixed on the guns in their hands, especially the big guns in the hands of Xiong Linquan and Magnolia. They were extremely shocked, thinking that this kind of firepower was too fucking explosive. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Bai Yulan's breathing finally returned to normal. He gestured to the soldiers in front of him and stared at their dark green military windbreakers. He tried to test the texture of their clothes with his eyes. The person in front of the Westwood Special Forces soldiers nodded slightly, then glanced at room 1302 beside him, using his eyes to express his intention. Magnolia did not let his guard down. Like a clumsy fish, he took a few steps forward into the darkness opposite him and slowly took out the special identification that Sulu had obtained from the Zhong family in the Westwoods and showed it to the other party. The soldier glanced at it with the help of the dim light, and his expression relaxed a little. He also slowly took out an identification and handed it to Magnolia for inspection. Magnolia immediately thought of the few Westwoods military vehicles he had seen below the building and roughly understood what had happened. Both parties had top-secret missions, but the rooms for the missions were adjacent to each other, which led to the current terrifying danger. The Westwood's military officer nodded at him. He held the Kian in his left hand and spread out his right hand, indicating that the other party should go first. Magnolia shrugged slightly, indicating that the other party should go first. This scene looked a little funny, as if they were going to enjoy themselves in a hotel. In fact, under the current circumstances, neither side could be allowed to launch an attack ahead of time. Magnolia and the Westwood's military officer looked at each other and nodded tacitly. The Westwood's military officer extended his right hand under the dim light, then began to bend his fingers one by one. Finally, he retracted his pinky finger and clenched his gloved fist tightly. Both parties officially began the operation. A Westwood Special Forces soldier did not hesitate to pick up a light door breaker and ruthlessly smash it at the door of room 1302. However, what he saw from the corner of his eye made his heart tremble violently. Over at Team 7's side, Yulan held up her terrifying shotgun and unreasonably fired at the door of room 1301. Chapter 493. The rapid-fire shotgun did not have a magazine, only a long and extremely thick cartridge reservoir. This kind of big gun could only fire one shot at a time, but every time it fired, it could fire up to 300 tiny rapid-fire pellets at the same time. What kind of scene would it be when 300 pellets hit the door of room 1301 at the same time, exploding en masse? With a deafening boom, countless dust fragments and bullets exploded in the corridor. The double-layered composite door of the building was easily torn apart into countless pieces floating in the air, unable to be reassembled. With one shot, Magnolia was directly pushed to the wall by the terrifying and huge reaction force. With a dull thud, blood trickled out of the corner of her mouth. Almost at the same time, Xiong Linquan had already occupied his original position. Like a ferocious beast, he roared and pulled the trigger of Dalin's rotary cannon. In reality, when Magnolia fired that violent shot, Xiong Linquan had already pulled the trigger. However, in order for Dalin's rotary cannon to reach its initial speed, there had to be an activation and rotation process. If he pulled the trigger in advance in just a few tenths of a second, it would definitely alarm the experts in the room. Therefore, he stood valiantly beside Magnolia, allowing those dangerous rapid-fire bullets to explode in front of him, and pulled the trigger in advance. The 6 barrels of the gun hummed and rotated at a terrifying speed. The bullets that were denser than a rainstorm turned into 6 streams of fire, passing through the room door that had already been blasted open. They fiercely and violently blasted into room 1301. Countless pieces of cement and furniture flew in all directions like a cliff that had been crushed into powder by a hurricane. Moreover, when they were still floating down, they were hit by the bullets that filled the entire space. The scene was extremely shocking. While Dalin's rotary cannon was firing, the other members of Team 7 also held their heavy firearms in their hands and opened fire into the room that was filled with smoke and rubble. They could not see anything at all. They were silent. The individual soldiers' helmets reflected the murderous look in their eyes. The guns in their hands vibrated violently, and the heavy roars of explosions rang out continuously, deafening everyone's ears. The Silan Special Forces who had started moving at the same time were dumbfounded by Team 7's unreasonable and abnormally barbaric burst of gunfire. There was actually a team who dared to open fire in such a narrow civilian building. The dozen or so Westwood Special Forces originally wanted to break open the door and capture the target alive, but at that moment, the pungent smell of gunfire and liquid gunpowder that filled the entire space made it difficult for them to control themselves. Most importantly, if these terrifying guys continued to shoot like this, the cement walls would probably be penetrated. Who knew what would happen? Therefore, after just a second, the Westwood side gave up on their original plan and started firing into the building. In an instant, the sound of bullets flying filled the entire building. 20 seconds later, all the gunshots stopped. Only Darin's rotary cannon was still making a low humming sound. A piece of wallpaper that had been shredded by the rain of bullets slowly fell and landed on the extremely hot barrel. With a sizzling sound, it burned into charred pieces. Both parties went into their own rooms separately. Without any accidents or obstacles, the expert from Bermuda in room 1301 had already lost all of his blood under the effect of countless miserable and huge wounds. There was no trace of life left in him. Yulan looked at the gruesome corpse by the window and shook her head. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and squatted down. She pulled the expert's bloody right hand away from the electronic control valve and carefully cut the data cable that controlled the sniper rifle downstairs. As professionals in the same field, they all knew the old saying, "Don't be afraid of a godlike opponent, but be afraid of a pig-like teammate." However, this expert from Bermuda didn't even have the chance to pull the trigger today and died in such a cowardly manner. It had nothing to do with a pig-like teammate, but it was purely because his opponent had a pair of godlike eyes. Bai Yulan looked at the scattered body parts on the ground with a complicated expression. She silently thought, under Little Boss' powerful and shocking intelligence, it would be a miracle if you didn't die. The Westwood Special Forces soldiers who had entered room 1302 walked over with vigilance. After entering the room, the first thing the Silan soldiers saw was that the members of Group 7 were pulling out chunks of flesh and blood from the floor while smoking. When they thought about the terrifying burst of gunfire that was aimed at this room earlier, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They wondered which unit these bastards belonged to. These bastards were too fierce. Bai Yulan and the Westwoods officer quickly whispered a few words in a low voice. Then they carefully examined each other's credentials again and dealt with the follow-up matters. Team 7 from Nutshell? When the Westwoods officer heard this name, he finally accepted the shocking scene he had seen earlier. He sighed softly and said with a hint of emotion, "The team led by Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu is indeed fierce and powerful." Bai Yulan smiled and didn't say anything. Team 7 had been doing illegal work for the Federation government all these years, so they had developed a fierce, quick and calm combat style. It didn't have much to do with Su Li's arrival. However, this level of explosive firepower was unprecedented even for Team 7 because they knew very well the level of expertise of the Bermuda expert in the room. They wouldn't let Su Li get hurt in the slightest. In a situation where they had an absolute advantage in terms of information, they had to finish off the expert as quickly as possible so that the opponent wouldn't have the slightest chance to use any of his tricks. Team 7 chose the most unreasonable but also the most effective method in terms of tactical deduction. They used strong firepower to cover the area, and used simple and violent methods to deal with the delicate and cautious. They directly used flying bullets to end all unknown possibilities. In the stairwell, Xiong Linquan asked her what to do and Bai Yulan said, "Kill him to the death." This was exactly what they were going to do. The traveler in floral clothing that Team 7 seemed to have forgotten had secretly entered the restaurant 10 minutes ago. He used some unknown method to put on the waiter's black and white uniform and successfully hid from the eyes of the restaurant staff. He easily walked between the kitchen and the street. Whether it was his appearance, his reserved smile, or his standard service methods, there was nothing to nitpick about him. Through the 2 layers of glass, he could see from afar that the target had already walked out of the black car and was walking toward the restaurant. He smiled in his heart and calmly walked back to the kitchen. When he bumped into the head waiter, he slipped into the wine cellar. The wine cellar was full of good wine. The target didn't like to drink, but he had the habit of drinking, especially number 3. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and a thin and long alloy needle appeared in his hand. The needle didn't shine with any strange light, but the poison on it was enough to kill an elephant. All he needed to do was to insert the needle into the cork of the wine bottle and then reseal the bottle. There were many opportunities to poison when ordering wine and eating, but the man was not in a hurry. He closed his eyes and leaned against the wall to rest. His left hand gently pressed the modified short magazine H-21 in his clothes, calculating the distance when he would shoot later. The sniper in the building was actually a backup method. As an excellent expert in Bermuda, he and his partner in the building were actually more used to killing people at close range. They would poison and then shoot at the head to ensure that they could kill the target. However, at this moment, a few men confidently pushed open the door of the wine cellar and walked in. The expert disguised as a waiter frowned slightly and didn't hide his body. Because of the other party's confident behavior, he walked up and said with a smile, "Sir, I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry." Lan Xiaolong naturally reached into his clothes and then took out a gun. He pointed it at the other party and said, "Just don't move." When Lan Xiaolong reached out, the Bermuda expert didn't move. When Lan Xiaolong pulled out his hand, he noticed the traces of hard objects under the other party's clothes, so he quickly moved. He reached out with his left hand, grabbed the handle and was ready to shoot. At this moment he was puzzled. How did the other party find him? And why did the other party dare to walk in so confidently? At this moment, he thought gloomily that he should kill the people in front of him and then leave this strange city as soon as possible. Unfortunately, he couldn't pull out his gun. Although Lan Xiaolong's action was clearly slower than his, He couldn't continue to think because the poisoned alloy needle hidden in his right wrist stabbed into his groin. In the shadows of the wine cellar, 2 members of Group 7 flashed out like ghosts. One of them grabbed his left hand tightly, while the other grabbed his right hand and forcefully twisted it. Behind him, there was another member who ruthlessly kneed him in the buttocks. He breathed rapidly and struggled desperately. His eyes were wide open but he didn't make a sound. He only wanted to endure the pain between his legs and push the people on both sides away. However, the strength of the 3 people who attacked him was so great, especially in a situation where it was 3 against 1. His struggle seemed so futile. Feeling the cold alloy needle slowly piercing into his groin, he felt extremely desperate in his heart. The moment before he died, he burst out with the last of his strength and pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A series of dense and crisp gunshots echoed in the quiet wine cellar. The bullets followed his clothes and hit the ground powerlessly, piercing his left foot and shattering his last hope. He felt that his hearing was getting weaker and weaker. He felt that the gunshots were louder than his rapid breathing, and it was even louder than the sound of his right wrist breaking. The second expert died just like that. Before he died, he broke his wrist, but he still couldn't escape from the hands of his opponents. His eyes were full of blood and his body slid down weakly. He swayed a few times and leaned against an oak barrel, unable to move any more. Group 7's healer, Ho Xiandong, walked forward, took the alloy needle and sniffed it. He nodded to Lan Xiaolong and said, "It's very poisonous. This person is completely dead." Da Vinci, who got off the car halfway and then followed Lan Xiaolong back to the restaurant, saw the scene in front of him. He was so shocked that his face turned pale. Although it was a silent battle, he always felt that it was more intense than any battle on the front line. The 3 members who were responsible for the sneak attack were already covered in sweat, and their muscles felt like they were being torn apart. Looking at the corpse on the ground, they couldn't help but shake their heads with slight ridicule. Lan Xiaolong held the gun like a toy and looked at the expert who died with his eyes open. He shrugged and said, "I know you are an expert and you shouldn't have died like this. But this has nothing to do with me. I'm new here. You know there are 18 experts like you in Group 7, so it's better to close your eyes." Chapter 494. First of all, I admit that I'm a fan of headlines. These nonsensical headlines are really annoying. Secondly, I want to remind everyone not to forget that I updated 3 chapters on April 1st. If you haven't seen it yet, hurry and read it. Finally, I want to solemnly declare that this is not an April Fool's joke. I really did write 3 chapters. Yesterday, I suddenly had an idea and said that I want everyone to give me your monthly votes for April. When I woke up today, I found that it was quite that. After tugging at my hair for a long time, I decided to seriously tug on it. That's why I said no over the phone. Then, I sat in front of the computer for 8 hours and wrote these 3 chapters. I haven't updated twice in many days and I haven't updated thrice for many days. I also haven't solicited monthly votes for many days. I don't know why, but these 2 days I suddenly had an idea. In fact, I have to admit to everyone that I only wrote thrice today because I was crazy. I can only guarantee that the future updates will be continuous. Tomorrow's update will be very late at night, very late at night. Because I started renovating this month, I don't know how much time it will take because I don't have any experience. I'll try to write more, at least more than I did a few months ago. I'll report to everyone first. If there's a second or third update, I'll write it at the end of the chapter. If there's no update, then it's probably still thrice. But I still really want monthly votes. People have to force themselves to do something to achieve a certain goal before they can truly work hard, right? What I need now is the spirit to push myself to the brink of death. Everyone please vote for me. I like monthly votes and recommendation votes very much. The more votes there are, the higher the probability of me going crazy. This isn't a matter of changing monthly votes, it's purely a matter of mental stimulation. Finally, the most important sentence. I want monthly votes for April. Actually, it's just that I suddenly realized how lonely it would be if we didn't exist in this monthly vote battle. Brothers and sisters, we don't want to be lonely. I want monthly votes, squeeze out all that you have and give it to me. I suddenly thought of a line from a hot dog song. I've been silent for long enough. Next time I'll use the title, I've been silent for long enough, to solicit votes. Chapter 495. In the dim, smoke-shrouded corridor of the building, the members of Group 7 shook hands with the Westwood Special Forces team and said goodbye, but they did not really separate. Although Bai Yulan had the special document issued by the Zhong family's old house in her hands, she couldn't just leave after such a violent round of gunfire in the city's rioting district. She needed to wait for Celine's confirmation. The commander of the Westwood Special Forces team looked at the members of Group 7 beside him and could not help but shake his head to dispel the shock in his heart. He walked to the side of the military vehicle and reported the specific details to the higher-ups in the vehicle. The commander of the Westwood Special Forces team, Colonel Lake, sat in the vehicle expressionlessly, but when he heard the two names Su Lu and Group 7 he frowned. Earlier, Su Lu, who was wearing a military uniform without epaulets, walked into the restaurant at the intersection under the red light of dusk. The restaurant was already bustling with activity, countless soup pots were boiling with the spicy and exciting smell of life. However, when he glanced around, his gaze fell on a small square table on his right that was slanted to the side of the square window. A middle-aged man in a plain white shirt was sitting at the small table. A dark military uniform was draped over the back of the chair behind him. From the creases of the uniform, he could faintly see stars hidden in them. Even in the square where hundreds of thousands of people gathered, Sulu would probably see him at first glance and find it hard to look away. The feeling was different from when he saw Du Xiaoqing at the base a year ago. The middle-aged man who was immersed in eating at the small table did not give off the feeling of standing proudly in a chaotic world. He was just silent and ordinary, but his pair of white eyebrows, like a sleeping tiger, gave people the feeling that if he raised them, countless people around him would bleed. There were a few tables below the small table by the window, and all of them were military officers of the Westwoods. Their expressions were calm and silent, and they seemed to be eating normally. Only the occasional fierce and vigilant light in their eyes could let people with sharp eyes notice that they were about to use their lives to protect the middle-aged man at the small table at any time. The middle-aged man did not raise his head. His beautiful eyebrows were still, but he naturally exuded a strong sense of oppression. This was probably the aura that had been tempered through years of monstrous power and unparalleled dignity. Sulu was invited over by phone. He knew who this person was, so he wasn't surprised. However, he was still a little shocked. He secretly assessed that this person was probably the strongest man in the entire Federation other than the war god. But at this time, most of his thoughts were on the two Bermuda experts and the team members who were carrying out the mission, so he didn't have much opportunity to feel anything. Just as he took the first step toward the window, a burst of intense gunshots and explosions suddenly sounded above the restaurant. His footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he looked through the glass toward the source of the sound. Many of the alarmed customers in the restaurant couldn't see that in the middle of an ordinary building about 2 kilometers away, countless gorgeous gunfire suddenly spewed out. Countless smoke and flames broke the glass and spewed out like the tail flames of a fighter jet, surging into the clean evening sky of the West Woods. The loud explosions could still be heard so clearly in the restaurant. It could be imagined how violent and terrifying the gunfight in the building was. Su Li's eyesight was excellent. He could even see that outside the window of the 13th floor of the building, countless bullets were like black dots shuttling back and forth. In the end, their sharpness was worn down by the evil gravitational force. After losing their speed, they turned into countless metal raindrops and fell to the street, hitting the roofs of cars and buildings. The Westwoods had the most soldiers and ammunition, but social security had always been good. Such a fierce gunfight in the downtown area was a shocking scene that had not been seen for many years. The diners in the restaurant were terrified. They paid their bills and left. At this time, in a room near the kitchen at the back of the restaurant, a burst of rapid and crisp gunshots rang out. This burst of gunshots was very close and very real. The diners' faces turned pale as they screamed and rushed out. When the gunshots rang out, the Westwoods officers surrounding the window suddenly trembled and quickly grasped their respective guns. Sulu knew that Lan Xiaolong's men had also made a move. His heart suddenly contracted and his body tensed up. The middle-aged man at the small table by the window didn't seem to hear or see any gunfire. His right hand holding the soup spoon didn't tremble at all. He steadily scooped up a spoonful of bright red chili oil soup and gently poured it on the white rice in the black wooden bowl. Sulu lowered his eyes slightly and took 2 deep breaths to force himself to calm down. He walked toward the small table. The Westwoods officers didn't stop him. Instead, they made a path for him. Sulu stood by the small table and looked at the middle-aged man who was mixing rice with his head down. He could only see the man's thick eyebrows mixed with silver hair. This posture didn't give Sulu any feeling of looking down on him. Instead, he felt that the man was sitting on a barren mountain high and far away. The middle-aged man still didn't look up. He carefully mixed the white rice in the black wooden bowl into a bright red stew. He put down the silver spoon, picked up the long chopsticks, and accurately picked up a piece of rat meat from the red chili oil soup and placed it on the rice. He then picked up the rice bowl and began to eat quickly. At the same time he mumbled one word. Sit. Sulu pulled out a chair and sat down. Eat. A Westwoods officer wearing a colonel epaulette set a set of cutlery in front of Sulu and quickly brought over a bowl of white rice. Sulu was only a lieutenant colonel. He immediately stood up and saluted to express his gratitude. Then he sat down again. He didn't say anything and didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the bowl and chopsticks and began to eat the white rice with the red soup as if he wanted to compete with the middle-aged man across the table in speed. In a very short time, the two people at the small table had finished 4 bowls of white rice. The middle-aged man in an ordinary white shirt finally put down the long chopsticks in his hand. He took a wet towel from the colonel beside him, unbuttoned the collar of his shirt, and vigorously wiped the sweat from his forehead due to the spicy food. A soldier has to be able to eat. The middle-aged man raised his head and looked at Sulu. If the stomach is strong enough, you won't get gastritis no matter how fast you eat. If you always have to remember that you have to be as beautiful as a plum blossom, then you shouldn't eat for the rest of your life. Because if you eat, you'll always shit. Sulu wasn't sure if these words were directed at teacher Xiaoqing of the Sonic Federation. He didn't know how to respond, so he could only smile slightly and remain silent. Those subordinates of yours aren't bad. The middle-aged man glanced at the building in the twilight out of the corner of his eye. He looked at the pitch-black marks of the violent surprise attack and said with a carefree smile, I like people who do things simply and directly. Group 7 had launched a violent attack in the downtown area of the Westwoods Sunset Province according to his own arrangements. Sulu had been worried whether or not the Westwoods would have any opinions. At this moment, when he heard the other party actually express a hint of admiration, he couldn't help but feel slightly surprised. He replied very seriously, Thank you for the praise, Commander. Hearing the word Commander, Zhong Suahu, who had just returned to the rear from the frontline 3320 Fallen Star, was silent for a moment. This Commander-in-Chief of the Federation, who controlled the military and political power of the entire Westwoods region, turned his head with a slightly complicated expression. Through the transparent glass of the restaurant, he looked at the green trees by the street, as well as the silhouette of the city beyond the treetops even further away. This was his city, his planet, his region. Zhong Suahu's flowery eyebrows raised slightly. There was an undisguised sense of coldness and dominance in his eyes. He didn't look at Sulu as he said in a deep voice, I'm going to start arresting people. Is there anyone you want to arrest? It was the madam's sister who had arranged to have a meal with this big shot in the restaurant. At this time, Sulu still didn't know that apart from the attempt on his life, there was also an attempt on Zhong Suahu's life. So for a moment he didn't understand why the other party's tone was so gloomy. In the Westwoods region, there were many people involved in this assassination, and most of them were employees of the government system or even the military. Su Li's temperament was cheerful and determined, but he was definitely not Mr. Nice Guy. If someone knocked out his teeth, he would only stuff them into the other party's stomach. He was risking his life on the front lines to kill the enemy, but there were people in the Federation who were cold-bloodedly trying to kill him. How could he let them go? It was just that this matter was indeed a little tricky to deal with. He had originally planned to let Group 7 do the dirty work behind the scenes, returning darkness and cold-bloodedness to darkness and cold-bloodedness. Group 7's subordinates, these experts in darkness, did have this kind of ability, but to let Group 7 participate in the battle against the aristocratic families because of him with no future was really something he didn't want to see. No matter how strong the members' individual combat abilities were, they were still just ordinary people. Group 7 was just a normal combat team from the Shell Motor Company, and this was the Federation that was full of power, order, and dark fog. I have a lot of people I want to arrest. Sulu quickly made a decision. He looked seriously at Zhong Suahu across the table. He didn't think about whether the other party was talking about arrest or assassination. Because no matter which, it was a form of revenge that he could accept. Most importantly, as long as the person this middle-aged man wanted to arrest was in the Westwoods region, no one would be able to escape. Because he was the number one person in the Westwoods. He passed the electronic notebook that he had already sorted out to the other side of the table. Zhong Suahu opened the electronic notebook and silently looked at it for a long time. A slight mocking smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "The old man really spared no effort to train you." There were a lot of people in the electronic notebook, which was information that the Westwoods Military Intelligence Department didn't know. Looking at the call records and evidence, Zhong Suahu was very clear that other than the Bureau of Proclamation, no one could get hold of such top-secret information. Since the attitude of the lady behind Macho's back mountain was to watch silently, then other than the war god of Philadelphia, who could persuade the Bureau of Proclamation to intervene in this murder plan against a lieutenant colonel? Sulu didn't explain anything because he would never be able to explain the strange connection between himself and the glory of the charter. Arrest all of them. Zhong Suahu threw the electronic notebook to the colonel next to him and said indifferently, "If anyone dares to run, kill them all." Sulu lowered his head in silence for a moment, then suddenly looked up and asked seriously, "What about your nephew?" Chapter 496. After serious consideration, Sulu finally realized that no matter how hard he considered it, he still could not forcibly suppress that thought. That was why he bravely said these words. However, Commander Zhong did not answer this question as if he did not hear it at all. His pair of crouching tiger eyebrows were as calm as ever. He waved his hand and summoned a bottle of wine as clear as water, pouring it into the cups of both parties. Zhong Sugu raised his cup and drank it all in one gulp. The wine as clear as water was actually as spicy as a knife. When it entered his throat, it turned into a line of fire, cutting wounds all over his body. He frowned, enjoying this feeling of pain and pleasure. Taking a deep breath, he said hoarsely, "Don't be obsessed with who wants to kill you. The key is whether or not you are still alive." It was not clear if this sentence was a certain answer, but Sulu understood. He silently raised the cup of wine, stared at it for a moment and slowly sipped. He only felt that it was extremely bitter and unbearable. "When my father was alive, no one in the Federation dared to touch me because he was alive. If I were to die, he would definitely be furious. His fury would burn on the land of the Federation. Not many people would be able to withstand it." Zhong Sugu continued indifferently, "Just like if I were alive, no one would dare to touch my daughter. This is the same principle. Right now, many people are trying to kill me because if I were to die right now, no one would have the ability to spread the fury of my soul to every corner of the Federation after my death." Zhong Sugu put down the wine cup, raised his chin slightly and said, "But I once weighed my head with my own hands. It was only 7.5 kilograms. The people of the Empire are the same as us, so our heads are only 7.5 kilograms. I really want to see if there is anyone in this universe who can chop off my 7.5 kilograms. Sulu listened quietly. He roughly understood what the big shot before him wanted to say, but the silence did not last long. He could not help but frown and say, "In the Wood Valley, there seems to have been a problem. In the Wood Valley Manor in the southern suburbs of the capital, there had once been an assassination attempt on Zhong Huoyen's little friend." Commander Zhong narrowed his eyes slightly, picked up the glass of liquor and drank it in one gulp. He didn't say anything but a smile appeared on his lips. However, this smile was so cold in the eyes of others. The streets outside the restaurant were quiet and empty. The sky had long been immersed in the color of blue-black ink. At this moment, countless loud noises suddenly came from the direction of the Victory Square of the Sunset State. Beautiful fireworks soared into the sky and bloomed in the night sky like gorgeous flowers in the Westwood Sunset State. In order to celebrate the victory of a battle at the front line, they generously set off fireworks according to the historical custom of many years. However, under the background of the fireworks that lit up the night sky, not many people noticed the sporadic sounds of gunshots. Amidst these sounds, the sharp sirens that pierced through the streets of the Sunset State capital became somewhat lonely. Following these sharp sirens, countless military vehicles poured out of the Westwoods Military Police Headquarters of the Federation's Westwoods Military Police Headquarters, the Legal Department Building and the Garrison Division camped directly under the command of the headquarters. All of these military vehicles were filled with armed Westwood soldiers. Thousands of Westwood soldiers, divided into countless teams, poured into the Changfeng military base, forcibly entered the underground space of a warehouse in the suburbs, entered the Westwoods Military Police Headquarters of the Federation Investigation Bureau, and completely controlled the Venus Hotel of the Ministry of Defense. In just half an hour, countless units fell under the absolute control of the Westwoods Military Police Headquarters. As time passed, government officials and military officers were taken away from various buildings from time to time because they were involved in a top-secret investigation that had not yet been made public. They were no longer as calm as they used to be. Their hands were tightly tied behind their backs, and their expressions were bleak. Under the tight watch of the Westwood soldiers, They awkwardly got into military vehicles and were arrested in the dark of the West Woods military prison. This was a brazen purge launched by the West Woods Tigers. From the West Woods Liaison Office of the President's Office to the West Woods Office of the Ministry of Defense, and then to the West Woods General Office of the Federation Investigation Bureau. Countless government agencies under the political structure of the Federation were all sternly purged by the West Woods soldiers. Any government officials and military officers who were suspected of being involved in certain matters, or were suspected of being involved in certain matters, were all knocked to the ground and would not be able to rise again. Zhong Suahu silently looked out of the window and watched the military vehicles whizzing by on the streets. His face was expressionless. He did not care about the angry reaction of the political community of the capital ring, the stern reprimand of President Pabre, the meaningful persuasion of the big shots in the military, and the media reports and the reaction of the so-called people, because he was the real master of this space zone. The moment you walked in, there were also people who wanted to kill me. Have you ever considered the possibility that the two specialists who came to Bermuda on the surface wanted to kill you, but perhaps their real target was me? Zhong Suahu picked up the wine glass. His wrist slightly paused, and his left hand threw a peanut into his mouth and gently chewed as he said with a smile. Sulu was stunned. He began to quickly think about the murder incident that started a few months ago in his mind. He found that there was indeed not much evidence to prove that Commander Zhong's opinion was absurd. Maybe it's just a joke. Zhong Suahu picked up some vegetables with his chopsticks and pressed them into the boiling red soup. He calmly said, "There are many people in the Federation who want me dead. You know very well that I just need an excuse. However, the list you gave me did surprise me a little. It was your contribution that all the rats on this planet were dug out." Sulu was speechless. He could only shrug like Lan Xiaolong. His eyes fell on the delicate rat meat in the pot of red oil and felt a little strange. At this time, Colonel Lake, who was in charge of the purge operation in the Sunset Province, walked into the restaurant. He came to Zhong Suahu's side and quickly reported the specific results of the operation tonight. Then he gave a standard military salute and walked out of the door to continue the operation that was bound to last for the whole night. During this process, Colonel Lake did not look at Sulu because Sulu kept his head down. Because when he walked into the restaurant, Sulu, who had a good memory, immediately remembered that day many years ago in Donglin. Those were the experiences, the fists, and the violence that he would never forget in his life. Therefore, he lowered his head and drank silently. Colonel Lake walked out of the restaurant and suddenly stopped under the shadow of the intersection of the street lights and trees. He frowned slightly. He felt that the young man who was eating with the commander was somewhat familiar, and it should be an unforgettable memory in his life. Who is that person? I don't see his epaulets, he asked the subordinate beside him. Zhou Jin, who was carrying a Qian machine gun, glanced at the French window of the restaurant and replied, "It's Lieutenant Colonel Su Lu." "That's Su Lu?" Lake asked with a serious expression. "Yes. Back then he was a squatting soldier in Donglin. He even took the ancient bell back to S1. Zhou Jin shrugged and told the story of the past with a trace of emotion. He said, "It was that relationship. He seemed to have a very close relationship with Mississippi. I heard that he even went to Shisha State once." Colonel Lake was deep in thought. He slowly put on his sunglasses and remained silent. Chapter 497. The red pot was still boiling on the small table next to the glass window. The smooth meat and fresh vegetables were mixed with red oil. Together with a few random side dishes, it was the best dish to go with the wine. A bottle of high-quality wine didn't take long before it was swallowed by Zhong Shouhu and Su Lu. The two of them didn't drink in a heroic manner. They didn't have the awe-inspiring aura of a whale swallowing the sea, but they drank one cup after another. They slowly sipped and kept turning their wrists, and their speed was extremely fast. Zhong Shouhu picked up a wet towel and wiped off the sweat on his face and neck. He unbuttoned 3 buttons on his normal white shirt, but he still seemed to feel that the air was a little stuffy. He raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at the colonel beside him. He then looked at the glass window next to the table and the shade of the trees on the street outside the window. He said, "I want to get some air." The colonel saluted him and waved his hand to summon a few soldiers. They walked out of the restaurant and took out all kinds of tools. Without hesitation, they quickly and neatly removed the entire glass window. The night breeze blew gently on the floor around the stove, and it was slightly wet. Su Lu, who was taking off his military uniform, felt his fingers stiffen. He felt the cool air rushing in and couldn't help but be stunned and speechless. For some reason, deep in his heart, he thought of the arrogant back when he got off the train halfway through the Shanglin Mountain on the Shugong high-speed railway 2 years ago. Much better. Zhong Shouhu sighed softly and lifted the collar of his shirt to fan the night breeze that kept coming in. Seeing the emotion between Su Li's eyebrows that he didn't try to hide, he smiled slightly and said mockingly, "I've been eating in this restaurant for decades. Of course, I won't let the boss lose money. Little guy, are you going to show your cute sense of justice even for such a small thing?" Su Lu picked up the wine in his cup and drank it all. He grimaced slightly because of the spiciness, and then shrugged to show that he didn't comment. Over the years, he had seen too many privileges appear in the Federation. He wasn't numb yet, but he wasn't surprised either. In the eyes of many people in the Federation, I'm the darkest and most arrogant warlord. I'm the local tyrant of the West Woods who actually took over the Federation and damaged the authority of the government. Zhong Shouhu looked at him expressionlessly and said, "My Zhong family has defended the western border for the Federation for thousands of years, but in the end, we will be cursed for thousands of years. Since I have to bear the infamy, why shouldn't I enjoy the feeling of power? If the Federation wants to station an official, they need my approval. If the Department of Defense wants to draft a battle plan, they need to discuss it with me. I am the emperor of this galaxy. I am the savior of the people of the West Woods." Su Lu understood why this mature big shot sitting across the table would say such self-evaluation in front of him, which went beyond arrogance and bordered on arrogance and stupidity. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed that everyone in the hotel, including the professional soldiers from the West Woods who had been protecting him, had already left, leaving only the two of them. Based on the firm beliefs of more than 20 years, he quickly retorted subconsciously, "There has never been a savior nor an immortal emperor." That's right. The Federation has already been free of the imperial system for tens of thousands of years. Zhong Shouhu looked at him with a slightly emotional expression and said with slight mockery, "But everyone knows that the emperor has never disappeared. They just changed a few clothes." George Carlin, the transcript of the conversation after the tea party at the beginning of autumn. Su Lu raised his head and said the source of this famous quote. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He felt that Commander Zhong's words were not referring to himself, but to something else. "I heard that you used to be a squatter in Donglin?" Zhong Shouhu looked at him and said with a smile, "If that's the case, you do have some fate with the Zhong family. The real big shots of the Federation seem to be very good at this kind of method of abruptly changing the focus of the conversation to control the atmosphere of the venue." In the few conversations that Su Lu had with the madam in the back of the mountain, he had deeply experienced this kind of headache-inducing communication method, so he did not feel too uncomfortable. He calmly replied, 2 years of maintenance of the mine, what fate? Donglin, is that replica of the ancient clock still hanging on Bell Tower Street? Zhong Shouhu drank another cup of wine. The liquid, as hot as fire and as pure as water, entered his body and actually turned into a kind of reminiscence and a very distant heaviness. Hearing the words Bell Tower Street, Su Li's heart shrank slightly. He stared blankly at the other for a moment and realized that the middle-aged man was only reminiscing about the past and did not seem to be grasping onto his most secret past. He said somewhat hesitantly, "I heard that it's been put in a museum." Yes, after so many years, it can only become a pile of trash in a dark corner of a museum. In this Federation, how many people still remember what happened back then? Zhong Shouhu's eyes lowered slightly and said, "Back then, the 4th Military Region was sent to Donglin to develop a mining planet. The command ship crashed into the main planet of Donglin and turned into a sky full of fireworks. Unfortunately, the ancient clock carried by the commander of the 4th Military Region was not destroyed." When Su Lu heard this, he thought of the clock in front of the square in front of the Zhong family's old house at number 36 Way 2 District. He thought of the ancient story of Bell Tower Street where he had lived since he was a child. His body could not help but stiffen slightly. He thought of something and understood something. He could not help but feel that the world was really too unpredictable. Zhong Shouhu's beautiful eyebrows raised slightly. He drank another cup of wine and said slowly with a hint of biting coldness, "This is a big joke in the history of the Federation. Because according to the investigation of the Federation government later, the Federation government at that time seemed to be called something like the bullshit United States. They also had a bullshit management committee. They said that the reason the battleship crashed into the ground was because of a simple gravity calculation error that could not be any simpler." He stared into Su Li's eyes with a cold gaze. "Do you think my ancestor would make such a stupid and heartbreaking mistake?" Su Lu thought of the main character of this story that he and his orphan companions seemed to often laugh at when he was a child. The commander who left behind a famous quote about fireworks and then left with his tail between his legs. He could not help but feel his lips and tongue become a little dry. But the government thought so, the media thought so, and so did the stupid people who had just broken away from imperial politics and happily threw themselves toward the words like democracy and freedom. Zhong Shouhu said expressionlessly. So the management committee of the Federation took the opportunity to launch a rectification movement within the military. The 4th Military Region was forcibly transferred away from the East Woods district where countless crystal mines had already been discovered and came to the West Woods that was still a piece of uncivilized land at that time. Su Lu lowered his head. The chopsticks in his hand were a little stiff and awkward. He guessed what this big shot wanted to say, but in the depths of his heart he could not accept it for a while. The origin of the names of the streets in his hometown that he had known since he was a child was actually the fruit of the Federation's dark politics. What gravity calculation error? It's just a conspiracy that countless people participated in. Zhong Shouhu's emotionless words finally proved his guess. History appeared in front of Su Lu in a way that was personally narrated by the descendants of the people involved, but in a completely opposite way. It turned out that the first army to enter the East Woods district was the Zhong family's 4th Military Region. It was also after this incident that the Zhong family was forced to come to the western border of the Federation, and that was how the name of the Zhong family in the West Woods came to be. It turned out that this incident was just a conspiracy of the Federation government. It turned out that the sky was not really blue and the clouds were not always white. The democratic sages who peacefully overthrew the monarchy and enjoyed great fame in history were not so clean. If this continued, could it be that George Card was really an uncle and Li Pifu was possibly a woman? Was Schiller really someone in the 5-person team? Were the 2 moons above S1 really the failed products of an alien experiment? Su Lu thought so. He was silent for a long time, drinking 3 glasses of wine in a row, and then asked a question that even he himself thought was stupid. What? Perhaps the current head of the Zhong family, Zhong Shouhu, had not had the opportunity to tell these stories that happened countless years ago, to tell the Federation people about the humiliation and conspiracy of the family that was once regarded as a warlord, so when he heard this stupid question, Commander Zhong's answer was very calm. Because the elected government that just won the election and successfully forced His Majesty to step down urgently needs an opportunity to weaken the 7 families. Most importantly, the government needs the support of the former royal family. The Federation Crystal Mine Union is the price for this support. The Federation Crystal Mine Union controlled the most basic lifeline of interstellar travel, and was the core and most crucial giant enterprise of the entire Federation. Su Lu lived in the East Woods district. In other words, his family had worked for this giant enterprise for generations. However, until a few years ago he still thought that he was working for the Federation like the people of East Woods, until he met a certain distinguished friend. "It's the Tai family," he answered in a deep voice. The Federation government was able to make the Tai royal family peacefully hand over the power in their hands. I never believed that there was no insider trading. The crystal mines on the East Woods mineral planet that are more precious than gold were undoubtedly part of the deal. Zhong Shouhu said expressionlessly. At that time, East Woods had not yet been fully developed. Our Zhong family was the first to enter, and naturally, we were the ones that had to be sacrificed. Su Lu had never had any good feelings about the political circle, but as an orphan born at the bottom of the Federation, he always habitually stood on the side of the elected government, and did not have much good feelings about the 7 families hidden behind history. After a moment of silence, he said somewhat unnaturally, "But a privileged class like the Zhong family is not a good thing for the Federation to begin with." Could it be that those pig-headed politicians who only know how to compromise and exchange benefits, who only know how to wave their arms and use beautiful but illusory words to incite the stupid people, who slammed the table and scolded us while secretly taking our money and playing with the women we gave them, are a good thing for the Federation? This was the problem of the lack of system and monitoring, but the system itself was much better than the 7 families or the political system of the dynasty even further away. Even if the stupid people's choices were very stupid, and even if the people they chose were very sad, they were only allowed to choose, but they still had some right to choose. Su Lu wanted to refute the other, but when he thought of his experience after escaping to the capital ring and the strange stories that the uncle had experienced, he lost the will to refute the other. "Now you are the highest commander of the Federation's front line. President Pabre has always given you the most selfless support, bearing the strong pressure from the parliament and the political circle. As far as I know, the Department of Defense has never interfered with your command in any details. He said, that is all history. Forgetting history means betrayal, not to mention that history is now. When the dynasty ended, the Federation government and the 7 families shared the benefits equally. Only the Zhong family was chased out of the rich capital ring and stationed in the barren East Woods. When they discovered the treasure in East Woods, we were chased out of East Woods by such a despicable and disgusting scheme and came to the barren West Woods. Now that we are about to attack the Empire, the West Woods will be the Federation's most important native region. Where is the Federation going to chase the Zhong family? I named the girl Zhong Huoyan because I want her to remember what this newborn Federation did to the Zhong family many years ago. Child, you have to be alert. This Federation will continue to do such things to us in the future. Sulu thought of the cute little watermelon, the weight that she might have to bear on her thin shoulders in the future, and the origin of her name. He could not help but silently say the words that had been passed down in his hometown by the ancestors of the Zhong family after the warship crashed. My mood right now is lonelier than fireworks. The Federation wants to destroy the Zhong family, and they are trying to destroy the Zhong family right now, just like the warship that exploded into fireworks years ago. Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows slightly and said calmly, I look forward to it. Chapter 498. In the face of a major event that could happen, in the face of the overall will of the politicians and the people, and in the face of a historical trend that went against everything, the fact that the head of an aristocratic family who was behind the times could so calmly and provocatively say the words, I am looking forward to it, was incomparably fierce. Sulu had seen many people who acted arrogantly and had extraordinary free and easy temperaments. For example, Lin Banshan, who broke out of his family and treated the tradition of aristocratic families like broken shoes and built a good place for himself in the Jianghu. For example, the madam who hid behind the curtain and made waves in the Federation. For example, the uncle who dared to fight to the death against the glory of the charter. However, after hearing these words, he was still fiercely shocked. The tone of the tiger of the West Woods was very calm. He was not arrogant but indifferent. However, there was an unquestionable confidence that came from his bones. Where did this arrogance and free and easy come from? Absolute power leads to absolute authority. Sulu silently thought of this sentence. He was somewhat moved by the middle-aged man's temperament, but he did not think that what he revealed would really be the history that was about to happen. According to the logical judgment of his engineer mind, he did not think that the Federation would make a move against the Zhong family again. This was because it did not fit the current situation. The war between the Federation and the Empire burned like wildfire and would probably invade the Empire's space next year. In recent constitutional years, the Federation government and the 7 major families had always carefully maintained a certain balance and harmony. How could they be the first to instigate internal strife in the Federation before the Great War? It had to be known that the Zhong family of the West Woods was an extremely important part of the Federation's strategy. In this part, stability was always the overriding political need. He spoke frankly of his judgment. After a moment of silence, Zhong Suahu, who was drinking and eating, replied with a smile, Our family is always different from the other 6 families. Was it because the Zhong family had always held military power in their hands? Sulu sank into a certain kind of thinking that he was not good at. I've always had a good impression of Mr. President. Although I'm in the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I'll never be able to be like those shameless government officials in the remote Joint Chiefs of Staff. I'll never be able to show admiration on my face like a mistress looking at her lover. There was still no expression on Zhong Shouhu's face as he said, The government of the Federation is not the embodiment of the collective will of the people, nor is it the embodiment of the will of an excellent politician who is born with a small probability. Instead, it is the embodiment of the collective will of a large group of people who have vested interests in the government. The bureaucrats and businessmen who control the media and finance, who are good at manipulating elections and instigating public opinion, are the mainstream of the Federation. No matter how clear-headed and calm President Pabre is, he is only one person. At most, he can influence the people around him or the young students in Linhai province, but he doesn't have the power to change the direction of the Federation's history. I can even be sure that once he tries to change these things, he will immediately step down. Zhong Shouhu looked at Sulu with a faint and mocking expression, as if he was looking at the young students in Linhai province who were full of a sense of justice but could not find a specific solution. Sulu thought of the role played by Macho in the last presidential election, the role played by Shi Qinghai and himself, and the dark deals and disputes behind the scenes of the election. He could not help but fall silent and acquiesce to Commander Zhong's opinion. Suddenly, he was a little worried about the president in the capital ring, because he knew that the president with a dark complexion was not a politician who was willing to go with the flow. That's all for these matters. Zhong Shouhu rubbed the wine glass with 3 fingers and said directly, "Next, we can talk about the increase of the military's right to speak in the Federation's political structure with the appearance of the Imperium, and the necessity of dispersing the military." Sulu was already very used to the rhythm of the conversation between big shots like Commander Zhong. He was used to them rudely and straightforwardly ending a topic and starting a new one. However, when he heard this series of questions with a strong academic tone, his face naturally flashed with a stunned and depressed expression. Zhong Shouhu looked at him mockingly, drank the wine and said with a slightly hoarse voice, "This is a joke." Sulu shrugged and quickly replied, "Maybe the central computer can hear it." "This is a very cold joke." Zhong Shouhu raised his eyebrows and said. 2 soldiers with a huge difference in status, age and experience were having a late-night conversation with red soup, tender meat and strong wine. Regardless of whether the joke was cold or not, the conversation continued. The most wonderful thing was that both parties seemed to be somewhat comfortable in the conversation. Commander Zhong was the son of an aristocratic family and a top student in the first military academy of the Federation. When he grew up, he led millions of troops on the western border of the Federation and fought against the Imperium alone for more than 10 years. His life experience was very rich and his words were naturally powerful. Sulu was an orphan of the miners in Donglin. He had only completed 6.5 years of national education. His dream in life was to work with machines, but his life was quite exciting. Plus, his uncle had once forced him to read silently in the university library for several years, so he could be considered a scholar. Most importantly, his temperament destined him to be an excellent listener. For example, Zhou Shi Qinghai and Jian Shuier had already proven that. The topic moved away from the heavy politics and conspiracies to the folklore of the various regions of the Federation, the people, the history of literature, Schiller's plays, and the eccentricities of George Carlin. Suddenly, the conversation became much more relaxed. Sulu listened with great interest to the middle-aged man across the table with a trace of domineering criticism. From time to time he would add in a few words. It was really like 2 scholars holding a glass of wine and talking about what difficult books they had recently read. The night gradually deepened. The pot of red soup had not yet dried up, and the fireworks outside the window had long since stopped. Only the slightly cold wind kept blowing through the pitiful glass that no longer existed, brushing against the 2 people's faces and arms. In the end, the topic naturally moved to the matter that concerned the entire universe the most at present, and that was the war. The 2 men's voices did not become passionate because of the alcohol and the life and death on the front line. They calmly and seriously discussed the war on the 3 fallen planets. One talked about the type of formation he had commanded more than 90 divisions to surround the 3,320 planet. Another talked about how he had led a small team to cross a small river. Another talked about the strategic intentions of the Federation that had been planned for a long time and analyzed how the Emperor of the Empire would respond. Another talked about how he had drilled the recruits in the barracks, wondering if this would annoy their old father. Like the morning sun and the morning dew, like the Emperor and the farmer, the difference in status between Zhong Shouhu and Sulu was too great. The level of the topics they talked about was too great. But strangely, because of a very delightful mood, Sulu was not willing to be a listener. Instead, he earnestly shared his own views. Sulu was very excited to have the honor of discussing the macro and details of the war with Commander Zhong. He was able to look at many things in the past year from a different perspective. It was a very rare opportunity to listen to the powerful commander-in-chief of the Federation talk about the intentions of the commanders in space with the tone of a commander. Zhong Shouhu, the legendary warlord, the local tyrant of the West Woods who killed without blinking an eye and ignored the laws of the Federation, was not as cold and terrifying as the people of the Federation thought. Instead, he was more like a young scholar who was thin enough to live in a cramped university dormitory. He was angry because he did not achieve what he wanted and did not have a girlfriend. Sulu stared with his somewhat drunken eyes, holding the wine glass tightly, trying to catch every word in his ears. Such a clear thought appeared in his mind, and he knew that this would be a conversation that he would remember for the rest of his life. Perhaps it was because he had drunk too much wine, but Sulu somewhat inappropriately mentioned the illustrious achievements of the Iron 7th Division on planet 5460. It was because he had drunk too much that the cold and arrogant Commander Zhong did not care that the boy opposite him was obviously poking at his sore spot. He said indifferently, "Du Shaoqing is a smarter pig." Sulu lowered his head, held back a bitter smile, and quickly drank a glass of wine. If the Imperium can't break through the 2 warp holes in a day, they will have to drift in the universe for 6 or 7 years before they can reach the West Woods if they want to attack the homeland of the Federation. The Federal Army is more advanced than the Imperium's bastards from head to toe. They are waiting for the enemy to arrive. How can they not win? The Imperial Expeditionary Force is just a bunch of tired bastards who came from afar with a few crappy guns from 6 or 7 years ago in their hands. No matter who is on the front line, if they can't win against the enemy, then they are stupid pigs. Commander Zhong looked at Sulu and said, "Even if you are in command of the Iron 7th Division, you can still win." Sulu raised his head and subconsciously touched his nose. He could not help but sigh softly when he did not notice the ugliness of the 2 holes facing the sky. He had no reason to like Du Shaoqing and the Iron 7th Division, but when he thought of the fierce battle he saw on the front line and the heroic achievements of the Iron 7th Division, he felt that Commander Zhong's evaluation was a bit unfair. After a moment of silence he said, "The Iron 7th Division advanced the fastest on planet 5460. In fact, the Imperial Expeditionary Force has been in the West Woods for decades. Not many people can defeat them so quickly." If the transfer of the Iron 7th Division to the front line was the most troublesome thing for Commander Zhong, then the fact that Sulu mentioned was the heaviest part in the hearts of all the soldiers and people in the West Woods. Zhong Suahu was not angry. He said calmly, "The people of the Capital Ring have always complained about the West Woods. They think that we have not driven the Imperial Expeditionary Force out of the West Woods in the past 10 years because the West Woods Military District has failed in its duty on the battlefield." Sulu seriously looked forward to the other's answer. "We have indeed not done everything we can to liberate the 3 fallen star systems." A complicated emotion appeared on Zhong Suahu's face. There was a bone-chilling coldness in his mockery. "In the West Woods, from me to the most common homeless man on the street corner, we are not willing to sacrifice too much for the Federation, or to be precise, for the slogan of the Capital Ring. This is not because we want to hide any real strength, but because, from the moment the Empire invaded, we have been the ones sacrificing. When the Empire came, it was the men of the West Woods who were fighting. The Empire was crippled, but the Federation was not willing to support us to win the final victory. Because there is an old man who thinks that the Federation needs to keep those bastards of the Empire to train his troops. So the Federation resolutely and coldly carried out the Westwood strategy of taking turns to fight for more than 10 years. Zhong Suahu looked at him. There was a faint storm in his calm eyes. He said word by word, "Taking turns to fight on the land of the Westwoods people? This based on what?" Hearing the words "old man," Sulu was shocked into silence. He did not know what to say. Chapter 499. There was an old man on the shore of Lake Feiqing. Everyone in the Federation, from the president to the street vendors, was used to calling him Old Man with great respect and affection. The uncle in the mine pit, who was chewing wild beef with red wine, disdainfully called him Old Man. Sulu had also called him Old Man before, but it did not mean that he had the confidence and qualifications to ignore this person's brilliance. Old Man? There was actually someone in this universe who dared to call the god of war so indifferently and mockingly? Sulu did not hide the shock in his eyes as he stared at Zhong Sugu across the table. Zhong Sugu was, in a sense, the most powerful person in the West Woods, and the god of war Li Pifu that he coldly mentioned earlier was undoubtedly the most powerful person in the Federation. This had nothing to do with the political system. It was purely a manifestation of the people's fanatical worship and the military's will, even in the West Woods. However, Zhong Sugu said so with a trace of unwillingness and coldness. The Federation's god of war Li Pifu did not hesitate to use the West Woods as a training ground to deliberately keep the remaining Imperial Expeditionary Force in the West Woods in order to plan for the space war that would span across several constitutional calendars. He deliberately let the Federal Army, who was in a temporarily peaceful era, constantly smell the smell of blood and smoke, get used to the cruelty of war, and improve the combat power of the troops. This was a strategic arrangement that was easy to guess. It was even a state that many people in the upper echelons of the Federation were aware of. However, what was a little cold was that in the past 10 years, no one in the Federation had made any comments about this, even if they knew how unfair and cold-blooded this strategic arrangement was to the citizens of the Fallen Star and to the entire Westwoods region. It was the same for Sulu. When he heard the middle-aged man across the table disdainfully call him an old man, his mind buzzed as he remembered the fact that he should have understood a long time ago. He accepted the Federation strategy that Federation youths like him had been deliberately forgetting. A hint of sincere shame appeared in his heart, and then he fell silent. His outlook on life was not like those old people who disdained and hated. There was only black and white, day and night, light and darkness, a clear flag, tenacious and cold. In fact, he was very clear that there were always all kinds of unavoidable situations in the world, and there were always gray areas. It was only when the gray shadows crossed his bottom line that he reacted violently. War god Li Pifu and the Federation government sacrificed the peace of the entire West Woods region to continuously wear down the Empire's endless and costly expeditions and will. In order to maintain the vigilance of the entire Federation and the combat strength of the entire Federal forces, it was a cold-blooded but strategically correct plan. For the future of the entire Federation and the sustainable development of the entire race in this universe, there was no other word to describe such a strategic plan other than brilliant. Sulu once thought so too. He did not think that the old man's consideration was wrong, but now that he was in the West Woods, surrounded by the West Woods citizens who were tired and even numb from decades of war, and had just returned from the front line filled with the smell of blood and the deserted graves of the early residents of the fallen star, he realized that the people of the West Woods definitely did not think so. Since the beginning of the constitutional era, the West Woods have been at war together. The flames of war have never truly subsided, but there has never been a day when the flames of war burned into the fields and manors of the people of the capital ring. All men of the West Woods have to go through the harshest test of life on the battlefield. In the 3 generations of the Zhong family, more than 100 direct and collateral descendants have died because of this, not to mention the ordinary West Woods citizens. The owner of this restaurant was originally a brother of 4, but he is the only one who can come back alive from the battlefield. Zhong Shouhu's voice became extraordinarily faint, like a cup of coffee that had been mixed with countless cups of water. There was a subtle but unpleasant taste to it. You and I are professional soldiers, guarding the land and protecting the people, serving the Federation, and dying on the battlefield is only natural. But why do we, the people of the West Woods, have to bear the pain of dying generation after generation? The most shameful thing is that it would be fine if we really beat them down. With the bravery of the men of the West Woods, do you think we can't chase those bastards of the Empire out of the planetary system? But the people of the capital ring aren't willing. Zhong Shouhu's lips curled into a deep mocking smile, but it was not clear if he was mocking himself for backing down back then. He said, "War requires logistics and resources, not just the money and love donated by the people of the Upper Woods. Those can buy a good life, but they can't buy true victory. The Federation government doesn't give us these, and we have a serious shortage of energy supply. How can we fight?" He looked at Su Li's slightly lowered eyes and said in a low voice, "In the end, the government is still worried about feeding bandits through war. Continuous aid will fatten the Zhong family, the biggest, most arrogant and most shameless warlord in the universe. Especially that bullshit round robin." Zhong Shouhu's eyes narrowed and coldness gradually filled his eyes. When people are going to die in a tough battle, it will be the people of the West Woods who will go up. The people of the capital ring are like the audience of a play. They will occasionally go on stage and play a few roles, but when the curtain ends, they will have to stand in the middle of the actors and accept Mr. President's handshake and kind reward. Is this fair to the people of the West Woods? Su Lu, who had been silent for a long time, clenched his fists slightly and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "But the old man's strategic plan is not wrong. After all, this is for the Federation. If it's for the Federation, then who will care about the life and death of the people of the West Woods?" Zhong Shouhu looked at him silently. The people of the West Woods are like the orphans of the Federation. They are wandering in the universe, singing sad songs in the west wind. In the end, they can only receive some charity from kind-hearted people. Su Lu suddenly thought of the folk song of the West Woods that he learned on Planet 163, and a faint sense of frustration and sadness grew in his heart. He realized that it was indeed difficult for him to sort out these complicated things with his thinking ability. The night wind blew in through the window and the red soup froze slightly. The atmosphere around the wine table also fell into a frozen silence until Zhong Shouhu smiled and picked up the wine cup to break the awkwardness. He said calmly, "Let's stop the boring topic and change to something more cheerful." "Like what?" Su Lu was somewhat depressed, and it was difficult for him to immediately cheer up with the rhythm of Zhong Shouhu's words. "Like Du Shaoqing, who once suffered a great loss at your hands." Like you, he is a hero of the Federation deliberately cultivated by the old man and the Federation government. If I say that he is just a slightly smarter pig, would you have a problem with that? Sulu smiled bitterly and said, I don't have a problem with that. I even agree with Uncle Tian's evaluation of teacher Xiaoqing. He is a snowboard demon. You don't have to flatter me. Although I have always thought that Big Stick Tian beating up Du Xiaoqing was definitely in the top 3 of the funniest things I have ever seen in my life. Zhong Shouhu laughed 3 times and suddenly stopped smiling. He said solemnly, but Du Xiaoqing is indeed smart. In Academy 1 my grades are not as good as his. I suppressed him to the point that he was not allowed to enter the front lines of the West Woods for 10 years. The Capital Ring and the Department of Defense have a lot of opinions. Do you also think that I am a jealous person? I don't know. Sulu answered honestly. Actually, the reason is very simple. Although I am known as the biggest warlord in the Federation, I am also a citizen of the Federation who grew up in a democratic system. Of course, above that, I am also a citizen of the West Woods. Zhong Shouhu looked at him and said calmly, so as long as I am alive, I will do whatever it takes to suppress Du Xiaoqing and the soldiers he represents. Sulu looked at him in a daze, not understanding what he meant. Du Xiaoqing likes to dress up as the plum blossoms in the snow. He dresses himself up as the most standard professional soldier in the universe. His life goal is to become the second Li Pifu. Zhong Shouhu said with slight mockery, but don't forget that the plum blossoms in the snow are as red as blood. Underneath this person's coldness is the most fanatical heart. I have always remembered that this person once said in a strategy seminar in school. In order to defeat the empire, which has the power of an entire nation, the Federation government needs to be stronger, and the Federation's political structure needs to be more efficient and concise. If such a hardline military officer is allowed to step onto the stage of the Federation, how will the people of the Westwoods live? But that's not the key point. The key point is that from that moment on, I've always felt that there's a very dangerous trend within the Federation, or more precisely, within the military. Some people have a strong desire to change the government system. Sulu wanted to say that he was a typical example of a soldier interfering in politics, but he quickly gulped down a mouthful of wine and almost choked. Zhong Shouhu looked at the night trees outside the window with a serious expression and said in a low voice, if a military government appears in the Federation, what will become of this world? Hearing the words military government, Su Li's eyes gradually narrowed. This term was very unfamiliar, but for some reason he felt that the hair on the back of his neck was standing on end because of some kind of chill. His brain worked quickly. The introduction of the military government in the dictionary and the absurd interpretation of several of Master Schiller's plays gradually became clear. Impossible, he said firmly. The Federation has the Bureau of Proclamation. It is impossible for a deformed monster like the military government to appear. Is that so? Zhong Shouhu raised his beautiful eyebrows slightly and said slowly, there was also the Bureau of Proclamation during the Dynasty era. How did His Majesty step down from the Dragon Throne? The glory of the Charter has never been a staunch defender of the Federation's political system. I think that the Bureau of Proclamation will only be a bystander in these aspects. Evidence. This kind of thing requires evidence. Sulu felt a strong sense of danger. He grew up in a democratic society. Although he had experienced the hypocrisy and weakness of the Federation's political system countless times, and he had even done many things that were completely contrary to the spirit of the system, in the bottom of his heart, he still had a childlike stubbornness and naivety. He couldn't accept that the Federation that he loved so much would have a terrifying future where soldiers controlled the will of the people with guns in their hands. At this moment he thought of the assassination in the underground stadium of Linhai. Deputy Minister of National Defense Yang Jingsong and the young officers of the 2nd Military Region, in order to maintain the so-called glory of the military, did not hesitate to use military mechas to launch a shameful attack on a citizen of the Federation. Many images flashed through his mind, overlapping and gradually becoming heavier. However, whether it was the information given by the old man or some of the things he knew, he couldn't persuade him to add such a serious accusation to Du Xiaoqing, even if he didn't like this cold Major General. What evidence did you have before you killed Macklin? Zhong Shouhu asked coldly. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.